Sir. Abundance. La parole. Pretty sure I talked to you before, but you timed out La Parole. Abundance, my people, abundance. No, you just saying how abundance. How you doing, abundance? I wonder what they got for me today. What's it gonna be? Evolution, God, Jesus, Allah, Yeshua, goddamn mysticism. Shit, what they gonna bring for me today, man?
Hello.
How you doing, abundance?
Very good.
All right, so are we all one species?
Biologically, yes.
Okay, explain it biologically and genetically.
We can reproduce and the babies will be completely healthy.
Okay. So how come when so-called black people try to, or they have SMECs or try to reproduce outside of their species, how come red blood cell hemolysis and hemolytic disease take place?
What?
I mean, you just said because we can reproduce, so I'm asking you, how come when so-called black people have SNPs or try to reproduce outside of their species or their race, how come red blood cell hemolysis and hemolytic disease begin to take place?
In which percentage? Like, it's very rare.
Nah, it takes place on every so-called black person's blood cells. Like, do you know what red blood cell hemolysis is or hemolytic disease?
A little bit.
All
Yeah.
right, so you got a little bit of an understanding of it. So yeah, that begins to take place with every so-called black person who actually has SMECs outside of their so-called race.
Okay. And I saw your stream yesterday and you were talking about something like black people are superior or something.
Nah, I never said that once.
Okay. Sorry. And your idea is behind like we have different skulls and these things like different.
I never brought up skulls. I mean, yes, we do have different skulls. That's a biological fact, but I mainly stick to genetics
Okay.
and DNA and things of that nature. But yeah, we do have different skulls.
So your entire point is that we are completely different species.
Absolutely.
And do you think like one is smarter or something?
Do I think one is smarter? Mm, I mean, if we go off of are you familiar with series of DNA? Like how each species has a different series of DNA?
Yes.
Right. So, so-called black people, we have 9 series DNA, and geneticists they found out the more series of DNA that a group has, the more probability of genius within that group. So you could say that, but I'm not on here preaching that though. But I mean, technically, if you want to really get into it and speak truth, yes.
So you think black people are smarter than white people?
Nah, I don't think anything. Like if we're going off of, science and what science says, according to the series of DNA, then yeah, that we have more probability of genius within our group.
Okay, because I have a lot of racist friends and I want to like heard a different view or something because I don't see very much black people around me. I live in a village somewhere in Eastern Europe. So and they are saying like things that before the white man came to Africa, the tallest building where there was built by termites.
Right. So the thing is, like where we found so-called white people, we found them in the caves, and they had hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, unable to reproduce amongst each other, and they were the ones who actually had viruses and diseases amongst each other. So
Okay, I'm talking about the colonization ages because in South Africa, the distant tribes couldn't even build buildings like complete. And
so
do you con-
actually, all do you know how
do,
protons and electrons work?
yes,
Yeah, that's where you got your whole buildings and all that shit from. You didn't discover or learn how to build anything. You actually just copied us.
uh, like do you think Egyptians?
What do you mean by Egypt? Like, what do you mean?
Because the first com- very complete buildings were built by Egyptians and Mesopotamians and these people, and these aren't inherently African, they are Arabs, and like people like Tutankhamun and Cleopatra had a lot of more common genes with white people today than Africans.
So, are you saying that the Egyptians were so-called black people, or I'm kind of confused?
No, Egyptians weren't black
All
because
right,
they're Arab.
they're Arab. I mean, yeah, they're so-called Arab today, but as far as the people who built the pyramids, they were so-called black people because you didn't exist, or no other species outside of so-called black people, or not species, no other so-called human outside of so-called black people existed when the pyramids were built.
So Mesopotamians didn't exist. So they weren't black. Mesopotamians and Egyptians. Like, do you know about Mesopotamia? Uh,
Uh,
Today's Iran. There weren't any black people, and they were building magnificent cities. It was the like the biggest culture there with the Egypt in the time, and there weren't any black people in there.
right. So how long ago was this, if you don't mind me asking?
Like 4,000 years ago.
Right. That's funny because, like I said, your species didn't even exist 6 to 8 thousand years ago. So I'm kind of confused on how
There
4,000 years.
aren't
Hold on, hold on,
just
hold on,
two
hold on,
races.
hold on, hold
There
on.
are
I'm confused.
Arabs.
Right. So I'm confused on how you're saying that if we just found you in the caves like 3 to 5 thousand years ago, how are you telling me that y'all was building these magnificent cities and shit like that when y'all just was in the caves?
Not us, Arabs. Arabs.
Right. That's you're genetically like y'all are the same.
Yes.
All y'all have animal DNA. So
And you too. You have DNA like 60% with banana, same. So
nah.
every person has.
Nah, because so-called black people, we don't phenotypically show as any animal. You can't find our features within nature, but I can find your features within nature. So like
You
y'all
stated
like
here
hold on. So
is
y'all
facts
actually
over feelings.
right,
So
I got you. But y'all love to say so-called black people possess animal DNA. how come y'all's genes are the only ones that express in an animalistic way? Because if we have it, how come we aren't phenotypically presenting as an animal?
You have the same DNA. So you think that you are like from another world or something? That you didn't evolve or what? Did you spawn
Nah,
here?
so-called black people evolve with Earth's natural evolution, but as far as y'all have multiple different types of animal DNA to make up your organism, and y'all are saying that we are all the same, which is detrimental because so-called black people, like I said, our genes don't express that. So we don't our genes don't express any animal genes, but yours does. So can you explain that?
You have similar genes
Okay,
to
right. That's not.
animals.
I get what you're saying, but can you explain it though?
Yes. Have you ever looked at the genetic portfolio of a black human?
No, you're not answering my question. I just asked you how come we don't express any of the animal genes that you claim that so-called black people have.
How express? I don't understand this.
You
Like,
know, genes express themselves. You know that,
yes.
right? Right. So why don't so-called black people express any of the animal DNA that you claim that we have?
Hello?
How do white people express animal DNA differently than black
So
people?
we actually see this through phenotype with y'all. And
Hello?
hold on, Anthony. We talk one at a time. I'm gonna get to you.
Okay.
Right. So with so-called, it's not even just white people, everybody outside of so-called black people, we can see that y'all express these animal genes through behavior, phenotype, the type of
What
melanin,
behavior?
like, the type of melanin you have, and the fact that y'all are born with vestigial tails, the fact that y'all undergo hypertrichosis, things of that nature. But you don't see that with so-called black people.
So you don't have the bone like that is like the tail? Yes, you do. You have the same bone structure as us.
I feel like my questions are going right over your head. It's like you're kind of picking and choosing to an extent. So can you? So I'm gonna just go back to the base question. How come we don't express any of the animal DNA that you claim we have?
You you express the same as white people.
Okay, can you explain that? Because that's just genetically and biologically incorrect.
You're focused on some minor details, like
Nah, hold on. We not finna get to talking about our feelings. Go do that with a woman. Okay. So I'm asking
I'm
you a
not
question, and I kind of
about
want it to be
feelings.
answered. I
You
don't want to
are
hear your feelings.
no, I'm not
Yo,
speaking
this
about
Ziddy
feelings.
guy tripping, man.
Hold on, I got you. Hold on, I'm gonna get to you, Kevin. Uh, so go ahead and explain how come so-called black people don't express any of the animal DNA that you claim that we have.
You do express like you have every human has similarities to like apes in behavior.
We were gonna talk
Like
about a
we
monkey.
Hold on, we do one at a time. Everybody on the panel, just wait your turn. I'm gonna get straight to y'all.
Yo, this Zidian guy, he tripping, man.
All right, you gone. But
I'm not
all
Indian.
right. So he said you was tripping. But anyways, can you explain how come so-called black people don't express any of the animal genes that you're claiming that we have?
You do. You
Right.
act.
Don't say we do. Explain it. Stop saying that we do if you can't explain it respectfully.
Uh, you act the same as us. You
We don't act the same as anybody else on the planet. We act like us. Now, as far as us being chemically imbalanced, then we start to act like that because we're eating the same animals that y'all are spliced with. But once we actually start to eat according to our genetic makeup, we automatically start to go back to what we naturally are. So can you explain it or not?
So you think that how many
Nah, I don't want to. Nah, answer the question, bro. Stop. We not dodgeballing up here. All right, you came up here. You said I can prove it biologically, so I'm gonna
I
need you to
didn't say
prove that
proof.
shit biologically.
Biologically, you have the same portfolio, almost the same, like 99% same as white people.
Right, that's what you're claiming, but I'm saying how come we don't express the animal genes that y'all express?
You express the same like us. There's no difference.
Okay, how come so-called black people don't get hypertrichosis? How come we're not born with vestigial tails? And how come we don't undergo the SLOS phenotype?
This is so minor. This I like. I'm saying, oh, why I'm not having not enough vitamin D when
Nah, come
I'm
on,
not
answer.
on the sun.
Nah. Answer the
The,
question and let's quit the BS because there's other
because
people that
of
hold
the
on,
one
hold on, hold on, hold
percent
on, hold on. There's
that you
other
have
people.
different.
Hold on. There's other people on the panel that actually want to speak. So if you're here to waste time, just let me
To a
know.
burrito with white rice, black beans,
Hold on.
and
Hold on. All right, go ahead. Explain it.
I don't know how to say to you. Have you ever like studied biology or something?
Of course. So I need you to explain how come so-called black people don't express those animal genes. Go ahead.
I don't know.
So I'm gonna just go ahead and take that as you can't explain
Ew.
that. So abundance of
Appreciate
gratitude.
y'all adding me to the chat.
Hold on, Mars. I'm gonna get to Tokyo, then I'm gonna get to you, brother.
Most definitely.
All right, go ahead, Tokyo.
Hello. I have a little bit of information on this topic. I am
Okay, so do you?
practicing for a PhD in genealogy and
Okay,
other studies for the National Institutes of Health and the Science Foundation. So if you have any questions, I can answer questions, but I can also explain what you're talking about right now.
okay. So are we all one species?
So here's the complexity of this. All humans, Homo sapiens, came from the L3 and the LO haplogroup that is out of Africa directly. And all Homo sapiens usually, on average, do or don't have an admixture DNA. And depending on where you're from, depends on your admixture DNA. And on average, Europeans have 1 to 4%, sometimes 5% even. It depends on the area of Europe. Neanderthals have around 1 to 5% Neanderthal DNA.
You said
And
Neanderthals have up to 1.3.
yeah, Europeans have 1 to 4%, 1 to 5% Neanderthal DNA.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
And on average, Asians and Pacific Islanders and all of these other groups, they on average have either Denisovan DNA or a mix of Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA that is still around the same percentage range. Sometimes it can be 6%, but this is all populations that haven't really migrated into the area of new technology and like new experience. These are like archaic tribes and stuff like that. So it would make sense for it to be higher in their admixture. And then African populations. And what's really pissed me off is like fake anthropologists and fake geneticists will cite this study from Sankaraman on Reuters online on Google. And what the study is about is archaic populations in Africa. And they always cite the study and they only say and they only reference the 2 to 19% genome range. And everybody on the surface level, if they don't understand science, says, oh, they're super archaic, Africans are super archaic, it's 2 to 19% of their genome. But if you look at all of these other genomes of admixture, they have the same rate. And then if you actually look in the study and go down into the study and look at the specifics, the actual admixture percentage, not the genome sequencing, is around the same. It's 1 to 4%, sometimes 6%, depending upon the region. So not all people have admixture DNA, but some people do have admixture DNA. And this is from Bottlenecks.
But to be
And
fair, like,
Hold on, we talk one at a
to
time.
be
here.
fair, with Bushy Pygmies and Kaisar are
All right, he can't control himself. So, all right, go ahead.
But all of these admixture events usually have a bottleneck from natural selection. And what that basically means is if you have one group of people and they have a high percentage of admixture DNA and they, start to die off, if they intergroup with another group, then that admixture DNA will slowly go away because when their offspring is born, they have half their genetics. So then that admixture can slowly go away. And the reason it has survived so much in some of these populations is because the populations are isolated. Like, for example, most of the Neanderthal DNA from European populations is from isolated tribes and communities that are much older and they're far away from the developed parts of the world. So all of these admixture groups, you can say that these small percentages of admixture are from an archaic pre-human, but all of us are the same species.
All right, so yeah, to sum it up, you believe we're all one species.
Yes, we are all one species. And if you wanted to talk about the vestigial tail, the vestigial tail is a very rare occurrence. It's what you would call a genetic anomaly. And what it is if you look at embryology when things are, going through the changes in the womb, they actually show progress of what every single animal goes through. Like, for example, if you look at the embryo of a giraffe and the embryo of a human, they actually look quite similar for a long period of time until they develop these other traits. Like in the embryo and in the womb, humans actually show the deposits of gills on the sides of their body while they're in their embryo. So it's really kind of like we go through the stages of evolution in a short period of time in our womb, kind of, because we show all these other characteristics of other animals. And now when you're born, that's a different story, because these vestigial characteristics are called vestigial traits, are leftover traits from evolution. And evolutionary processes get rid of parts of your body that you basically don't need anymore. Like, for example, we used to need a bigger appendix to be able to digest tree bark when we were primates. Another vestigial structure is a little fold in like the inner part of your eye, that little semi-lunar fold that comes from reptiles. And the vestigial tail is actually a leftover bone from our tailbone. That's why it's called the tailbone, the coccyx, is because it's a leftover bone from when we evolved from evolution.
All right, so why does this only occur with people outside of so-called black people?
So I would say that it's more of a genetic anomaly in maybe most other races because of just underlying effects with genetics and other things. Because a vestigial tail isn't really like, I would say, a sign of an archaic trait. I would say it's more of a sign of a genetic anomalic trait that has problems with chromosomal DNA. Because, like, for example, people who, are mentally deficient, like people with autism and Down syndrome and things like that, they have a little tear, basically, or a chromosome is completely gone from their chromosome count. And what that does is it leads to genetic birth defects and things of these sorts. And, abuse of alcohol and drugs and other things can contribute to this also. But what this is, the vestigial tail that you're talking about, isn't really a activation of some old gene that makes us grow a tail. It's actually just a genetic anomaly that happens because of an overgrowth of the tailbone area. And the tailbone area just
So
exudes a tail.
right, so we understand that. So can you please explain why it happens? It doesn't happen to so-called black people. That's all I want to know right now.
There are cases with African studies, and I would say that there's probably less cases on the African studies because they do exist.
Okay, can you show us?
But the reason they have less cases on them, and I would like to really bring this up because I think it's a very important issue, is malpractice in the doctorate and the community for healthcare for black people. And that's the sad truth, especially for America, is they don't have a lot of these studies on black children because they're too busy abusing the children and using them for their advantages and taking their stem cells when they're not allowed, and it's just heavy abusive maltreatment. And then another thing is when you are in a scientific study, which, you know, in the scientific community, it's mostly dominated by white men, and that's because of the European standard that has been set for a very long period of time, which is very racist, it's very old. You get these studies and you get these scientists, and then you go, okay, who do you want to test on? Who do you want to record if these genetic anomalies happen at birth? And they don't pick black people because they don't care about them. They don't care about issues with black people. Because would you say that a white scientist who's far right and conservative would ever care if a black baby was born with a vestigial tail and, you know, the parents wanted the tail removed? I would say that's most likely the reason there's no studies on them. But genetic
Right, so
anomalies,
wait,
as far as
hold up,
vestigial tails,
hold
do
up, hold
happen in
up,
African communities.
hold up. Like, damn. All right. So Tokyo, you said that it does happen to so-called black people. So can you show us the studies, or can you show us any type of proof though? Because you're saying that they don't, because they don't care about black children. You're talking about the removal of the tail. I've never came across one so-called black person with a tail, nor have I ever seen a so-called black child be born with a tail. But you're telling me it happens, so I need some proof on that. Go ahead and unmute Tokyo.
I have a question.
Right, you can wait. We can't hear you if you're off the app, Tokyo.
I don't really understand the point of this live. Like, are you trying to say that
Bro,
Africans,
hold
because
on.
they were the first group that migrated out of Africa, that they're like the most pure human or something like that? Like, what is the point of this live?
Control the animals in you, bro. I'm trying to say something real quick. So listen, you claimed that so-called black people are born with vestigial tails at birth. Show
Yes.
everybody in here proof.
I'm not sure really how I could show you proof.
You just said there were studies on it,
You
so
could
show
look
us
it
the
up
studies.
online and research it. If you're really that lazy, that would be
Guess
crazy.
what? There's not one.
Guys, I think you are straight away from
Mars. Hold up, Mars. We do one at a time. I'm gonna get to you, brother. But go ahead, show us one though, Tokyo. Because you claim.
See,
Give us a source.
what you're really not understanding here is
give us a source.
These vestigial traits are things that happen in
No,
humans,
give us a source so
and
we
they
can all
disappear
go
over
see.
time. Another vestigial trait is like your wisdom
Give us
teeth.
a
Not
source.
everybody is born with wisdom.
Nigga, you yapping. I'm gonna keep it 100. You're literally yapping. Give us a goddamn source, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. Either show us a fucking source or get off my live with that bullshit, all that yapping. Cause nigga, you said you going for the PhD, right? All right, Mr. PhD, show us a damn source. You should know this shit. Now go ahead. Go ahead, Tokyo.
Think he done, brother.
We
I think
can't
he done for
He gonna have to be. We can't hear you if you off the app, Tokyo.
Shit, Tokyo. I know you said one at a time, Ether, but shit, Tokyo, you can tell how about you talking, bro. You definitely know a little something what you talking about. But shit, to answer your question, Ether, what was your original question? Is we all one species?
Right. So yeah. Go ahead. I'm gonna move on. You can request. Hold up, Tokyo. I'm gonna go ahead and remove you, but you can request back up once you bring proof. Go
Shit,
ahead.
man. First off, shit, I just popped into your live because I seen your background picture you got on this bitch. I think that bitch fire. But to answer your question simply, gang, no, I don't think we all one species. And I'm an African American man living in Detroit, Michigan in this day and age. I don't even know what that got to do with anything. But shit, I'm a proof in the pudding type of person. And I don't even know if it's just African American women, but like you said, black women carry that extra chromosome, not even chromosome, the extra gene to where they can birth an Asian baby, a white baby, I don't even know everything.
Nah,
Shit.
I never said that, and that's actually impossible. We can't birth any other race because every other race doesn't share genetics with us.
Ganger, if your Dukes went and slept with a black, I'm with a white man right now, she can birth a white baby if she wanted to. I
That's
know
a
you about
high.
to tell
Hold
me
on,
to
hold
come
on,
with my
hold on,
own.
hold
I
on.
know you about to tell me
That's
to
a
come with my resources. This is
hold
something everybody
on.
right now
Nah, I'm
can look
not
up.
saying. I'm not gonna tell you that. I'm saying that's a hybrid, bro. Two so-called black people can never create anything
Oh no,
outside
no,
of
no, no, no.
themselves.
My only reason in bringing up the fact that they carry that extra, you feel me, whatever that allows them to birth the extra races was to prove I'm not. Tokyo did just ask that. He was like, "Is you saying that to say like black people better XYZ?" Not saying it like on some we better type shit, but like I said, I'm a proof in the pudding type of person. Why can't the Asian lady go do that same shit with a black man, or vice versa, white lady with a, you feel me? But like you said, it's gonna be a hybrid. But shit,
Whoa,
how can
whoa,
one
whoa, whoa,
come with?
whoa. Okay, let me get this straight.
Hold on, Tokyo. Hold on. I'm gonna
Go
get.
ahead,
Wait, we
hey
gonna
Ether,
get
let
back
him
to
go.
you.
Let him
Hold up.
let him
Matter of
go.
fact, hold
I'm
up,
just
Mars. Hold
curious.
up, Mars. Hold up, Mars.
There's
Nigga,
no
did
such thing as
hold
a
up?
hybrid. There's no
Hold up.
such thing as a
Nah.
hybrid.
Tokyo.
Everybody
Shut
is
up. Shut up,
completely
nigga. Did you bring
mixed.
proof? Did you bring proof?
Yes, I brought proof. I
All
cited you a
right, go
study
ahead.
and you didn't even listen to me because you're too lazy to
Nah.
listen.
Show the proof. I got you. Show the proof.
I
Go
just
ahead.
cited from National Institutes of Health and you weren't listening to me.
Hey, nah. Matter of fact, you can't turn your camera on. All right, send it to my Instagram. I'll show everybody. I got you. Go ahead.
What's your
It's in my bio. It's the soul walking.
That's my question now.
What's your question?
It's for Tokyo. So if
Nah, he's off the app, so he can't even answer you right now.
I mean you could ask them. Is basically if all humans are the same species, like that would be like saying all felines are the same species and they're not. So you can have like a
No, that's not
category.
because all
You could
felines are either a separate species or a subspecies, and all humans have zero subspecies. We're all Homo sapien.
But geneticists consider you to be a subspecies, though. That's the thing.
No, they consider our prehumans to be subspecies. That's the same thing as saying, okay, now listen to me. I'm going to try to explain this in the best way possible for you. So,
All
you
right,
have two
hold
groups
up.
of dogs.
Before
You
you
have
get
two
into
groups
that,
of dogs,
hold up,
right?
hold up. Before you get into that, did you send the proof to my Instagram? Nigga, are you bullshitting?
Keep popping out because I think he trying to send it to you, gang. But shit, I don't. You feel me? He asked when it was his turn, like, what's the point of this conversation? Shit, I think it's just.
I mean, shit. I really
Bro,
just
what
want
is your Instagram again?
the soul walking. So DSOL walking.
I mean, what's some sending the proof gonna do when everything, you feel me? Them shit, especially Western media and news, is fake as hell.
that is coming from a South African Journal of Health, and this child was born with a vestigial tail. South Africa, in a medical facility. This child was born, it was an African child, and he was born with a vestigial tail. And like I told you, the reason that they hide this stuff is because they don't test and they don't do the studies on these people because they don't care about them. And that's a fucked up part of it. They don't care to go into African communities and see what is wrong and what they can fix. And that's what we need to talk about, really.
All right, so respect. Where's the picture of the African child? Because it just sent me to. I'm not even sure what the fuck it just sent me to.
I could explain that one case that Tokyo mentioned.
Which case?
Can I get an explanation as to what this is?
What do you mean?
Tokyo mentioned a South African child. Sorry, I'm kind heart 59, black, she, her. Tokyo mentioned a case study of a child who was born with a South African child born with a tail. That was not a tail. The child was about 4 months old. He had what would look like a tail. It was about no more than 5 centimeters long, and there was no movement in that tail, so it wasn't a tail. MRI imaging showed that it was actually spina bifida in the lumbosacral area, and it was removed. The meningeal lining was repaired, and that was the end of it. Every time parents have cited that their child appears to have what might be like a little stubby tail. It's not even something that sticks out. It's something that lies along the curve of the spine. It's always been spina bifida. There hasn't been a case where it hasn't been spina bifida.
Exactly. It's a genetic anomaly, and it's very sad.
It's not a genetic anomaly. Spina bifida has a cause, and it's to do with, that's why in some countries folic acid is added to grain, because spina bifida occurs when the mother is deficient in folic acid. That's it. It's not a genetic deficiency. And also autism is not I can't remember.
It's not a genetic deficiency, but it's inherited through genetics.
Right. I'm going to say it one more time. Spina bifida is not caused by a genetic, it's not congenital. It is caused.
Okay, and other vestigial tails that you can call tails comes from dysphagial things and that sort, and those are also genetic anomalies.
I'm going to carry on because you've spoken a lot of pseudoscience, and
pseudoscience. Are you getting a PhD? Are you getting a PhD?
I'm long past a PhD, darling.
Angry just because you going for.
Yeah, I do not think so. The British accent does not convince me.
You can have knowledge outside of the
accent has nothing to do with it.
Right.
I'm 60 years old, retired scientist. I've not questioned whether you're going for your PhD. I just know that you've quoted a lot of pseudoscience, and that's okay, because I thought I would come up and correct you. Anyone can go on Google now and see that spina bifida is not a congenital condition. It's caused by the mother being deficient in folic acid, and by good antenatal care, that's why we don't see much spina bifida in the UK and in the States. That's what that it was. It was that simple a fix.
Baby
And I know
girl,
that
in the
in the
UK, y'all
United
got free
States,
healthcare.
and I know that in the UK, um, folic acid is added to grain by law, so it has to be in bread. It's just like iodine has to be added to table salt. So we're all one species. We are extremely biodiverse.
All right, so you think we
But
are one species?
you are,
Okay.
I
So,
do, because of the definition of species. So,
right.
for
So, are you
example, you could have a baby with, I don't know, an Asian woman, because I don't know your race, sir, and that child will be able to go on and have children. That's the only definition of a species. The offspring are
all right? So, was that always the
fertile.
case, though?
No, a person can be infertile, but for
No, I'm
example,
saying
the
back then
donkey and
was
the
that
horse are not the same species because they will have a mule, and
right?
all mules are
So,
sterile.
what I'm asking is, yeah, we can have children today, but was that always the case when we first came into contact with these people?
When you say these people, sorry, are you?
Everybody outside of so-called black people. Like, were we able to actually procreate when we very first came into contact with them?
When black people came into contact with white people, you mean?
Now,
Well,
not
what
just white people, anybody outside of so-called black people.
white people are just a mutation of black people.
They're not though, because we don't share the same genes. Because
We
the
we
thing
do.
is,
That's
because
just
they
it.
right. So
The
because
Eve gene,
hold on,
the
hold
Eve
on, hold
gene
on.
thing is a myth,
Right. Hold
an
on,
absolute myth.
hold
Everybody had.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So when we get into the whole out of Africa theory, my only question with that is how come so-called black people's genes don't express the same way that their so-called counterparts does, because they undergo hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, the SLOS phenotype. Why is that? But so-called black people don't actually undergo this
I think you
because
should
those are
call it
all
your
a
own
part of. Hold up,
prefecture.
Mars. Like I said, we do one at a time. I'm gonna get to you, brother. Hold on. But go ahead, Kindheart. Can you explain that?
Gene expression is undoubtedly a complicated thing, and we know that gene expression is affected by, in terms of, if we're looking at sort of evolutionary traits, gene expression we know has been affected by food, because one of the things, for example, just as an example, it used to be the idea that there are two closely running ideas. One is the out of Africa, and then the idea that less sun and the melanin was different and all of that kind of thing. But we also know that um, human melanin is also expressed by an increased change in certain diets, and that was seen with the introduction of grains into the diet. We also know
Right. So are you
that,
gonna explain what I asked though?
I am explaining it. I'm explaining that gene expression is affected by all kinds of things.
Right. So like I'm gonna ask one more time. How come they undergo hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, the SLOS phenotype, and
The
so-called black people
vestigial
actually
tail
don't
thing is
undergo
another
this?
myth.
It's not though.
It is,
They're
though.
born with tails.
It's who's they?
Everybody outside of so-called black people.
But that's not true.
That is true. So can you
That's
please
not
explain
true,
that?
because all
Yeah, and you said
parents
that
who
I was talking
report
about pseudoscience. I think this guy just on.
parents who
Right. If you
report
anybody who over talks again while I'm talking to somebody, I'm gonna just remove you respectfully. But go ahead, kind heart.
sorry, parents who
Yeah,
report
go fuck
things
yourself,
like,
buddy. You just hate white people.
Right.
oh
You
gosh,
Mr.
I'm gonna go if
PhD.
everyone's swearing.
You're definitely a nugget.
Right. Go ahead, Mars.
I really ain't got too much to say. I was just gonna say, can I ask you a question? Because, I mean, I already answered your question. I don't believe we one species, to put it simply. I feel like I don't really have to come with too much proof. Shit, like you said, it's understanding. I'm a black man as well, but you coming and just saying stuff from understanding, and I feel like these people not going to understand what we understanding, because you feel me? Understanding is implying that this is something that's coming from source, something that you already know. I feel like, if anything, even if we are all of the same source, shit, it's, I don't know, man. Can I ask you my question, though? To answer your question, I don't believe we one species, gang. Huh?
I say go ahead.
Shit, I was just gonna ask, what was your intentions? Like, are you not on some piggybacking off what Dog Ass just said, like, oh, you don't like white people, but like, is you here to raise the vibrations of what you trying to seek, or like, you know, of our people type shit, or like, is you just here to, like, is you asking the question to spark an intellectual conversation, or are you just asking the question to, like, you feel me, shit, to see the ignorant motherfuckers out there, to see the ignorant responses type shit?
Right, I'm actually saying this for children. That's the thing, because so-called black children they're running around believing in that they're the same as everybody else outside of them, which is extremely detrimental to them.
Real shit, real shit.
Children are being snatched up. 8 million children go missing worldwide. You feel what I'm saying?
Real shit. Speak your truth, bro. Speak our truth, shit. Real shit. Most definitely.
This is why I'm learning genetics and actually seeing where our people are at, because you know the frequency of the planet is rising. So I'm just trying to see where our people's minds at, so our children can be better.
Most definitely, shit. I kind of got that when I first joined your live. Probably like an hour ago. But shit, more power to you, brother. Keep charging up. Shit, you got my follow, gang. Shit, I'm gonna be on here watching, though.
Most definitely abundance, brother. Go ahead, Malik.
Yeah, so I just want to say this is a crazy claim, bro. I just want to know your reasoning, bro.
Are we all one species?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
All right. Can you explain that biologically and genetically?
The only difference between black and white people is the skin.
Bro, why did you remove him? Nigga, why'd you don't be removing niggas, bro? Like, I'm trying to really hear what that nigga was saying.
What is the point of this, bro?
Nigga, why'd you requesting up to my shit, though?
Like all babies aren't born with tails. What are you talking about, bro?
I mean, y'all are born with vestigial tails. Y'all undergo hypertrichosis in the SLOS phenotype, and that's all because of animal DNA.
We're animals, dumbass. We're apes.
Right,
We're mammals.
I know you are. That's the thing. So-called black people don't possess any type of animal DNA.
So are you saying that you're extraterrestrial or some shit? Some we was alien shit? Like, are you retarded or something?
We can't say that word up on here. F1 in the chat.
The only just like different factor.
Like, we're all
is
Homo
the skin.
sapien. What do you not understand about that?
Right, that's what you're going off of. Are you going
Okay,
off
so
of...
let me
Hold on. Are you going off of evolution?
Have you ever heard of Mount Toba?
Going off
Mount
of
Toba.
evolution?
Have you ever heard of Mount Toba?
Nigga, I asked you a question. Are you going off of evolution?
Yes, because it's true, and you can see it.
How do we go from haploids to diploids?
From haploids to diploids? It's a long process because we're eukaryotes, but it's just genetic transfer and other things like that and mutation. What are you talking about?
How do we go from haploids to diploids?
Okay, so I'm just going to talk about what's going to destroy your entire argument with this. So before we were even Homo sapien, okay? So you're talking about when the African prehumans met the European prehumans, right? And you're saying, would they be able to breed? That's your question, correct?
How do we go from haploids to diploids?
Okay, so Mount Toba was this explosion, and it almost wiped out the entire human population. And Mount Toba erupted.
I'm not asking about that. I said, how do we go from haploids to diploids, because you believe in evolution. So the basis of evolution is, how do we go from haploids to diploids, from prokaryotic to eukaryotic? So can you explain that? If not, then just get off my live, bro, because I'm kind of done talking to you. Go ahead.
After Mount Toba exploded, all of them mixed. All of the pre-human.
Yeah, nigga, you want to play around like I didn't just ask you a question. Go ahead, Malik.
I don't know. I don't think that's fair to say, bro. I think the only difference is the genetic mutation in skin color, bro.
All right, so do you understand there's 5 different types of melanin?
Yeah.
Okay, can you name all 5 types real quick so I can confirm that you know?
You got neuromelanin.
Nigga, you going to look it up. Like, nah, nigga. Don't go look shit up. Go ahead and let me know.
I don't know all 5, but where are you going with this?
Right, so do you understand there's 5 different types of melanin for a reason?
No.
So you're saying the only thing that you're saying the only thing that differentiates us is skin color.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Right, so if your skin color is different, that means your genetics is different, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So it's not about skin color, it's about genetics. And DNA is what creates your genes, and genes is just your, genetics. That's origin.
Everyone is a replication of everyone else.
Everybody's DNA is different.
It's different, but it shares the same traits. Everyone has human traits. What do you think a human is?
A human.
What is your definition of a human?
Right, so humans go back into animals. Like humans are related to animals and eukaryotic plants. So so-called black people, we don't share any DNA with any animals. So that doesn't make any sense how we are human. And the type of melanin that you have is just explaining what type of DNA you have. So if you come from animals, or if you're an animal, you actually possess pheomelanin or eumelanin, because those are both animal-based type melanins. So
yeah, black people
so-called
plant-based.
hold on. So if you're so-called black, you possess neuromelanin. And if you know the other 2 types of melanin, because those are the only 3 that pertain to so-called humans, so the other types will be pio and allomelanin, and those go into plants and bacteria. So it's just based on to plants and bacteria. So it's just basically your type of melanin you have is just explaining what type of DNA you have. So if we had the same DNA, meaning we had the same genetics, then we would have the same type of melanin.
So if we're not the same species, and how can 2 different races have a child together?
So back then there was no mixing before the 12th dynasty, which was around like 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. So the thing is, the only reason it's happening today is because of introgression and hybridization.
I don't think that would be possible if we were
right. So can you explain introgression and hybridization, since you just said it's not possible?
No, I'm saying how would we be different if that's possible?
Because of introgression and bro, never. All right, yeah, niggas want to play. Cause somebody like, oh my goodness, wow. All right. So if you agree or if you disagree with my statement, you can request up and we can have a conversation. But don't come up here playing around trying to go like y'all little Google warriors. I don't want to talk to y'all. I want to talk to niggas who actually is in them books. So if you understand genetics, biology, neurology, request up. Let's have a convo. Cause the only niggas that's saying that we're the same is the niggas that's not in them books. The niggas that's been successfully indoctrinated. Y'all the reason why I want to get back to children, because children grow up to be just like y'all, thinking that we're all the same. If we're all the same, then how come the eukaryotic cell organism is being removed from the planet by UVC radiation? How come birth rates are dropping? Asia's going, them niggas are becoming sterile. They're not even having children over there. So if we're the same, how come that's happening? So I'm just a little confused how we're the same species. I mean, this shit is actually insane. Somebody invited me to co-host. Nah, nigga, what's wrong with you? Like, I need somebody to explain that. Why is the eukaryotic cell being removed from the planet if we're all the same?
Hey, big up everyone. Yo, big up the host. Thanks for putting me in the box.
No problem.
What's the question, bro? I'm here to argue
All right,
respectfully.
most def. Are we all one species?
100% we are.
All right, can you explain that biologically and genetically?
Alright, cool. I'm not a scientist or anything, but human beings, yeah. I'll give it one good example as well, yeah. You know the memes. You see when you see memes and you say, you can relate to these memes. Do you know how many other people that can relate to the same meme as you? That's just my good example there, bruv. Can you agree with me, or you can't agree with me there? Say
Yeah,
yes.
you just wanted to play around. I mean, I don't understand why niggas come up playing. You're talking about memes and I'm talking about genetics, but all right, I guess that's how niggas want to play it. Like, nah, nigga, now I'm gonna ban you for the live just for trying to request back up on my shit, nigga. You crazy. Like, nigga, yeah, you're banned, my nigga. Sorry. Like, nigga, I ain't gonna lie, y'all niggas crazy, bro. Nigga, I've been going live for a little over a month and y'all niggas still saying the same dumbass shit. Like, do y'all not grow at all, or y'all just want to stay stagnant forever? I'm confused. But go ahead. Go ahead, Taylor. All right.
Yo, I'm trying to grow, bro. Where do I start?
Right, so do you think we're all one species?
Nah, not really. I always felt like I was different. I'm not up here to play games. Like I always felt like I was different. Like not on no racist stuff, but like I always felt like black people were just different.
I think
Right. Hold on, Aaron. Hold on, Aaron. I'm gonna get straight to you after I'm done with this person. I got you. Hold on. So now I feel you. All my books that I've been reading out of, they're on my Instagram, and I check that out.
So if I just click on your, I'm gonna follow you real quick, but like just to like I always thought wording was different too. Like the way you say understand, like that just gets me like what's the word like locked in, like
Yeah, I feel you, brother.
rather than hearing understand, it just makes me like underestimate something.
Most def.
But yeah, what that other guy was talking about, the dude who said he had a PhD, was definitely not giving that, using all them R words and all this other stuff, bro. That shit was unhealthy.
Right. It's just niggas want to come up here and play around, but I understand it though. But abundance and gratitude though, brother. But yeah,
Yeah, definitely you the same, bro. Like, damn, bro, you know, well knowledge, educated black brother. I love seeing it. But like, damn, what I want to know, how the hell do y'all know so damn much? What books?
yeah, all my books is right there that I be, you feel me, that I read out of. But I mean, use your discernment because a lot of them are written by eukaryotic organisms. So you gotta use your discernment and understand who they're talking about.
Well, yeah, most definitely. I'm gonna definitely stay tuned.
Most definitely abundance, brother.
just say something
All right,
then.
go
Because I
ahead.
actually know a lot about the genetic thing, but I think if someone's superior, they're superior regardless of the race. For example, there's a guy in Nigeria with 190 IQ, and he'd have a higher IQ than
Aaron, that's not how we're gonna start. All right. So are we all one species? Don't just be babbling
I think
on.
we're
All
all
right?
one species. But
Okay. Can
I
you
think
explain? Hold on, nigga. Like I said, calm your ass down. Tame the animals inside of you, bro. Because I'm not finna deal with that shit. I'll get you up out of here.
but the
So
group of
you said
related.
we're
Can I just
all
say?
one species. So you said we're all one
No, I
species. So
said
I
we're
need you
not.
to
I
explain.
said we're not all one species. East
All right.
Asians have the
So
highest
can you
amount of
explain that?
Neanderthal DNA.
All right. So can you
I have
explain that
Neanderthal
genetically?
DNA. You have Homo erectus DNA. We're mostly Homo sapien. We're all like 80% Homo sapien. But the group most related to Neanderthals are actually sub-Saharan Africans. Even though East Asians have the highest amount of Neanderthal DNA, sub-Saharan Africans have higher amount of like archaic hominid ancestors. Also genetic drift, East Asians are less related. But if you actually look up Andre DNA, the modern group most related to Neanderthals is actually sub-Saharan Africans, even though they don't have any, they have Homo erectus DNA. And the modern groups most related to apes are Khoisan and Mabuti pygmies. And I have noticed a trend of being less related to apes and being more related to Homo sapiens, on average being more advanced. But, I think if you're superior, regardless of your race and ethnicity. For example, Swiss Germans have a similar genetic distance to apes as British people, but they're more related to Homo sapiens, and I would say they're more advanced. For example, the first Bronze Age civilization in Europe, the Minoans.
All right, I didn't ask for history, so I'm gonna just ask you, why is your people being removed from the planet?
My page, and you'll see the genetic distance.
Why are your people being removed from the planet?
Define my people.
Why is the eukaryotic cell organism being removed from the planet?
Who's my people? Do you mean like Cro-Magnons?
The eukaryotic cell organisms.
The group most related to Homo sapiens are Samaritans.
Why are the eukaryotic cell organisms being removed from the planet?
What's eukaryotic cell organisms?
You just said you understood genetics, bro.
No, I understand, like, there's archaic, but if you're going to say, like, one group is less human, wouldn't it be, like, like, the group most related to apes is sub-Saharan Africans.
Hold on. Human is just a title. I don't care about that. I'm just asking, why is the eukaryotic cell being removed?
Spiteful mutants in the population. They're spiteful mutants. See, in the 1800s, until the 1800s, there was a death rate of 50%, and then a lot of spiteful mutants. 88% of genes in the brain are 88% of genes are in the brain, and see, a lot of people are surviving who wouldn't have regularly survived. Like the death rate in the 1800s was 50%. Most children would die before the age of 50%. And then, like, basically, you have if you have high mutation load in the body, like a bad immune system, which would make you die before the age of 1, you'd be more likely to have high mutation load in the mind. And see, women were given voting rights, and see, have voting rights, and see, women.
Bro, hold on.
Oh, they're trash. Like the population, the British population are a load of trash. They're a bunch of blacks.
Do y'all see this? He can't even stop himself. Like, he literally can't stop himself.
Take over the whole world.
This is gene expression right here. Look, he just
the groups most related to Iron Age Israelites are Samaritans.
Like, look, it don't matter what happens. He's gonna do the same thing. Like, this can't be a real person, nigga.
Oh, I am a real person. I'm at the front of pro-Israel rallies.
Nigga, UVC radiation is fucking them up. Cause what the fuck, bro? I just said hold on 8 times, and this nigga did not stop. Like, do y'all see this? This is who y'all share DNA with.
Say whatever they want to me, racist and hateful things. And I won't do anything unless someone becomes violent towards me. But if someone becomes violent towards my defense...
Now he's saying I'm being violent towards him because he won't stop talking.
Based on the race or this or group religion.
He requested up to my panel.
He developed a hatred against someone based on the race or this or group or religion. If I feel it
you gotta go, bro. There's no way, nigga. Oh my gosh, bro. There's no fucking way. Oh my gosh, bro. Like, nigga, are you serious? Like, that's actually insane. Like, I've never seen nothing like that ever, bro. Like, I told this nigga to hold on 8 times, and the nigga didn't stop. Like, I muted him, he unmutes and just, wow. Okay. Go ahead, S. Like, that's insane.
What's up?
How you doing? Are we all one species?
No, we're not.
All right, can you explain that?
Okay, so yeah, we're not all one species. Even though there are certain exceptions where powerful enough souls can incarnate into certain vessels through certain bloodlines, even if they are more diluted, I guess you could say. But yeah, essentially, I guess the so-called black people are a different species. Yes, different amounts of, like you say, neuromelanin, different amounts of copper to generate electricity, Um, what else? Uh, my bad. I'm kind of blanking a little bit, but essentially, yes. I believe there is a difference. There is a difference.
So can you break that down? What you just stated, so so the room can understand. Because you said you were talking about souls inhabit diluted bodies. Can you break down what you mean by that?
Yeah, basically. So typically, a soul would choose a powerful soul typically choose a heavily melanated vessel. But if the bloodline is if the bloodline is of a certain bloodline of a past heavily melanated tribe, I guess you could say. Because, like you said, there's been a lot of breeding, interbreeding, hybridization, etc. But so yeah, essentially, if
Do
the
you know
soul
what
is powerful enough,
hybridization is?
uh, genetic splicing, like so I guess you could say like how the Anunnaki did genetic splicing, where it creates the ability to intermix. Or I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
The inability to procreate, or are you
My
saying
bad. I'm not understanding. What do you mean?
are you saying like hybridization is just genetic splicing?
Genetic splicing to be able to procreate. Genetic splicing to be able to procreate with other species.
Okay. So that's not true, but you, bro, I don't even know. I'm confused. So you said souls pick heavily melanated bodies.
Yes, typically powerful souls typically do.
All right, so are you saying that they can inhabit another type of body other than so-called black people?
Yes, I believe so.
Can you explain that though?
I mean, I guess I would go more into the route of like of a spiritual concept than a actual than a gene type of concept. If you know what I mean, if you understand what I mean.
I really don't. I'm gonna be 100. I'm very confused. So,
Um,
like, do you know what neuromelanin is?
yeah, like the melanin inside the DNA to that gives access to absorbing the sun, but not like the regular eumelanin that everyone has. But I guess it's the more powerful melanin. I guess it's easier to say.
Right. So everybody don't got melanin, and everybody don't like. There's 3 different types of melanin when it comes to so-called humans, and neuromelanin yes, it helps us absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum, but it's not that. That's not all it's for though. Like, do you know what it is specifically?
No, not specifically.
All right, so I feel like you should go like do more research on what it is specifically, because I feel like that's why you're saying that a soul can inhabit a body that's not so-called black.
Okay. What would your thoughts be then on all right, let's say like mixed people. What would you say is their would they be able to inhabit a soul? I mean, would their vessel be able to inhabit a soul?
If your mother is so-called black, then you're just a so-called black person.
Okay, so if the if the father is black, but the mother is not, then would it still be the same outcome or no?
Nah, that would be a eukaryotic hybrid because you get 95% of your genetic material from your mother. So like your mother's genes is gonna rule 100% of the time, no matter what. So you are what your mother is.
Okay. Um, what's another question? So what are your thoughts on the soul and incarnation?
All right, so so-called, let me just say it like this: so-called black people are the soul, because I want you to look at the etymology of soul, and then you'll kind of understand. Like once you're looking into neuromelanin, then you're looking into the etymology of soul, then it'll kind of give you your answer. Because so-called black people, we are the soul walking in the flesh.
Okay, does it have to do with the sun or no? The etymology of the soul.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, nah, I guess that's it for now. Appreciate it.
No problem. Abundance.
Nothing but peace and blessings to you too, or abundance, should I say?
All right. Go ahead, Malik.
Yeah, hello. I feel like, okay, so I hear your argument, and you're right and you are wrong at the same time. Like, I do agree. I do agree with you. Like, you can say we're not all the same, but to go and say that they're a whole different species is kind of outlandish. Because, like, do you agree? If you're two different species, right? You're not able to procreate. Is that correct? Like, I'm not able to have a child with a fucking turtle, right?
So right. So just because you can have a offspring, like just because two organisms can have an offspring, doesn't always make them the same species.
Okay, so explain then what two offsprings that are different species can have a kid.
For an example, like a lion and a tiger, or something like that. Like that's just an example, but like two organisms, just because they can create an offspring, doesn't always make them the same species.
But then, think about it like this: like modern humans, there's no modern human that is purely bred one race. I feel like everyone is a mixture nowadays. Like you
Like
can't just.
race is theoretical, and so-called black people, we have antigens on the outside of our blood, so we don't have any animal DNA.
What do you mean animal?
Right, so everybody outside of us possesses animal DNA from multiple different types of animals to make up their organism. But
Okay,
with
so do
so-called
you
black
not
people,
think of
we
it
don't
like
have
this? Your
DNA.
ancestors.
Right, so with so-called black people, we don't have any animal DNA. So go ahead.
So you're American. Are you an American?
That's a title.
I mean, where were you born? Like, I'm talking about your ancestors. Like, if you're an American, right? You have ancestors that came from Africa that
Right.
also.
So my thing is, so-called black people was on all land masses on this planet, and we actually stem from the cosmos. So I don't really care about the names that you're saying on these land masses. Like
It's not. I'm not talking. It's not like the name. I'm talking about you had ancestors that probably go with like a Native American, right? You have DNA in you that is not African. No one is 100% African.
like I said, you're bringing up titles again. It doesn't matter. We're not talking about African American. We're not talking about Native Americans. We're not talking about Europeans. We're not talking about none of that because that's all made up titles. I'm talking about genetics.
Okay, you got animal DNA from your ancestors. Everyone does.
Okay, can you explain that biologically and genetically?
Okay, my mom is not a dark skinned woman. She has light skin, but she is also considered black. Now, why is that?
Because
Because she mixed.
because hold on, the so-called black woman can create 48 known shades of herself. That's why. So neuromelanin comes in 48 different shades plus the seven chakra colors. This is why you seen on the pyramids Osiris was green. You feel me? So we don't just create one color. It's not just supposed to be just so-called dark skinned people. That don't matter.
Exactly. So,
You're saying exactly, but you use that to disagree with me, so I'm kind of confused now.
I agree we're not all the same species. I think we should.
Aaron, don't start that shit. Wait your turn.
okay, like using your logic, that's like saying, bro, you can't be saying this.
Okay, then biologically and genetically prove me wrong because so far you're doing a terrible job.
You're wrong.
Aaron, I'm not. Ooh, that nigga just don't shut up. Go ahead, Malik.
Biologically and genetically, you're saying that we're not the same species, right?
All right.
Biologically and genetically, there is a difference between dogs and wolves, right? Like, and they can still have a child. There's no,
We can only have offspring now because of introgression. 4,000 years ago, it was not possible.
so what made that possible?
She just said it. Literally.
You can't, if it's impossible, how does it just become possible?
Nigga, she just said it. Like, do you not listen?
Hybridization
She didn't
is
even
only,
say that. She said introgression. Like,
introgression is only possible if you are the same species. You have to
How is
share.
introgression possible if you do know that introgression is taking genetic material from one species and introgressing genes from a completely different species, which is then done through hybridization, and then there's several different types of hybridization. So it's unnatural. So the answer to your question is yes, it can happen today, but it is not happening or occurring naturally.
How is it unnatural?
bro, there's no
What
way.
makes it unnatural?
Yeah, you're trolling. Gotta be.
What's the conversation about? I just got in here.
What you say, Malik?
I'm saying, how can it be unnatural if you can naturally have mixed children?
Because she just broke it down on why we're able to procreate with this species. And you just it kind of went over your head because you're not listening. That's the thing.
I'm trying to listen though, because it doesn't make sense to me.
It don't make sense because you don't understand what she's talking about. So
Yep.
maybe you should go study.
I don't know, man. If you can procreate, that makes you the same species in a way.
Yeah, that's after, like, what she's talking about is before we started having or was able to have children with these people. That's literally what she's talking about. And you, like I said, you wasn't listening.
So before they were able to have, before we were able to have children with them, what would happen?
What I mean, shit. Look what happened to Brazil. Fucking all these diseases started to take place. They wiped out 2 continents full of so-called black people.
It's true, but that's
All right.
because they were dirty. They did not understand soap.
Right. So that's because their semen was toxic.
And over time, we became the same species because of that.
Do you understand evolution and out of Africa, like with us saying that we have the same ancestor and came from the same place?
I'm pretty sure all humans came from Africa.
But are you able to articulate that? I'm just asking a question.
What do you mean, articulate?
Do you understand the base premise of what you're saying enough to hold a discussion about it?
Yes.
Okay, so then how do we go from haploids to diploids?
Evolution.
All right, my fault. My grandma called me. What happened?
DNA will change over time. That's what I'm. You can't. Everyone has a mix in them. No one is 100% one DNA. You understand?
Can you explain to us how we went from haploids to diploids or autotroph beings to being heterotroph? Like, if we have the same common ancestor and you're saying that we're the same today, we originated from a particular place. I'm just asking you to articulate that.
Articulate how we went from haploids to diploids.
Please.
We did that through evolution because we mixed with them. What are you not understanding?
Because a haploid and a diploid are two different things. I'm asking how we went from being prokaryotic organisms to now being eukaryotic.
Because our DNA is able to evolve over time. You know about evolution?
Asking how?
You're asking me how? Because over time they kept trying to mix.
What we're explaining is that once upon a time it was unable to happen. So how did we get to the point of being able to do it? That never changed our origin or our single species. So we're asking you to explain your basis of evolution in out of Africa.
The same way they did it with breeding dogs. That is the same way. Over time, if you do that over and over, it's able to happen naturally in nature.
So how did the dog get here if the dog is unnatural to the planet?
Or unnatural influence.
What?
We influence their DNA unnaturally. Like DNA mutates over time.
Wait, you said DNA mutates over time?
It can, like skin trait.
You said okay, yeah.
White skin is a genetic mutation.
So it can, but that's unnatural though, because that which is natural doesn't change unless something unnatural takes place with it. Would you agree?
You said, wait, say that again?
I said that which is natural cannot change unless something unnatural takes place to it. Would you agree?
Right. Yeah, I
Okay
agree.
then. So just because you're saying DNA, don't say DNA mutates over time. Something unnatural has to take place in order for it to mutate.
I don't know. I feel like you're a racist. This is a racist claim.
I'm a racist, but you keep agreeing with the shit I'm saying. Okay, I guess that makes sense.
We can agree on certain points, but your overall argument is flawed.
You didn't even understand that there was 5 different types of melanin because your initial argument. Hold on, your initial argument was we're literally all the same. We just have a different shade. That's literally all you said, which is just false. And then I had to break it down to you and explain that the type of melanin you have is explaining what type of DNA you have. And then you just kind of kept coming up here saying, well, I don't know.
This is very basic science. For it to be 2 different species, it cannot be able to procreate.
And like I told you, just because 2 species or just because 2 organisms can procreate doesn't make them the same species. Literally just told you that. And gave you an example.
A lion and a tiger are both cats. They're in
They're
the.
not the same species, right or wrong.
They are.
You said they're not?
They are able to procreate, so they
Are
are.
they the same species? Yes or no?
You said a lion
Are
and a
they the same
tiger.
species? Yes or no?
What?
Are they the same species? Yes or no?
Yes, you can classify them as the same species.
Yeah, nigga, get off my live with that dumb shit. I'm not even gonna listen to that. Go ahead, Black.
Yeah, good. Good
You talking to a
afternoon,
microwave?
right? You hear me?
Yeah, barely. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not really here to do anything but to understand better what you're saying because I agree with it, and I just want to say one thing. Like, a lot of these terms and that you're using kind of going over a lot of people's heads, so they're not really understanding exactly what you're saying because they don't really have the education of it. So that's what causing a lot of misunderstanding. So I might be one of them. So I am just here for you to to explain some for me, right? I just want to know if you could explain the difference between the two in terms of genetics. I know you did it before, but I would just like you to do it again, if it's not a problem.
Nah. What you can do though, I got books. Me and Skywatcher got books on her TikTok, and then I got books on the highlights on my Instagram. You can go cop those books and start to learn for yourself. Learn for yourself.
No shade, y'all, but as a community, this is what's holding us back is that we haven't understood genetics. You see what I'm saying? We've exhausted history and it's gotten us nowhere. Now, when we hear something for the first time we haven't heard, we want a way we can articulate it in our own words to children, or else we stay indoctrinated. So the brother is not being disrespectful or rude. We just want to actually help our people ascend. Disrespectful or rude. We just want to actually help our people ascend. And the only way you can do that is by sitting with yourself first.
All right, so if I say that I have a different strong point that probably you may not understand, all right? And this is just not my strong point, and I would like you to help me understand it. Why is that an issue? Because I sure that I could share information with you that you may not be aware of. My studies has just not have been this line of study. That doesn't take away from me doing anything. It's just this was not my line of study. So if I am asking just for a broad scope, I'm not telling you to go in depth. I will do some reading on my own, but I'm just asking just to explain like on a surface level so I could use this and go forward with it. That is all I am asking.
Right. So, do you agree with the topic or do you disagree?
I agree.
All right. So you already have a base understanding that we're not all one species. So how about you do research on that right there?
Next time, brother, when you see him live, you can help him go live and help other brothers wake up. But if he sit here and tell you, you're not going to even retain the information because you don't even understand the words he's using. That's why we're saying that. You see what I'm saying? You see how we sat there and we told the brother a minute ago, introgression is when you take genetic material from one species and you introgress the genes with another species that's done through hybridization. If you don't know what species, if you don't know what genes or introgression mean, then how can we build? You see what I'm saying? You got to go, because
Okay.
nobody told us. Like, we didn't go to nobody and be like, help us, help us. We just locked in and did it because we understood
Okay, so
that genetics, the base word of that is gene, which means origin. So racism is pseudo. So whoever says pseudoscience and racism, your entire medical industry is built off of pseudoscience because it has to be. Okay, you guys don't know anything, so you have to study. But what we're discussing is, what are you studying on who, and what part of the experiment are black people being used? So if you think that's racism with us trying to shed light on what's happening to our women, our children, our men, then go sit with yourself about that. You see what I'm saying? All we're saying to our brothers and sisters is that we have to be more self-sufficient. They're sitting here telling you leave the world behind, and we constantly want to hang on to it. You're not going to have phones. You see what I'm saying? You're not going to have the internet. A lot of places in the world don't have that. There's 19 plus million people right now that's been without power for months in the world. So just because it hasn't hit America doesn't mean that it's not coming. It's already happening globally. So we're giving you the best advice that we can by telling you, lock in with yourself, because that's all you're going to be left with.
In facts.
All right, so you said a lot, right? So what is the purpose of this life? Just for debate? Or there is no educational purposes for someone in this life? Because what I am saying is, and you're missing my point, is I am educated in other fields that I am sure I can help you with. I am just not a pro in this field. That doesn't take away from me having information on anything, because this information just teach you about who you are. My information could probably help you stay alive and sustain yourself in
How
a
come you
more
didn't come to the
sufficient
live
way.
sharing that information instead of just asking us for information? That's called energy usurping, if you understand energy. Why aren't you sharing
Because,
instead of asking? The first thing that you said is help me.
hello,
Like you can't fire your
hello,
own
sis,
synapses
sis,
and spark your own
sis.
neurons. I'm just holding you accountable, brother, because this is how we ascend. Just like here, you're asking him, he could ask you, but did he? No, you requested up to his live. So if you have something to share with the brother, share it with your brother, but that's not what you did though.
Go ahead, Black.
I'm being muted, and I feel like I come to you just for you to start a fire burning, and I'm just being rejected in all
Nah,
form of
brother. Like,
fashion.
hold on,
And
brother.
let me just
Hold on.
finish say what I'm saying, right?
Right, I'm
I
saying,
not
but
coming here.
hold up. I'm
I'm not
gonna
going
say
to
this
come.
though. You're not being rejected. I'm
No,
literally
but let
just
me say what I'm
I point.
saying. Let me just
See,
finish say what I'm saying.
nah, cause you not finna play up here like that though. Respectfully, because I literally said me and Skywatcher has books up that you can go study for yourself on the information that we talk about. So I led you to what you need to go do. And if you don't want to go do that, that's completely fine. You feel what I'm saying? That's not my fault. You feel me? So don't try to sit here and act like I'm trying to hoe you or something, cause I'm not, bro. Like, if you want to go learn, I said we have books up there, and if you don't want to go get those books, then I don't know what to tell you. But don't try to make it seem like, oh, I'm just trying to like, nah, I'm not doing that. Oh my goodness. But go ahead, Black. Hold up, Lion. I get to you. Go ahead, Black. Oh, my fault. Go ahead. I was trying to turn your mic on. Go ahead, Black Sheep.
All right. So what I was saying is, right, I'm not just going to come here in this space just tell you what I know when there's already a topic going on. I am coming to stay aligned to the topic. And I misunderstand the purpose of the life. I thought the purpose of the life was to assist, you know? So I didn't know that the purpose of the life was just for debate. And that's where I went wrong. So I apologize and I would leave peacefully. Thank you very much.
We're projecting, but have a nice day, brother.
Yeah, the only people that willing to sit down and teach is children. If you're not a child, then I don't need to teach you. You're grown. You know what I'm saying? Get your synapses firing. You feel me? As a grown ass adult, and go read respectfully. But go ahead, Ziggy. Go ahead. Kais.
All right. So, how do we fly?
All right. Go ahead, Ali. Nigga playing around.
Yeah, I agree on the we're not all the same species, but we're in the in the cosmos, like did because if you introgressed from another species, what would that species be? Like if so-called black people introgressed from another species.
You're just saying the word introgress because you heard me say it, but do you actually know what that means? Because it has nothing to do with evolution. It's something that's manually done.
Yeah, so do you guys not think that somebody did that somewhere out in the cosmos somewhere?
If you, and I'm not being disrespectful, but if you understand the biochemical substance that's functioning so-called black people, then you wouldn't ask that because it was crafted by the universe. It's the fabric of the universe. So
Right.
how do you know how the universe was sparked?
No, probably by like a star or a nucleus or something.
A star or a nucleus? Which one?
Maybe
By
like
your guess.
a nucleus.
You know, a nucleus is something that's found in a eukaryotic cell, but you asked about so-called black people. That's the opposite species, and you said that we were a different species.
Oh, my bad for that.
No, it's no bad. It's just that, you know, when y'all request up here saying that you're able to hold the conversation, that's it.
Well, really, I was just wondering because I was trying to like elevate, like go back even farther than like whenever like it was done on Earth, like the hibernization.
What do you mean by that?
Like you guys, obviously, you guys are saying that this life started in the cosmos, right? So who crafted the first beings, basically?
Like, are you saying how did so-called black people get to the state that they're in?
Like before Earth. I don't know, that's probably too mystical, so my bad.
No, I'm not understanding the question. Like, what are you saying? What created life? Like, oh, all right. Go ahead, Ruga.
Yeah, I was invited up here.
Yeah, because brother was down in the comments saying that we needed to teach him, and all this other kind of stuff. I just wanted
No,
to
I think
express your frequency on what you meant by that after you heard, you know what I'm saying, what we
yeah.
really said now. Do you
Can
still
can
agree with? Go ahead.
can I say what I want to get out and without getting knocked off the panel? I ain't gonna curse. I ain't gonna be disrespectful or any of that. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I just feel like a lot of people can go and pick up a book and read it and have an understanding of what it is they taking in or trying to take in. You know what I mean? Other people can't really learn that way. I feel as though we doing a disservice to our own people when they're genuinely asking, you know what I mean, for clarity. We should give clarity, you know what I
Well,
mean?
you
As
want to
much
know
as
why that is?
yeah,
Like,
go ahead, bro.
all right. So the reason why a lot of people can't read and learn off of reading is because they have an underdeveloped brain. Respectfully,
No,
they're still in a child.
yo,
Hold on.
cause
They're
you just
still in
cut
a
me
hold
off, bro.
on. They're still in a childlike mindset. That's the thing. See, only children ask questions.
Hey,
You feel
bro, I'm
like
46 years old. I don't
the
need you to
thing.
explain that to me.
All right, so you understand, right? So if you understand that, then why are you coming up here saying that? You feel me? Like, if you're a grown ass adult, you should be able to spark your own neurons and actually go read. You feel what I'm saying? Like, coming up here asking another grown ass person to spark your neurons for you is crazy. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why I would have, or if anybody needs to teach another grown ass adult anything, when they're literally capable of going to practice neuroplasticity themselves. Now, if a child came up here, that's a completely different story. I would teach a child. You feel what I'm saying? But as far as another grown ass adult, nah. Because you have the ability to go and learn just like I was learning. You feel me? Because we're genetically the same. So if you ain't got that discipline to sit down with yourself and learn, that's on you. That ain't on me. But go ahead.
All right. At the end of the day, generally, as our people, like, we learn up until the point we die. At least you should be. Know what I mean? At the end of the day, just because a particular field or something don't spark something right away in someone doesn't mean that they can excel at that field once somebody breaks it down to where it needs to be at the end of the day, right? Like, I kind of, for your topic, I kind of teach, well, my group kind of teach people similar things, know what I mean? But we kind of lead with science that people already know. Know what I mean? Like the haploscience, right? And two of the haplogroups coming out of Africa aren't real. They hypothetical. So that cuts off the lineage of real. They hypothetical. So that cuts off the lineage of that group of people from every other group of people in the world, right? And then we base, know what I mean, our building on top of that because that's relevant science that most people know and understand, right? I haven't heard anything that y'all teach, know what I mean? Because the people that's asking, y'all haven't really responded upon nothing. So I don't know if that could link into that. Know what I mean? I'm guessing what y'all teaching is a higher level than that. So maybe y'all could start off with something that's more on a common level for people at the end of the day. I'm just saying, but I believe it's a disservice for us not to at least give somebody a open door to be able to go down that path. To tell someone like
That's
you need
exactly
to
what I
do it
did,
yourself
brother.
is crazy.
That's exactly what I did, brother. I said both of us got books posted that you can go purchase and do the research. So I did,
Yeah, but if the
that's what
horse
I
right
did.
here, why am I go? If I can get the horse right here and you can break it down for me, why am I going? I'm gonna go read the book eventually. Yeah, but if I got the people right here, I want to conversate with the people. You
But
understand what I'm saying?
why would
Because
I
if you
conversate with?
understand the
Hold on.
information, you
Why would I conversate with somebody who's not even adding though? Because this is a top. This is literally a topic right here. We are not all one species. So if you don't, if you either agree or disagree, you should come up here with already knowledge on what I'm talking about. And you're saying we should start somewhere lower. So you want me to lower myself to teach other grown adults? That makes no sense. You feel what I'm saying? Like I didn't put in hours of studying just to lower myself to teach another grown adult who could have been and should have been doing the same thing. So I'm not sure what you're
The
talking
thing
about.
is that Ether, me, Denzel, all of us knew to sit with ourselves. We
are you
eventually had to get to the point of sitting with ourselves. Look at all the so-called spiritual leaders we had before us.
But
Look
let
at
me ask you
nature.
this:
You know what I'm saying? So the
You
thing
made
is
books
that
because you're a
the
teacher.
brother came up here and asked for more knowledge after sitting on a panel where he heard a discussion about the topic and then proceeded to ask that. Like, he wasn't sitting in a live that was already giving him the knowledge. And he wanted more on top of that. That's called energy usurping. If a brother responds and say, you know what, brother, this will break it down to you, go this way. I don't want to do that. Okay, well then that's, you know what I'm saying, next guest. We can't help everybody that doesn't want to ascend. If you don't want to gain your own consciousness so that way that you can articulate it in your own words, then how can we teach it to children? I'm not going to teach my children something that somebody else told me. I'm going to teach my children what I learned, because as the mother of life, 40 to 60% of their IQ comes from me. You see what I'm saying? So we got to start being a little bit more aggressive with how we actually ascend and stop playing and keeping each other comfortable and it being each other's enabler. That's a grown man that probably is, both of me and Ether put together, he probably is older than us. Why are you asking people that you should have given the torch to for information? If you have information, brother, then share it so we can build. So maybe we're just not in the same frequency. The best way for me to help you raise your frequency is for me to be the example. I can't shift your frequency for you. Only you can do that.
Facts.
Okay, so um I'm assuming because we making books, we're teachers because we making information for people to learn from, right? That don't know the information, right? So that's one thing right here. Second thing is we on TikTok. Most of the people that we dealing with are over 18. They're grown, right? They're grown, right? So at the end of the day, like dealing with reality, right? We're in a situation where there's no children, right? There's all adults. We have books to teach. I'm not under some. There's a disconnect for me, right? Because y'all teachers, you want people to know the information, but you want to have conversations.
Nobody claimed to be a teacher for one. Like if you look at my profile, it literally you're gonna see I am not a teacher. You feel what I'm saying? So maybe you should have did a little bit more research.
You
on
made books for people
these
to
type.
learn, right?
No, I never made a book. All the books I got are from people who study these things and that actually have degrees on what I'm
You said
talking
the
about.
sister made books.
What?
You said the sister made books.
No, I never said. I said we have books posted, bro. Nobody made books.
Oh, okay, my bad then. I misspoke or I misheard.
Right. So these are books from geneticists, biologists, neuroscientists. So the you can go get these books and learn the same information that we're learning, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Like it's not like I said, it's not my job to teach another adult, especially one, you feel me, who y'all niggas be grown as hell. 50 years old and you can't even tell me nothing about your own genetics. You feel what I'm saying? So that's not my fault that you don't know about your genetics at 50 years old. You feel what I'm saying? Like don't put it on me to
No,
teach
you absolutely
grown
right,
ass
but ain't
people.
nobody putting it on you, bro, at the end of the day. And it's a disservice to say because someone is older than you, they should know as much or more than you. Because in obviously the present state of the situation, that's not the case. There's a lot of motherfuckers that's older than me that's dumb as fuck at the end of the day. Know what I mean? That
Right.
still
Which part
doesn't mean that, know what I mean, information shouldn't be shared based upon another person's academic level. Like
right,
that's
brother.
wild
Can I ask you a
crazy.
question? So what would make more sense, brother? For me to teach a child so that the next generation can be better, or teach grown ass adults who could,
Who's saying that you had to do one or the other? That's the weird thing. Who said you
No,
had to
you
do one or
have
the
to do
other?
one or the other. Children matter way more than adults. Like what
Absolutely,
do you,
but if you got
okay
adults that's
then.
willing to listen while you teaching the children, how you not teach them as well? You can't tell them that they can't listen. That's
I
weird.
No, because
they're
a
li-
person that's lit. My bad, brother. Go ahead.
now I was just finna say they're listening right now.
Yeah.
Everybody in here heard me say that both of us have books posted. So as a grown ass adult, it's either you're gonna go on the pages and look for the books and get the book that interests you that you want to learn more on, or you just gonna stay in here and listen. I don't know what to tell you. Like you're trying to make it seem like why would I teach a grown ass
No, I
person, bro?
get it, little bro. It's upsetting to me to see that the people that's coming up under me is malice with the information, bro. Like that's crazy to me. Like that's how I see it. It's a sort of kind of gatekeeping almost.
How am I gatekeeping
How
when
is he
I'm
Because you
gatekeeping?
telling somebody because they're older than you can't divulge the information that you know.
Brother,
You
we tell
understand what I'm
people the
saying?
same age as us. We tell people younger than us. It's a little bro right now that's trying to debunk us now. He in school trying to debunk us in between
No,
classes.
that's cool. That's cool. But
Okay,
we ain't
so it
talking
does
about the
not
little
have anything to
bro.
do with age. We don't subscribe to
No,
ageism.
they
We know
absolutely
that
do
that's not
because
the
he
case.
said
But what
why.
we're saying is this brother came to the live and said, I have something to add, but can you just give me everything you got? That's
He
not
said a
a
whole
person that
lot of
actually wants
times
to
that he
learn
wasn't.
or listen. Brother, he was on the panel listening to the dialogue exchange and still asked that when the key words were dropped. Do you think that that's somebody that really wants to learn, or is that somebody that just wants to usurp energy?
You
that's
being
This isn't a
disingenuous
talent
because he
show.
said
This
a
is
lot
this
of times
the
that he
host. The
wasn't
reason why
teaching
the host
nobody
goes
older than.
live is because our women, our children, and our men are being snatched. And I know I said that the first time, And every time I say that, nobody says a damn thing about it. And then yet we got this conversation here. So how much does our community actually care about children? Because adults are adults. We're already indoctrinated. We already been poisoned. We already struggling with antigens. If you don't understand by now that the change that you're looking for is through children, I got news for you. Because if I got a sister, she has 4 children, right? Don't you know that's 4 new chances? Plus every chance
You
that they're
arguing the point. I'm not
given in
arguing.
every situation. So I'm not arguing with you. I speak with intensity. What I'm saying is that we cannot enable each other to stay in the vibration that we're at. That's literally why we're here. So you have never been, when he asked that question, he wasn't expecting that answer. Most people will just give you all the information. And then what do people do with that? Nothing. When the information has already been given to you, it should spark enough in you to go do it right then and there. If you're not lazy, because I want to learn from my own perspective so that way that I can actually interpret it to children. You know that a 3-year-old can come in here right now and actually point out in nature and tell you that's prokaryotic, that's eukaryotic. And his 9-year-old sister can run circles around every person that's in this room. The 9-year-old starseed is at school saying, I don't care, ma'am, you're eukaryotic. You won't be on the planet much longer, and can explain it genetically. Children can comprehend this in 3 days. Me and Denzel taught 4 starseeds in 3 days, and that was it. You want to know why? Because their mothers they be in the room and the children be next to them. So every time when we say something about children and y'all never mind it, they hear that, by the way. They hearing the way that the adults, how they're stepping for them, how they're lazy. The starseed went to her school library and grabbed a book about matter because she heard me and Denzel say something about it. But this brother that already has all this knowledge about whatever the fuck it is, we'll never know, gets upset when we tell him to go grab the books. A starseed is happy to get a piece so that way that they can be creative with it. What happened to us as adults? That's why I'm about done talking to adults. Send me your children. I can do better with children than I can with indoctrinated, stagnant adults.
Facts. Like, the reason why so-called black people are in the predicament that we're in right now is because all your damn leaders are hyper focused on adults and they want to change the word for adults. Nah, nigga, we gotta change the world we gotta change the future. We gotta change our children because our children are the only ones that matter. Like, not to say that, shout out to my brothers and sisters who's adults, but children, they matter more than y'all, respectfully. You feel what I'm saying? Like, as a grown ass adult, if you're not trying to learn thyself for your children or for children, then what's your purpose? Like, I'm confused. What do you have to contribute? Like, we've been focused on adults for 50 plus years. Y'all niggas want better police officers. Y'all niggas want better education. What about children though? Children are the ones getting snatched because y'all niggas are so focused on fucking grown children.
Want better poison.
Man.
I asked my cousin, she said, oh yeah, and they're teaching fake math and science in school. I said, so then why do you have both of your children there? Crickets. Still ain't got an answer. It's been days.
Man, it's like we can admit that the shit that we're learning is fake. But nigga, you as an adult don't gotta go through that no more. Children gotta go through that. So why are we subjugating children to this nonsense? Like y'all niggas be I don't even know. Like we claim we woke, we spiritual, you know what I'm saying? We divine, we claim all of this, but we letting our children suffer though. So how are you a divine being, but you're letting children suffer because you want to give a fuck about another grown ass person? It's because y'all niggas really love the world though. Y'all niggas really love the world, bro. Y'all want to sound intelligent and smart to other adults. That's the thing. I don't care about no adults. I care about children. Y'all niggas just want to sound smart, bro. And I can tell. Y'all always come in here. So after I debunk y'all ass brothers, y'all want to sit here and say, okay, so what's the point of this live? For children, nigga. You think I'm worried about you as a grown adult who's been successfully indoctrinated? No, nigga. I care about children. That's why I make these lives so that my brothers and sisters can take this information back to children. Truthfully. I don't care about if adults is waking up. I care about if our children are waking up. Uh, go ahead, Allah.
Peace and wholeness to everyone. Um, just want to add up to what happened. I 100% agree with you guys. You know, there was nothing disrespectful about referring to the books. When I heard it, I was like, okay, awesome. I'm going to go check it out because you can't argue with no one when you don't have information. They offer you information exactly. Grown up goes and learns it. Just want to, before I ask a question, just want to briefly say something about myself. I pulled my kids out of school because it's crazy, it's corruption, like nothing about nature is taught there, nothing about our nature is taught there. And just to let you know, on the frequency that I operate, about 5-7 years ago, I realized I need to learn who I am so that I can teach my kids who they are, so that I can change the world. So again, I agree that you need to impact, inspire children and teach them the truth so we can change the world, right? Now, um, in terms of what this debate is about, right? I cannot argue with you because I don't have enough knowledge, but thankfully you guys have some information that I can go and check it out. I have a question to the host. I heard you said, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard you said that a soul is the only thing that can come or incarnate into the so-called black body vessel, right? Is that what you said? That only a soul can do that?
No, I said so-called black people themselves, they are the soul walking in the flesh. So everybody thinks the soul is just like the soul has you know, it has that something that light beam form, but here in the physical, so-called black people are the soul walking in the flesh because they're neuromelanated.
Okay, so I'm not as far as I know, maybe down the line if I research and I find and I get downloads from life, I'm not so-called black people, right? So what does that make me, according to what you're saying? Does that make me not a soul?
What is your mother?
Like I'm originally from Afghanistan. I'm Pashtun. We are from mountains, like Rocky Mountains. So my mother is not also so-called black person, right?
That would make you a eukaryotic cell organism.
Okay, so does that mean I'm not a soul?
Nah. To be soul, you have to come from the solar system, aka the so-called black woman.
Okay, so the soul you're referring to is it's not a biological thing, right? It's like an energy.
All
epilepsy
eukaryotes by design. Hold on, Steven. But nah, I'm referring to.
We are the same species, you idiots.
Right, you can't control the animals within you, so you gotta go. But
like what I understand from soul is
my
this.
fault. He kind of messed it up. What was you asking? I apologize.
I was asking, no problem. I was asking, like, you know, how I understand soul. It's something that never was born, never was created, and never dies. That's what I understand a soul is. Like people say, I also don't say that we have soul. I believe we are soul. We have a body, but we are not you know how nowadays people like, you have a soul. No, you don't have a soul. You are a soul, which is in the body. You have a body, right? So am I not a soul? You know, the energy I have within me, you know, the desire to connect with the truth, with the knowing myself, knowing the origins, and, you know, striving to be who I am, if I remember who I am. Is it that the skin color proves that someone is a soul and my skin color prove that I am not a soul?
Nah, it's not about skin color. It's about genetics. So,
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah,
so
you're right.
because
You're
you
right.
get
I
right,
apologize.
so because you get 95% of your genetic material from your mother,
Yeah.
this is what determines if you're so-called black because she's what determines if you're producing neuromelanin, which neuromelanin is just condensed sunlight and it can condense sunlight. This is
Okay.
why so-called black people absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Gotcha.
So
So
we actually perform what you would call black body radiation.
I see. I see. So, in practical way, having neuromelanin, how does that look in real life? Like if I'm like your companion in life, or I'm just a student in your life, I'm just around with you, and how would I know you're besides the the dark skin color? What is this neuromelanin gives you in terms of difference of abilities walking on Earth? Like, for example,
It means you can biosynthesize the sun.
okay, would it be including something like supernatural abilities like affecting atoms to move objects, like telepathy or telekinesis, something like this? Is there something supernatural that I can say, oh, that's what it means someone has neuromelanin? Because the things you're so far spoken about, I can't see them like unless I check it under microscope or do studies on it, right? Anything that's practical for someone to see as an example between someone who has a dark skin and not from black, so-called black people.
Okay, so like I was saying, neuromelanin, it allows you to biosynthesize the sun and you can absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Mhm.
So when you act, like I said, since neuromelanin is condensed sunlight and it can condense sunlight, all soul means is sun. So this is why so-called black people are considered to be the sun people because we produce neuromelanie.
Okay.
So so that's all soul is.
Uh-huh.
So so-called black people are the sun or the soul walking in the flesh. So yeah.
Okay. So I'm not a soul walking in the flesh. Then what am I? Like, what is this consciousness I have? Because it puts me in a place where, damn, what am I? Because I first time came across something like this. This is mind blowing. I really want to understand this. Am I not soul?
You
Like, if
should
I
go. You should go study the differences between prokaryotic and eukaryotic organisms.
is that what you have in
And,
your
and I,
bio? Like, do you
yes,
have?
that's what the books are about. They're about because what you're talking about, you're saying, how can I tell? Looking at someone, and you've asked the question a few different ways, and the host is answering it. I think the reason why you may be having a hard time grasping what he's correlating between is because you don't understand the terminology.
100%. Yeah, I definitely need to educate
Yeah.
myself. But as a layman term, like, if you don't mind, like, for example, I'm saying, if somebody is a soul, the way I understand, right, you can do something really miraculous. If you are not a soul, then you're not able to do like any supernatural
Right. So
ability.
you want to know the superpowers of people, the soul people.
Yes, why not? Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
absolutely. So so-called black women, they're the carriers of the totipotent stem cell, and that's what actually sparks life.
Okay. So
And as far as neuromelanin, they use neuromelanin in a lot of different technologies
mhm.
that these eukaryotic organisms are claim that they're creating. So they're actually their entire world is just based off of our genetics.
Uh-huh. I understand. I understand what you're saying. So
And we actually, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
There's a whole hybrid species on the planet that came through the graping of so-called black women.
Yeah, I that makes sense. Like in your context, it makes sense to me. So there were like throughout the time there were things happening. People were involving themselves in these natural processes, and I believe that's where the mutation happened, and that's why we have so many different races. But you're trying to say that the origin of life comes from neuromelanin composition or whatever it is, right? So if I die, right?
Hold up, you gotta say unalive. F1 in the chat.
Sorry?
You gotta say unalive. You can't say that word.
Oh, okay. If I'm gone, unalive, right? What happens to me as my consciousness? Do you have anything from what you studied in genetics to say, like, what's going to happen to me? What am I?
So
Oh my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that your creator created you with a expiration date. So because you're, yeah, so because you didn't come from the so-called black woman, there's nothing really, as far as you know, what you are.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing really, Spirit is just in the blood or breath.
Okay.
So as far as you, because you're not soul,
Uh-huh.
you're not really gonna go anywhere.
Okay. So what's gonna happen to me compared to you, for example? Like, I'm not going anywhere. Maybe I'm gonna stuck somewhere in somewhere. What's the difference, Because at the end of the day, we're gonna leave physical body, right? I think that's the most important question here. We always learn things throughout lives. I'm always keeping myself open-minded. That's what helps me grow. So what's the difference between me and you once we leave this vessel? What's happening there? What's happening for you? What's happening for me?
So so-called black people, we don't actually unalive.
Okay.
So we because we're soul. See, soul is, we have a etheric body as well.
Okay.
So so-called black people, because that we're soul, we move on. We can, there's multiple different types of planets throughout the galaxy. We can either stay in that soul-like form or that ball of light,
Yeah.
or we can incarnate on another planet.
Like rounds, different rounds that you can go to and be there, or even like be at the same time in different realms. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Right. So we can, we can travel to entire different planet, because
Yeah.
right now this is just a test for
Yeah.
so-called black people.
So I came to the same conclusion. We get download and you get certain information from somewhere. I don't know from where. And I felt the same thing. If I leave this vessel, this will let me go somewhere where there's been existence for always.
Yeah, while you're on Earth, I'm sorry for just butting in. My name is 20.
We gotta, I got you. We gotta talk one at a time, but I'm gonna get to you, 20. Hold on, because there was multiple people before you.
So considering to what you said, does that mean after leaving the vessel, I'm just gonna disappear as a consciousness? I'm not gonna have consciousness anymore?
It's you.
So Allah,
Yeah.
that's why we're saying like you're really gonna have to study genetics, like for real. And I'm saying that respectfully because the base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. So you would first need to understand the origin of both cells, where they came from, and then you can go from micro to macrocosm and answer your own question of what would happen in the so-called afterlife. You feel me?
Yeah, I understand. Just I was asking because a brother said nothing happens to you. So that's why I was like, what does that mean? I cease to exist. I cease to be aware. Even though, like what you're saying, it's two different cells. They
I'm
have
gonna
different
say,
organs.
my bad. I'm gonna say this, and this should shed light.
Okay.
Every virus needs a host.
Okay.
According to when you fully understand this science, technically y'all are not really alive. Y'all are here because y'all are operating off of something else that was already here.
Like artificial intelligence.
If that energy source is cut, if that middleman, aka the nucleus, is removed,
Yeah.
then there is nothing. See, there's something that's connecting y'all, so to speak, to this land.
Okay.
And what's connected to those different in a eukaryotic cell is a nucleus. That is
Okay.
the control center of that cell. So what he's explaining or what we talk about all the time is how the sun is actually deteriorating the eukaryotic cell's nucleus. So when it
Mm.
comes to the term of afterlife, if you didn't actually evolve with the universe, what are you going back to?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
So
If a eukaryotic cell, if the only explanation is electrical fusion, which is manually done, and that is a cell or an organism that did not evolve with the planet naturally,
mhm.
then what can you go back to? And that's why I think it's important to explore.
So it does it you know, to understand in a simple terms, does it mean like I'm kind of a robot with like programming that, you know, once I get expired, the programming is gone, robot is no longer aware of being. That's how it sounds to me.
Yeah, your body could be like an AI in a sense.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I didn't get clear answer, but I got a lot of mind-blowing things here. I'll go study your books, guys. A lot of mind-blowing things here. I'll go study your books, guys, and thank you very much. Peace and love.
Most definitely abundance.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Poppin'. Yo, Poppin', go ahead. Quay two Poppin'. All right, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, you call yourself prokaryotic, and someone like me, eukaryotic. Prokaryotic are single-celled organisms without a membrane, a nucleus, or organella. By design, you can't be a prokaryote. You are a eukaryote like me, because we're both the same species.
Scientifically and biologically explain how we're the same species?
Yes, I can. So, basically, we both, you and I, as anatomically modern humans, have lighter skeletal builds compared to earlier humans. We have rounded skulls, brains of over 1,300 cubic centimeters. This marks us, these characteristics mark us as Homo sapiens sapien, or early humans. Now, this means that we are a subspecies of the earlier Homo sapiens. They are one of many species of the genus Homo, which means man, so human, basically. All humans, by the fact they have 5 fingers and short muzzles, puts them in the taxonomic order primates. These ones are obviously mammals. All mammals have backbones or vertebrates and are therefore a part of the animal kingdom by their characteristics. And the animal kingdom is one of the 4 kingdoms in the biosphere that belongs to the domain eukaryote, because eukaryote is a celled organism with a membrane and a nucleus. You can look at a human skin cell, it can show a nucleus. Your melanin isn't going to change the fact that you and I are the same species.
So do you believe that there's only one type of melanin?
Your melanin isn't going to change the fact that isn't going to change your
That's
skin.
not what I asked. Hold on, Steve.
It
I
doesn't matter
asked
though.
you, do
It's
you
a non-sequitur.
believe if there is only one type of melanin?
I don't know how many types of melanin there are, but it's not going to change the fact
Okay.
that you and
So
I
you're right. No, I'm just asking you a question. So it will change, because if there's a different biochemical substance that we both possess, and it's your genetics that actually connects you to your phenotype, if we can look at each other and tell that we're not the same, then there's different genetic material within our genome. So if you don't understand that there's 3 different types of melanin that pertain to so-called humans, that's a problem.
None of those 3 types
Because
of melanin.
the type of melanin you have is explaining the type of DNA that you
None of those.
have. So neuromelanin is the only so-called melanin that you could have to show biological identification to this planet or anywhere in the cosmos.
No,
Eumelanin and pheomelanin are both pseudomelanin because they're the
none of
same.
those types of melanin
Pheomelanin is
change
actually
our
conducive to
species.
this planet, and it's what animals have. But the problem is that
Like,
eumelanin turns into pheomelanin, and as a IT person or everybody outside of our species, you'll have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin as so-called human. the original humans or the prokaryotic organisms that were here before the eukaryotic cell came were all neuromelanated and were biosynthesizing all forms of radiation. And were also much larger, just like everything else in nature was, according to the
Your
Coniferous
melanin won't stop
era.
you being a
So
eukaryote.
if
It won't
you're
stop you being a
positing
human.
that we're all the same species,
The
please
same
explain
species
to
as
me
me.
how the eukaryotic cell evolved. Go ahead and tell us
Okay.
how the eukaryotic cell got
Your
here, so that
melanin
way
isn't
everybody
going
can follow
non-sequitur.
you.
That's a non-sequitur. What?
Right. So Stephen,
Go ahead and
we can't
explain
have a.
for the people that
I would,
go
but I
ahead,
keep
my
getting muted.
Yeah, could you keep
So,
over talking? I was just gonna tell you like stop over talking, but go ahead.
okay, listen. Those three types of melanin, it doesn't even stop us from being the same species. It's not going to stop us from both being eukaryotic. What you're spouting is nothing more than what Christians or Muslims or Jews or Buddhists spout. It's all baseless assertion, and it's superstition and just magic.
Okay, why don't we phenotypically present the same?
Say again?
Why don't we phenotypically present the same?
What do you mean phenotypically present the same? You're using words you don't understand. We're
Why
both
don't we
Oh,
human.
why are there so-called neuromelanated people and pheomelanated people? Well, how come when I go out into the sun, I can biosynthesize every type of wavelength, every radiation that's coming from the sun without sunblock, and I can also absorb all terrestrial radiation as well. If we're the same species, why does your species need sunblock? Why do y'all have trouble under the sun?
Because your
Why do y'all
ancestors lived in
have
hotter
fur?
climates.
Because
Your
of the
ancestors lived in hotter
different.
climates.
So,
You
so we have
adapted.
the same ancestor, correct? According to your premise, we have the same ancestor.
My ancestors moved to colder
You're me,
climates and as such evolved a lighter skin tone
right?
to
But
deal with
I'm
the
just
lack of
asking because you
sunlight.
said earlier. I'm just trying to clarify, Steve. Give me a second. I just want you to clarify for the room, because you said that we all evolved from the same place. Are you saying that we all have the same ancestor?
Yes.
Because I could have sworn I heard you say that Homo sapiens were everybody's ancestor,
Yes, we are all Homo sapien.
but they are an interbred species,
It doesn't matter.
right? They are an
We are all the
interbred
same
species.
species.
So in order for something to be interbred, they have to be two species to begin with.
You
So
don't
again, what I'm
understand how
asking you is,
evolution
how did the
works.
eukaryotic cell get here? So
I don't
two
know how the
species that
eukaryotic cell
created
got
the
here.
Homo sapien get here.
What two
Yes.
species do you think created Homo sapiens?
So there are two species:
What two species do you think?
prokaryotic organisms and eukaryotic. Steve,
Prokaryotes
1
just created
second.
bacteria.
Species. Hold on. Because now I'm getting my words tongue tied because you're talking over me. Relax. Okay. We're talking about cellular functions. All right. There's two types of cellular functions amongst so-called humans. Prokaryotic organisms, which you said in the comments, are bacteria. Are we not made up of different bacteria? Okay, so if there was only prokaryotic organisms on the planet first until eukaryotic got here, what I'm asking you is, how did the eukaryotic cell get here? How did the cell evolve? It's a
It
simple
evolved.
question,
That's
bro.
how it got here. It evolved. It evolved from earlier, more basic cellular organisms. Prokaryotes only
So you're
produce
saying that,
archaea and bacteria. You are not
right? Are we
prokaryotes.
not
You are
made up of
eukaryotes.
bacteria? Or are there not single cells that make up an entire organism?
No, you have bacteria in your gut and across other parts of your
In a
body, but you
eukaryotic
yourself,
cell,
as a
there's
human,
multiple
are
different
eukaryotic.
animal genetic. Go ahead, bro.
You are eukaryotic whether you like it or not.
So basically, okay, can you just explain to the room
You're
how the
racism and
eukaryotic
you're
cell
Christian.
evolved? You're telling me that I'm something without explaining. Now I'm racist. So this whole time you were in here having a
Yeah, you're saying I
discussion,
don't
now
have a
I'm
soul and you
racist
have a
because you
soul.
can't explain and articulate what you're saying. So I'm asking you how the eukaryotic cell evolved, and now
How about you actually read a
and
book
the thing
rather than
is, I
stick to
know the answer to the
and
question, but you said
superstition?
it, so I'm just trying to have. Bro, this nigga
Hey,
just wants to talk at the same time.
don't use the N word. It's
Tell us
demeaning
how
to
the
both you and me.
eukaryotic cell got here. Tell us how, if you knew the etymology of it, you wouldn't even say that. Tell us how the eukaryotic cell evolved.
I can't tell you exactly
If you
how
can't
it
move
evolved,
to
obviously. Okay. The eukaryotic cell did
That's a
evolve just
problem
like
because we
every
know
other
that
life form.
prokaryotic organisms were the first.
That doesn't.
So
I'm
prokaryotic
just
organisms
prokaryotic.
evolved.
just trying to say when he gets racist or when he tells you to
I
read
just
a
want to
book,
know
it's
how,
because he.
because that's a fact.
What do you mean? I'm not getting racist at all. She's the one who's being
No,
racist.
she's not
She's being
racist. She's
false.
right in everything she's saying. You just don't
No,
want to
she's
handle
not.
it or accept it, and you want to tell her to read
None
a
of you
book.
can actually prove what you're saying. No one here can prove what they're saying. Not one person can prove anything that they're saying.
We just asked you to explain how the eukaryotic cell got here, and you haven't done it. Thank you for your time. Go ahead, Beansy. So if endosymbiosis is a theory where it's explaining that a cell evolved within another cell, I'm going to ask you the same question. How did the eukaryotic organism get here if prokaryotes don't evolve and split through binary fission and create a eukaryotic fission and create a eukaryotic cell? No, I'm asking you, Beansy. Oh, bro, these same people come back. So we know your premise when you come back. So we're able to continue the conversation from last time. So the basis of where we left off last time is asking you how the eukaryotic cell got here. Can you please explain that to us? We understand what your theory is saying. We're asking you to explain it and articulate it. Mhm. So, okay, if we're talking about cell potency, let's go with totipidum stem cells, right? Right. So, actually, let me take it a step back. You said that prokaryotes, are you saying that that the two cells are the same, that they're both prokaryotes? Is that what you just said? Okay, and how did the eukaryotic cell get? Because and I'm just that's the first question. The reason why I'm asking that is because prokaryotic cells split through binary fusion, which they're just making a replica of themselves. So how did the eukaryotic cell get here? So how did we go from haploids to diploids? Because evolution was explaining how we went from what was that?
So are you?
Why would we tell you which is which when you can just look it up? What did it do with race? This is about speciation. So you're but racism prokaryotes.
Like, because I know race doesn't is more than just race. And the reason we talking about this, you're saying we are not all one species. So I need to know am I a prokaryotic or eukaryotic? I heard one dude talking about that with dreads on TikTok before.
Wait, can you
So
hear me?
no, I can't hear nothing until I started talking.
Yeah, my shit was
But
fucking up. So, what was your question? This shit, just kick back in.
which one? Which one? All right. So which one is neuromelanin? Is it prokaryotic or eukaryotic?
Prokaryotic.
Thank you.
Can we go off of that? I don't
Yeah.
know if I can. I don't know if Sky is. I don't know. Her, she's kind of breaking up. Can we go off the neuromelanin conversation? It's interesting, I guess.
Yeah, we can. My shit was fucking up. I don't know what happened. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, my
So,
connection was
so
fucking
I'm
up.
really
But go ahead.
curious. So, yeah. So neuromelanin is found, in a subset of neurons in the substantia nigra of humans, right? Of every single human organism. Would you debate that, or
Yeah, so the thing is, with everybody outside of so-called black people, or let's just talk specifically Caucasians. 85% of you are born with pineal, calcified pineal glands. And I'm sure if you know about neuromelanin, you understand that you actually produce it in the third ventricle of the brain. So even if their shit is decalcified, they're not producing it in large quantities like so-called black people because it's what genetics is what determines neuromelanin or the amount that you have.
are you saying it's in your skin though?
Right. It's throughout the integumentary system.
How are you differentiating between eumelanin and neuromelanin in this aspect? Do you guys not
Eumelanin
produce
it breaks
eumelanin?
down into right. So eumelanin breaks down into pheomelanin. So-called black people, we don't have that because pheomelanin and eumelanin are still two. Both of those are animal based melanins. So it's not about what the. It's not about skin color. It's about what that specific melanin is composed of.
So you have no pinkish parts at all inside your mouth, nothing.
Right. I never said we didn't.
You just said you don't have pheomelanin because it's animal product,
Like I
right?
said, it's about what it's composed of, not about like
No, that's what it's
neuromelanin.
composed of, and that's the color that it
Neuromelanin comes
gives.
in
from my
Neuromelanin
research,
comes in many different shades. So like that's why I was saying it's not about skin color. It's about what that color is composed of. Like albinos still produce neuromelanin, just like so-called black people, or just not like just like darker so-called black people. My fault.
Y'all hear me better now, or is it still slow connection?
Nah, we got you. My shit was fucking up too.
Okay, so I know that he was saying that two prokaryotic organisms split into into a eukaryotic cell through endosymbiosis. Is that what you were saying, Beansy?
It doesn't split into it. It's not
Okay,
the mechanism.
so explain what you're saying because you were breaking up too.
So the general basis of endosymbiosis is that one cell engulfs another, and this is how not only how eukaryotic evolution is thought to have occurred, but it also things like the mitochondria came about. That's why it has its own genome within the cell.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. So the only issue that I have with that is that when we look at your genomics today, like how he has on the screen, like all the genetic material, due to incomplete dominance, this list will actually vary. So when we look at eukaryotic plants, a lot of these plants are new. When we look at pigs, when we look at fruit flies, when we look at mouses, wombats, zebrafish, like all these different things that make up, the so-called human genome, these are all new animals. So my question to you is, how do new animals that are non-conducive to the planet get within the so-called human genome?
Well, we would be our evolution has undergone, we'd be a perfect fit for what our ancestors would be. That's how evolution works.
So you're saying that a new animal, like a domesticated cat and dog, we share some type of common ancestry with a new animal that shares no biological identification to the planet. Like this animal did not evolve with Earth. So how do we share common ancestry?
Well, that's based on sexual selection, right? In that instance. So we're choosing the traits in which we want, I guess. I shouldn't say sexual selection, but artificial selection.
Can't say the S word at all. We're gonna have to say smexual.
Okay.
So how did a cat get within your DNA? If you can't naturally procreate with a cat and mouse and dogs, how did this information get within your genetics?
Because we share a common ancestor.
And what's the
I think
common
it's between
ancestor
like
between
10 and
you and
12,000
cats?
years ago.
Are a lot of these cats that are within your genome, and there are several of them due to incomplete
Oh,
dominance, are these all 10 to 12,000 years old?
sorry, 80 million. I apologize. I was off on that.
What did you say?
80 million years ago is what's thought to be domestication of cats was 10 to 12,000. I misspoke. That's on my bad.
80 million years ago. How old is the eukaryotic cell?
2.6 billion, I believe, is approximately it. I'm not sure what's funny about that.
Yeah, because the only explanation that scientists have for the eukaryotic cell is electrical fusion. Because a mouse and a cat and a dog cannot procreate with each other to end up in the human genome. So I don't know how people are able to give us an explanation on how the eukaryotic cell evolved when scientists, the top scientists, geneticists, and historians in the world can't tell us. The only explanation that they have is electroporation, some type of introgression that was done through some type of hybridization because these animals are new. When we look at animals like the pig or fuck it, mustard seed. Let's just take mustard. You know how in y'all's religion y'all like to say have faith is this the size of a mustard seed? You know
I'm
that a
not
mustard,
religious.
okay, I'm
Sorry.
not talking
I'm
to
not
you
religious.
directly. It's a rhetorical question. Okay, thank you. The mustard seed has over 13,000 genes, but from where though? So we can look at these one, you know what I'm saying, different animals, but these animals are composed of thousands of genes that don't align with the planet and that are share no biological identification with it. So just because there's a common ancestor for something, they could have also been spliced as well. So now I have to ask you, do you know any particular like specific animals that existed 80 million years ago that would land us what, Cretaceous era? Like what, Cretaceous or can't be Carboniferous. So it's got to be Cretaceous era. What animals are you positing that existed during that time period that your people share genetics with? I'd like to know. At least one, just one.
Sure, I can go back 541 million years if you'd like me to. Does that sound good?
Please, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's go
So
back.
trilobites in the PAX6 gene. Do you understand when we say conservation of genetics, this is what we base our common ancestry on, is that there are genes that are so heavily conserved that those conservation of those domains is still in the 90th percentile.
No,
So there
I
are domains that
understand,
you don't
but
understand
again,
that because that's what the
no,
point
I
of this is
understand
that there
because
are conserved domains within that protein that are still available to be identified. You can take a gene from a trilobite, express it in a fruit fly, and it will grow that phenotype. So for an
when we're
eye, for an
talking about
example,
animals, we can do that all day long when we're talking about pheomelanin. We just said where pheomelanin comes from. It's animal-based melanin. So of course,
so
there
is
are certain
neuromelanin.
animals on this planet that can be spliced. However, we're talking about so-called humans. So let's bring it back. When it comes to a neuromelanated being that is a prokaryotic organism that evolved with the planet, and scientists and historians are saying that we're the only people that evolved with the planet. How did the eukaryotic cell get here if it didn't evolve with the planet? I don't want to talk about animals and shit like that no more because what he has on the board is that we're not all the same species. So we can look at an animal with thousands of genes and can say that this gene or this part of their of a DNA sequence can align with something today. Of course, when you're talking about introgression, it's going to align in some cases. What I'm asking you and what I've been asking is, how did the eukaryotic cell evolve? Because a prokaryotic cell does not produce a multicellular organism, because that genetic material is not within its genome to produce a eukaryotic or a complex cell. If there is no cat on the planet, how the fuck does the cat get in a prokaryotic?
Why are you
Like,
bringing up animals? You just said we can't talk about
because
animals
this is
anymore.
what you're saying. So I'm just repeating it back to you. When it comes to so-called humans, and it's animals that make up your genome.
Wouldn't that bring in the argument or the just literally the idea of genetic splicing?
Oh,
And
is someone
also,
talking?
yeah, like wouldn't
I
this
don't,
also
I
like
don't see
bring in
anybody. Oh, up top.
I don't
genetic
see anybody
genetic
talking.
yeah
It's up
genetic
top.
splicing?
Oh,
Okay. Yeah,
it
one
said he
second.
was off the thing, but I don't know how he was talking. But go ahead.
Am I don't, we're talking about endosymbiosis. So I guess my question, if I can turn it around, I would ask, why does a mitochondria have its own genome if endosymbiosis is falsified?
So, well, again, that's what made me bring up cell potency. When we're talking about totipotent stem cells, do you know who are the only abundant carrier of those types of cells on the planet? Like the most abundant carrier.
So when we talk about totipotent stem cells, I
Can
just
you
want to
just
clarify that I'm
answer
talking
yes
about
or
the right
no?
thing. No, I want to
Hmm.
answer. I want to make sure that I understand what
Okay.
you're saying. We're talking about a pluripotent stem cell that can become any type of cell. Is that correct or incorrect?
No.
Not pluripotent stem cells, totipotent stem cells.
Didn't say anything about pluripotent. I said totipotent.
Yeah, totipotent has basically the same understanding. It is a cell that has the capability of becoming any other cell. Is that correct?
Right,
Am
but
I
the
understanding it
pluripotent.
correctly?
Not true. Totipotent stem cells can transform into any of the 220 known cell types. A pluripotent and multipotent loses their potency from totipotent being the cell that can actually do that, and it has more cell potency. So when we're talking about totipotent stem cells, the most abundant carrier of that is the so-called black woman and her children, which are prokaryotic organisms because they evolved with the planet, and we have genetic proof of that. Our deoxyetheric acid goes back 13.6 billion years.
Sorry, what'd you say? Deoxy what?
Deoxyetheric acid or neuromelanin.
So are you guys like, are, is this where the substantial nigra come from? I mean, it's a catecholamine mechanism, right? I'm confused at how you think that you're surrounded by this when it's eumelanin that produces the dark pigmentation.
Sorry, I was. What did you say?
Neuromelanin is found in all humans, and specifically in the substantia nigra, right? So the substantia nigra is heavily related to Parkinson's disease and all sorts of things that go on with the motor
Not
control within
like
the human body. No,
like
that's what it
like
is.
hold on, Beansy. Like I was stating to you earlier, it's genetics what actually determines the amount of neuromelanin that an individual has, which is 100% a fact. And because you're not producing it at birth, because 85% of y'all are born with calcified pineal glands, guess what? You don't have that. And even if it's decalcified, like I was saying, you're not producing it in the third ventricle of the brain. So we can cut that bullshit that everybody has neuromelanin. You don't have it. And you're not producing it in the third ventricle of the brain.
So why do white
Hey,
people have
who cares about
Parkinson's
all that
disease?
melanin shit? Let's talk about Jesus.
We don't want to talk about Jesus.
Have to do more to access the neuromelanin in their brain. A lot more. It takes a lot.
Not they have trace amounts, like they have small trace amounts, but they're not producing it at birth though. That's the thing. But go ahead, Beansy. Can you
No,
explain?
so why do we have Parkinson's disease then? That's
Because
one of
you
the
have,
contributing factors is
like I
neuromelanin
said, because
response.
you have trace amounts, but you're not producing it though. That's what I'm saying.
So you guys don't produce it as you get older too? That's something that's
We're
only
it's
to
already
YT people, I guess.
it's please remove the feelings. We're just discussing genetic differences. I can kind of sense that you're getting a little bit, you know what I'm saying, like emotional. Where he's just explaining to you that our children, neuromelanin is already present in their brains before they're born. And we can see that when children are born, that our children stand up within the first 9 or lift their heads within the first 9 hours of being born. That's not the case for all species. We can stand up and walk and perceive the world way quicker because we are conducive to it. It takes y'all longer because there's no biological identification. Again, there is something that is connecting y'all to this planet, but it's not a natural connection.
Do you understand? So the reason that, and I'm going to bring up animals as an example because it's the perfect example, why a horse or why a giraffe can stand up and walk right away. I can guarantee you it has nothing to do with neuromelanin. Do you know what conducts
Second,
electric?
I'm actually
What?
just gonna pull up a source for you, so that way you can see what I'm talking about. 1 second. My bad, y'all. I need to go through my sources. Can you put me on the big screen?
Yeah.
So you can see the source at the bottom, and it says 9 hours old, able to keep the head from falling backwards. That's 9 hours. For a YT child, it's 6 weeks. 2 days old, holding head and looking at the examiner. YT child, 8 weeks. So we can see that our children pick up, spark their neurons, fire their synapses a lot faster than other children. And I'm not trying to make this a YT versus black thing. That's what, you know what I'm saying, like your government and shit did when they created race theory. I'm just pointing out the genetic differences between everybody a part of your species and my people. Clearly, our children are not even perceiving the world, and these are the freshest so-called star seeds and kids that are coming into this realm. How are our children able to perceive the world quicker than your children? If you are conducive and if we're the same species, why are there genetic what's the word? Why are there differences in speed with how we're communicating within ourselves? That's what I'm trying to say.
So the scientific reason for that would be advanced myelination. Do you know what myelination is?
Oh.
So myelin is what circles around your axons, and this is for neural signaling. So what it does is it allows increased capacitance within certain axonal regions and allows that synaptic firing to be faster and maintained. So this is what I was getting at when we're talking about how giraffes or deer, things or elephants stand up right away when they're born, 4 hours after, because it's important for their survival. So I don't necessarily know that this is the mechanism within these children,
Giraffes
but
are
I would say it's the most
prokaryotic.
likely explanation.
Giraffes evolved with the planet. We don't see that same speed in eukaryotic animals. We don't see eukaryotic plants adapt quicker to certain terrains like ginkgo, which is a tree that's been around since the Triassic era.
But do you know what's special about
Before that,
ginkgo
it evolved
trees?
with the planet, 2 to 300 million years old. A giraffe is the same age, so of course it's been doing this. It's programmed within its genetics to be conducive to this planet. But do we see the same thing in pigs
Cats and
or
dogs. You see the
cats
same thing in
or
pigs and
dogs?
cats and dogs. Yes, they stand up and walk. Yeah.
But
Horses.
are they
Yeah.
conducive to the planet, and are they doing it at the same speed?
You'll
Because
have to
giraffes can
explain
do
what
it coming out
conducive
of the, hold
means.
on though, giraffes can do it on their own. They actually don't even need their mother's help. And they're able to like actually function in the wild, damn near defend themselves without their mother. So are we seeing that for pigs? I'm not talking about a wild boar, right? I'm talking about a pig. I'm talking about a cat and a dog. These are the things that are within your genome. And I'm just asking you to explain, why do we see genetic differences? If we want to use your examples of animals, which I said, let's talk about humans, and I put a source on the board where it talks about our children, kids and children, and you're still talking about animals and giraffes and shit. Giraffes evolved with the planet. Can you name a eukaryotic animal that's doing that? And then I can probably, you know what I'm saying, digress. But
I don't, because a giraffe is eukaryotic. I don't know what proof
yeah,
you
right.
have that
It's
it's
eukaryotic
prokaryotic.
according to every animal being classified under Eukaryota animalia. Every animal is, but every animal did not evolve with this planet. So again, are you positing that a giraffe
I'm
hold
positing
on,
that it
hold on, let me
has a
ask you a
nucleus and
question.
it's
Let me ask you
diploid.
a question, Steve, hold on. Are you positing that a giraffe and a cat have both evolved with the planet naturally?
Well, I don't think a giraffe has undergone artificial selection the way that a cat has, domestication. No.
Right. Okay, then. So clearly, we can see off of phenotype, which includes behavior and how things interact in nature, that this animal, how it responds to nature, what it does and doesn't do for nature, that this animal is not conducive based off of what? Its cellular function. So again, a cat is a eukaryotic organism that y'all share genetic material with. That is an organism that has thousands of genes. Don't you think that a giraffe has less genetic diversity than a cat? And are you aware that these two animals are functioning and responding in nature differently based off of what's within their genetics? So if there's a different genetic composition, how are we the same based off of your logic?
Can I answer? Is that,
And go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So the answer is, what makes us us is the level of activation of those genes and the proteins that are made. So when you're talking about cells, what's interesting is that what makes a cell type is the proteins that are generated within it, and really likely the transcription factors that lead to the activation of those proteins.
Do you think that I produce the same proteins as you?
I hope so.
So you are aware that there's different, you know what I'm saying, protein synthesis processes, right? With the two different cellular types, the SD sequence and then the Kojak sequence when it comes to protein synthesis?
You're talking about forward and backward sequences. So what
No,
about it?
I'm just talking about protein synthesis. Are you
You're
aware
talking about the
that
Kozak fragment. I'm well aware of it. What would
okay,
you like to discuss about it?
right. So if we are two different organisms, which we can see on a phenotypical level, right? And if my cells are functioning off of neuromelanin, which we can see throughout my entire limbic, integumentary system, several different systems throughout my body, because this is what my cells are functioning off of, which this is the only biochemical substance that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. And you, which have a nucleus, like there's a nucleoid region where my neuromelanin sits in each of my cells, and I have 150 trillion. You have 50 trillion, and each of your cells have a nucleus that are where all of your genetic material is communicating through. So now that we understand how we function differently on a cellular level, let's talk about how we or synthesize proteins differently. And your cellular function, you need a pre-RMNA, or excuse me, a pre-mRNA to your mRNA sequence, which means that you pretty much need a kickstart to even start the protein synthesis. Why do we not see that happening in all organisms and then, or in all people? And then on top of that, why can I actually smell the animal proteins that you produce whenever you get wet? You remember when people was doing the bucket challenge? A few years ago, people was doing the bucket challenge. You know, niggas tried to do that with me in my school, and how much my stomach used to hurt smelling these people in boiling hot sun getting water poured on them because of acute body radiation that's taking place within you. So I want to know, out of all the differences that I explained, protein synthesis, how we biosynthesize the sun the same, how we literally phenotypical differences, like how can we be the same if we are not even breaking down proteins, different biochemical substances the same, and we're not composed of the same genetic material?
So I'm curious. There's two things that I have to make readily clear. If you are prokaryotic, you don't have a nucleus. So you've been mentioning a nucleus. You don't have a nucleus.
I've been talking
And
about
then
the nucleus in the eukaryotic cell. I said that the neuromelanin sits in the nucleoid region, and that's what functions the cell.
it's interesting. So you
Mhm.
guys do have precursors then yet, because tRNA is still a thing found in prokaryotes. Are you aware of what tRNA is?
Right, but there's no pre-mRNA to my mRNA for me to break down proteins. I don't need a kickstart for that.
We don't break down proteins with
So
mRNA.
let me
I'm not sure
switch
what you're
gears and let
talking
me put
about.
on another source up. 1 second. Who asked that?
I did. I'm asking if you're talking about splicing
In what part?
RNA.
Yes, like how y'all undergo splicing naturally? Spliceosomes? Is that what
Yeah,
you're asking? Yeah, that's also another
that's what
genetic
I'm.
difference. Yeah, thank you for adding that in. Yes, that's another point.
But it still occurs in prokaryotes. It's not as
It
frequent.
doesn't. And that's actually what I'm trying to put on the screen right now. 1 second.
It does happen. It occurs in non-coding RNA. Literally does happen in prokaryotes, and it occurs in tRNAs.
Right there, prokaryotic genes are generally organized in continuous, uninterrupted manner, lacking introns. So, to your question, splicing doesn't have anything to do with us because we lack introns, which are non coding DNA sequences that interrupt the coding regions of eukaryotic genes. Okay, cool. In contrast, though, eukaryotic genes, the primary RNA transcript known as pre-mRNA undergoes a process called splicing. During splicing, introns are excised and exons are joined together to form a mature mRNA molecule. The splicing process is essential for generating functional. The splicing process is essential for generating functional mRNA and producing diverse protein isoforms of from a single gene. Did it say any of that for prokaryotic organisms, or did it just say that it was pretty much already programmed to do that on its own? Is that not what neuromelanin does? So why are we
Neuromelanin
still
has nothing to do with the splicing process that
genetic?
I'm aware of.
So again, what? I can't even hear him. What did you say?
Neuromelanin has nothing to do with transcriptional processes.
Neuromelanin is what's functioning prokaryotic cells that we possess. Our
So
cells are not ran
instead of
off of the
RNA
same thing
polymerase,
simply
you
because
have
we lack a
neuroMelanin.
nucleus. So there's nothing there. The reason why y'all have a nucleus is because there's different genetic material that is trying to communicate with each other. This is why y'all cells undergo splicing. This is why we see when we're looking at CRISPR-Cas9, the DNA sequences when it comes to CRISPR and then it being split and cut into with protein 9, y'all cells naturally do that because that is how y'all got here. You are here through electrical fusion, which is why you undergo that naturally. That's not happening in cells that have or in organisms that have been here since the beginning of so-called time, because there's no extra genetic material to trip a cell off to now even having a discussion about extra genetic material. So I don't know. I just wanted to put the sources up, but Ether,
I'll give you a source. Meekzak 93 bacteriophages, which are prokaryotic cells, undergo primary processing of RNA splicing. It's right there. RNA processing in prokaryotic cells is the name of the paper. It literally talks about splice events occurring in prokaryotic cells.
Yeah, which ones? There's several different prokaryotic cells.
Well, this is the point. So you share a common ancestor with all of those prokaryotic cells, or you
No,
were
I do
all here
not.
once, or
No,
what?
what we're saying, because y'all come in here and bring up evolution and say that that eukaryotic cells evolved from prokaryotic cells. So there was no distinction that was made. What we're talking about is prokaryotic cells that are coated in neuromelanin. We've made the distinction from the beginning. Hello?
Yeah. So I would love to see the paper that talks about it being in your skin cells. Neuromelanin. Can you provide that link? You've been nice enough to throw up a bunch of other
So
sources. Can you
I'm
provide that
gonna
source?
absolutely Why Darkness Matters, written by 4 neuromelanated neuroscientists, Dr. Layla Africa, who actually breaks down neuromelanin micro to macrocosm and explains how it's throughout our entire integumentary system. That is
So
how
can I?
we're able to biosynthesize all radiation here. So a better question is, if the sun is giving life to all organisms that are here, why are y'all having trouble under the sun, and why do y'all undergo more trouble with sunblock? Why is it less vitamin D absorption with sunblock? And why, under a UV camera, does sunblock give you unintentional blackface?
Wait, what? So the reason that there's lack of pigmentation is
Let me go ahead and
so
put
that
that
you
on the
can
screen
so that
too.
you
One
can you
second.
can maximize the amount of sunlight that you're grabbing into. So you want to be able to absorb all that to get vitamin D production occurring. Otherwise, you'd have rickets.
Are you finna answer all the questions that she asked, or
She asked me. She just asked about the sunblock thing. I said why European descended people have light
right? So
skin is because they're maximizing the amount of vitamin D intake by synthesizing sunlight. We need it. Every human needs
right, but
it
why
to
why can't we
synthesize.
biosynthesize the sun, and why are your people being unalive by
Because
the
I'm
sun
not a plant.
every single
I don't
year?
know.
But that's not happening to so-called black people. We're not plants. So, like I said, how come everybody outside of so-called black people are actually being unalive by the sun? Well, actually, all eukaryotic organisms.
Yeah, so I agree. We are all eukaryotic organisms, but do you guys not get skin cancer? You don't have any UV damage from sunlight.
I mean, we don't get photodermatitis. Hold up.
You get melanoma though.
Yeah, and that's because we eat. We eat directly against our genetic makeup. So if we was actually to eat according to our genetics, we would have no trouble under the sun. So, and it's very rare, even if we
Melanoma?
right. It's not often amongst so-called. Hold on, me. It's not often amongst so-called black people. Even like, but like I said, if we was eating according to our genetic makeup, we would have no problems under the sun.
So I actually have several other pictures, Beansy, but those were not fit to the screen because I actually have like pictures that are screenshotted from actual articles, but because it's the article and the picture, it's not fit to the screen and I have to do that. But I do have this screenshot, and you can actually go to just regular Google, and you can just look at what sunblock looks like under a UV camera. So again, this pigment that we're seeing under this camera is what your people look like with sunblock. Mind you, I used to be a so-called makeup artist for about 5 or 6 years. With her, I'm looking at her skin on the right here. She has on some type of what is that shit called? It's like a bronzer that has the SPF in it. A lot of your women in their foundations have the SPF that are in it. So when y'all take pictures, this is the reason why we see feedback on a lot of y'all with concealer, because we're seeing that reaction take place from the camera with the light based off of what's on your skin. So I'm just making a distinction here. My people don't need this. We struggle with being under the sun, and I know I just heard him say that to you because we eat against our genetic makeup and because we're struggling with the presence of antigens and parasites that are actually trying to be detox under the sun, because that's what the wavelength does. It's a gene mutating, germ unaliving, and detoxifying wavelength. So anything that is not conducive to the plant, which is also giving off terrestrial radiation and UV radiation, is having trouble, and the nucleus is what's breaking down. So that's why we're seeing the 1p36 gene, the SLOS phenotype, different mutations amp up only within your species, because again, it's that nucleus that's wearing down. Again, I want to know, why does sunblock need to be created, and why, when you put sunblock on for the vitamin D absorption that you're trying to get, why do you struggle more if we're the same species?
I mean, I already answered this. It's because that's what we're set up for our ancestors. We're evolved for our
So the
ancestors.
cat, the dog, the dog, the deer, the sheep, all this stuff you're saying is your ancestor.
We share a common ancestor with them, yeah. However long ago that happened. Sure.
Okay. So I don't have any animal DNA. And I know that. Because you can go to your geneticist right now and they can tell you the animals that you share DNA with. And especially since I've been cleaning up my diet for a year plus now, I definitely don't have any animal DNA. Now, they can tell me things that I'm struggling with as a byproduct of having antigens, which are new to my bloodstream and new to my bloodline here within the last, at most, 4,000 to 6,000 years. But this is not something that my bloodline or my people have always struggled with. It's something that we struggle with when y'all came out of those caves and we're having issues reproducing even with yourself. We haven't even always been able to reproduce with y'all. Before the 12th dynasty, y'all were not even reproducing. And that's a genetic fact because y'all couldn't. Incomplete dominance. If you have pig DNA and the person that you're trying to procreate with has cat DNA, what's going to be that offspring? This is why y'all are called complex cell organism, because there's thousands of genes within one organism, and y'all are now trying to procreate with a whole nother species, which is why we see red blood cell hemolysis and zoonotic disease. If we're the same species, why is there an issue taking place on a cellular level between us from SMECS?
What is the issue?
Again, red blood cell hemolysis, right?
I don't have any problem with that. White dad, black mom.
Hold up, we'll get to you.
My bad. Y'all love to come off mute and say what y'all aren't. How do you know what you're struggling with on a cellular level if you're not looking at it? But it is a genetic fact that when we came into contact with you people, y'all were on all fours with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, unable to speak and reproduce. So a better question is, how did y'all get to the point of even reproducing with each other, let alone us? Because before 4,015 years ago, which is the 12th, leaves us around the 12th dynasty, there was no mixing.
Bro, you gotta stay on mute, bro.
So I'm really curious. You bring up vestigial tail. What do you think that that's due to?
All having animal DNA.
Do you know how the tailbone grows? Do you know the cause of that?
I know how a normal so-called tailbone in a prokaryotic organism like me is supposed to grow and form, but a vestigial tail, like I'm in my 20s and I went to school with 3 of y'all born with tails and had to have them cut. None of my people had to go through that. So I understand what you're positing. I'm saying, like he asked several times earlier, why are we only seeing this happen in your species? We're not struggling with that over here.
So if that was the case, you need to go buy a lotto ticket like now. You know that there's like only, I forget what it is. There's like 100 people as of 20 something that have been identified in medical journals to have vestigial tails. Google it.
Can you name us who they were? Because I did Google it. I've ran these
No,
live
I can't. I can't name anybody who it
separate
is.
from Ether on my own. I have a live that's recorded 10-minute session of me breaking down to somebody in your species the difference between birth defects and just genetics. Because
The
this woman
occurrence of a
literally
human
went,
tail
hold
is the
on, let me
phenomenon
finish.
of greater
This
interest of
woman
body.
literally went, hold on, this woman literally went to Google and thought she found a so-called black baby with a tail. Except for when we looked at the article, it was a Dravidian baby. So I hope you're not talking about your species, Steve. Or who am I talking to? Beansy? Hell, I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm not Steve. The journal, it's a peer-reviewed journal. It's Human Tail, a benign condition hidden out in social stigma. And this one says that there's only 40 known. It's
Again,
from
everybody that
NIH. It's a peer-reviewed journal, Asian
vestigial
Journal of
tails
Neurosurgery.
specifically, I understand. Everyone that is being born with vestigial tails specifically are of the opposite species. Even when we're talking about these different titles, that's why we don't go based off of that. We have to look at the story itself. This is something that I took time to look into several weeks. It's nothing that I just Googled and came to a live about. I had to actually follow the story itself, how it evolved over time, the news reporters, how this information came about. That's how we were able to find with simple proof that this was a Dravidian. It's not hard. A lot of these people that are under these different titles, Ethiopian, Somalian, European, what does genetics say? Let's remove the title because Elon Musk is so-called African. Is that telling me anything about his genetics? No. So again, why are we only seeing vestigial tails in your species?
Probably because that's the population where it's been identified at and wasn't at a risk of being pulled out of the gene pool. Having
So
a
you
tail species in that, no, it's a population event. So having a
saying
tail
that
species
gotcha.
doesn't have an issue.
Tail species.
Yeah, having someone with a tail bud that doesn't affect their longevity or productivity to have children would stay in the gene pool. So we
So
literally have
the
tail buds
thing
between
is,
an embryonic development or fetal
I
development in 20 to
understand. I
23
understand the
weeks.
fact that y'all have tails because I
You do
understand
as well.
what you're
I mean,
spliced
everyone
with.
has them.
I don't know anybody. I don't know. I haven't seen any stories of neuromelanated people with vestigial tails.
I didn't say vestigial tail. I said during fetal development,
I've
a
been
tail bud.
talking about vestigial tails this entire time. So if you're not talking about it, we're not talking
I
about
am
the same
talking about
thing.
it, but I'm saying that vestigial tail arises from the fetal development stage where you have what's called a quote unquote tail bud. And what happens is
Right.
those
And
genes
whose
don't
species
turn
though?
off.
And which
Every
species?
single species, every single
So
human,
we're not on.
we're
So hold
all,
on. So are we the same species or are we not the same
we are the same
species?
species.
Oh. Bye bye, chat.
Hey, can
Yeah,
I?
I really don't understand what the hell just happened.
Okay.
Anyway.
Let me explain it to the man who's operating from the amygdala part of his brain. You just said that we're all the same species this entire time. I asked you what species, you said all species. You just posited that we're not all the same species. And you just said that we're not talking about the same thing. Why would you bring up something that I'm not talking about?
I did say we were talking
Talking
the same
about
thing. We
something.
were talking about vestigial
So
tails, and I told you how that came
and
about.
I understand that. I understand that. And that's what I responded to. I know how they came about because I've studied your genetics. So let's talk about, because the first thing I brought up is how people are being born today. I'm in my 20s, but 3 YT boys, one of them that had heavy SLOS phenotype, okay, had to have his tail cut. This is something that they thought was cool until we locked in and got to 9th grade and unpacked them genetics with prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells. So what I'm saying is we're only seeing this happen within your species. You're
So
saying
what I'm
you just
saying
said,
is
well,
that
I
you're
just wanted to
lying
make one
because there's
more, I
only
just
been
wanted to make one
40
more point about
people
what you
in
said.
medical.
I just wanted to make one more point about what you said.
40
You're saying that
people.
it's only
That's
been
it.
discovered. You're saying that it's only been discovered and that it's probably only been discovered in those particular groups after all the fucking experimenting that they're doing on our women, our children, and men. Why haven't they discovered that in the so-called Black anatomy?
Because it's obviously incredibly genetically rare. It probably stems
It's
from one
not
small
rare for three
population of
boys. It's
people.
not rare for three boys in Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah, and it would have made a
That's
medical
not
journal if
rare.
3 boys from Mansfield, Texas had vestigial
That's not
tails, but for
rare.
some reason it doesn't. If you can
That
provide the
sounds like
article,
it's
I will
more
believe you.
common than what we're
Sounds like you're
saying.
lying.
It's
If you can
not.
provide
Would you like for me to provide their first and last names?
the article,
Would you like for me to provide their first and last names where you can get a primary source?
provide the article.
I don't have to provide I just provided several
If
articles.
there were
Did you provide any?
195 people
Hold on, Beansy. Did you provide any articles today?
yeah, I literally gave you the origins of an
I
MB
didn't see
symbiotic.
any
Yeah, and
articles
then also the
presented
splicing. I
today.
gave you the title of it.
Right, but I pulled up the source for it. So did you provide any
You
articles
pulled up
today?
a source of a child sitting up early in its
Which was
development
sourced and
and
peer
has nothing to do
reviewed
with
by who? So you
neuromelanin.
didn't read the whole thing.
How
What was
could I
the
read
source
the
at the
whole thing? It
bottom
was
of
2
it?
pictures.
Bro, this nigga
It
is
was 2
incompetent.
pictures.
You're incompetent. At the bottom of the source, it had the people who actually did the research.
Are you reading the pictures or
Like
the
the
words?
fuck, bro?
Like, come on, bro. You trying to
Lower
play
brain.
now,
Yeah,
bro.
you're trying to play.
When it's articles that you go look up, you don't look at the picture. You make sure you read what they're saying. So to make sure you know that we're all one, so you can feel happy on this planet. But you're not. You're not the same as us, bro. You were
Yeah,
saying
because I don't just look at the figures of a paper.
you were saying kickstart, but what is kickstarting that cell function for that cell to function or that cell to grow is the melanin that you have, the DNA that you have. And if we have neuromelanin, which is all over our body, you see what I'm saying? Not just in the brain, because we have neurons all over the body. That's how I'm able to feel on my toes and able to feel in my hands, because those are sensory neurons, which are all coded in neuromelanin. So neuromelanin is all over my body, and it's all over my 7 main energy centers, the chakra centers. So it's everywhere in my body. This is why you see so-called black people undergo black body radiation. You don't do that, though.
So are y'all both biologists?
Hold up, Chris.
Yep.
So
Oh,
again, I'm really curious that this is really primarily found in dopaminergic neurons. Are you saying that all dopaminergic neurons have neuromelanin, and that your sensory neurons are composed of dopaminergic neurons?
Yes, they all are. Yes, they are.
Wow.
They all produce that chemical, because all of my cells are programmed by neuromelanin. So when neuromelanin actually sparks up that dopamine inside of my body, and it regulates the circadian rhythm in my body. It regulates the hormones in my body. Everything that you see that needs to be regulated is all regulated by one biochemical substance that flows
Dopamine doesn't regulate your
up
sleep.
and down my spine every time I go to sleep.
exactly. And this
It's
is the
called
reason why
GABA.
we
No.
eat
It's called
according to
GABA.
when we eat according to our genetic makeup, we see a decrease in all the diseases that came from y'all.
And I wanted to clear up one
That's
thing.
because we're
Y'all
two
don't
different
have
species.
any neuromelanin in your brain. I wanted to clear that
In
up.
the
You don't have
substantia
no, no,
nigra,
no,
I
no.
guarantee I have
You don't have. You know
neuromelanin in
why
my
you
brain.
guys? You know why you guys get Parkinson's and Alzheimer's is because y'all don't produce neuromelanin. The reason why we do is because we have a buildup of plaque and mucus that we from the food that we're eating and the graping that y'all been doing, which is affecting the blood-brain barrier in our women. So that's why our brain, that's why we have neurological issues. We don't have neurological issues under the sun naturally. That's false. Y'all do though. You see what I'm saying? Y'all don't produce neuromelanin. Y'all don't have no neuromelanin because neuromelanin is another form of sunlight. And you can't even take this form of sunlight. So how the fuck are you producing that in your brain?
Exactly.
You're not doing that.
If neuromelanin is the only chemical, the only molecule, that is condensed sunlight and can condense sunlight, if the only thing that you can absorb from the sun is vitamin D, when the sun is giving off several different interstellar gases, how is the only thing you're getting from that vitamin D? That's unnatural. And then scientists are saying that when you put sunblock on, it blocks more. That's what sunblock. It's blocking the vitamin D that y'all thinking y'all getting. That's why y'all undergo more trouble. You already are not producing neuromelanin.
And the power of melanin in the brain, why darkness matters, also says that y'all get Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease at the highest.
Yeah.
They say you guys get it at the highest. We get it at the lowest. Y'all get it at the highest. You know why? Because again, y'all don't produce nothing. No neuromelanin. You only produce pheomelanin, and you have abnormal amounts of it. Yep. That's what it is. You don't have our genetic material. You barely have that shit.
Right. Lions have a normal amount of pheomelanin. All these different animals that we were talking about earlier that evolved with the planet, because they evolved with the planet, they literally have normal amounts of animal melanin. Y'all don't have that, which is the reason why we see acute body radiation instead of black body radiation in y'all. This is the reason why all the genetic differences happen. Y'all didn't evolve with the planet. So y'all are undergoing issues with terrestrial and UVC radiation, which has been ground level since 2015. So it was predicted in 2024 that at least, not end all be all, that at least 1.5 million of y'all would be unalived by the sun only, just the sun. So if you understand that the sun is giving off just a different form of radiation that the planet is giving off, if you already don't share biological identification with the planet, you already can't biosynthesize the sun, but I do show how the fuck are we the same, Beansy? This like your fifth live, bro. Third or fifth, 3 to 5.
It's actually only my second with you guys.
Oh, okay, my bad. Second.
It was my second. But
second time.
Switch. Now that we're done with that nonsense, like I actually can synthesize.
Yeah, what do you think about not being able to being able to biosynthesize the sun in acute body radiation and having mucous membranes and producing animal proteins that we can smell whenever you get wet? What do you think about all the information that's actually being discussed as far as genetic differences?
So I've stated before, literally one of the hypotheses is that the lighter skin allows you to bring in more vitamin D, more sunlight for vitamin D synthesis.
Lighter, or can we use because what is lighter?
Lighter pigmentation, eumelanin, lower amounts of eumelanin.
We're not in that melanin classification.
Right. So can you be specific? Because that doesn't apply to...
Because you guys definitely don't have neuromelanin in your skin. I don't know where you come up with this at. I don't know why you think dopamine is the primary. I don't have to.
We know that you haven't read the book that we're talking about by 4 neuroscientists, and you don't really actually
I'm looking for a peer review. If you can provide one peer review,
why are you asking for a peer review? The book doesn't have sources at the back.
The first thing that's created during birth.
By 4 doctors.
The first thing that's created during birth is the neural crest.
It's written by 4 neuroscientists, and all their sources are in the book.
The first thing that comes about in the so-called black anatomy is the neural crest. Our whole neurology starts to be formed. The stomach, the heart, all of these are 3 different brains that start to be formed. And all neuromelanin is present before we even get there, and it's in all of our organs. It's already been proven. This is why so-called black people have been getting organ harvested for thousands of years now. It's not hidden. You see what I'm saying? So it's present in all of our organs, and it was first present in the neural crest, and then that expands. You think that neuromelanin just stays there? How do you think it built the body? It had to expand. That's why the universe expands. It doesn't. You're not part of that universe, which is why your shit is not expanding. Y'all are decreasing. Your cells are getting distorted, disintegrating from the UVC radiation. That's what's happening. I eat from the sun because I'm another form of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. You have animal DNA. I have sun DNA. I am a part of a solar species. You are part of an animal species. 2 different species with 2 different biochemical substances that make up 2 different cell types that make up 2 different organisms.
That's
what it is.
Our neuromelanin stems from one embryological origin, and that's the totipotum stem cell. Genetically, all the top scientists in the world are saying that y'all don't stem from that. Now that's a genetic fact that nobody can actually debunk. Y'all don't stem from the totipotem stem cell, or else you would share biological identification with the planet and the sun. The planet turns into a star. Every planet turns into a star. Earth will go back into its star form. So if that sun, which is a star, which is giving off several different interstellar gases that you can't
What?
biosynthesize, then how are you conducive when you can't even take the sun?
Oh, wow. So are you guys plants then? You undergo some type of photosynthesis?
So allomelanin is a form of melanin, and plants go through photosynthesis, but I said biosynthesis.
Whoever was talking on your account just a second ago said that he feeds from the sun.
Yeah, I do feed
So
from the
that's
sun.
what biosynthesis is. Does that happen in the eukaryotic cell?
So you guys are a fungus then.
I
Just to
turn
correct on this.
UVC radiation into condensed
So
sunlight.
plants are fungus?
No,
Plants and fungi are the same thing? Are
allomelanin is
plants?
found in fungus.
Do you know
Oh
why
my gosh.
so-called black people match plants? Because those plants make up the planet, and we biologically identify with the planet. That's why all of these fruits and vegetables match our organs. Your organs are not even shaped like ours. They're not. So again, we're not the same, and we undergo biosynthesis. We can change that sun from a radiation state, plasma state, in almost a gas state, into a condensed, liquidized chemical state for the body to eat.
Liquid
off of.
computer.
That's what we do.
Neuromelanin.
Y'all can't
Genji,
do
you're not
that.
gonna win,
Y'all
bro. You
can't do
talking
that.
to a Whataburger worker and a fucking makeup artist.
And y'all saying, oh, our organs is the same. So if our organs is the same, why are our cell size the same? Prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells are two different sizes.
Exactly.
Eukaryotic cells are way bigger because they have specialized compartments from and organelles from other organisms that cannot naturally reproduce with each other.
And if
That's the problem.
and if our organ is the same, what is the largest organ known to the body?
Skin.
Okay, then. So why are we not phenotypically presenting the same?
You are phenotypically presenting the
So
same. Do you
we
not have
both have
3
the
layers
same.
of
So
skin?
hold on.
Yeah.
Me and Denzel are sitting right next to each other, right? We are both neuromelanated. We phenotypically present the same. Do me and you phenotypically present the same? When we look at our hair, is there not difference in the structures? Is mine not 2 and aren't yours 3 as a complex cell organism? So that's what actually makes your hair fur, right? So if we have, so don't play semantics with phenotypical differences. Cause I know for shit sure what I use on my hair, you can't. What I use on my skin, you can't. And when I use the same things, they say for all skin types, for all hair types, my shit falls out. So if we're all the same, why the fuck is my shit falling out? Every single thing that I use. Can too, when they switched their formula and went all hair type, that shit pulled our hair out. Miel pulled our hair. Everything, every time when one of our people try to do something for our community, and then it has to get what's the word? Sifted. What's the word I'm trying to when it has to get filtered, that's the word. Filtered through y'all fuck it up. If you're natural to the planet, why are y'all harming everything that's here? Your scientists are saying that ants and fucking bees do more for the planet than y'all. And they're saying that they're costing you billions of dollars a year just from doing what's within their genetics. So
I wouldn't
if
say that's within our
we're the
genetics at all.
same, and if we
I would agree
phenotypically
with
present
you.
the same, then why is there a difference in our integumentary system and our hair? Why can we see the change, the differences that are in our genetics? Why can we see it on a phenotypical or on a physical level? Also with behavior. Let's not leave behavior out, because that's a part of phenotype. Go ahead.
Okay. So everything is based on where you evolved from, where your ancestors were at. It's that simple.
So do we have the same ancestors?
Coming back to a single common ancestor, yes.
No.
Do you
So
do you and I share multiple generations of common ancestry and genetic imprinting from different parental heritages? No. But we are
Okay,
all the same species.
so even based off of your logic, if we have different genetics, how are we the same species?
We don't have different
We have
genetics.
different genetic material.
We don't.
So
don't.
so what's the common ancestor though?
The common ancestor of Homo sapiens? The first one or the very beginning of it or what?
What's our common ancestor?
I don't even know. It's like I think it's I
Why do
think it's
y'all never know? How come y'all never know, but
Heidelberg.
y'all always
I'm
say that?
saying it. I think it's Heidelbergensis, if I remember correctly. It's been a
I hear
minute.
it different every time. He's
Yeah.
saying that somebody else says, so I don't even think y'all know. And you want to know what someone else told us the other day, who's a cell biologist? He said that there is no name, that the name of it is just common ancestor.
Yep.
I don't know how BS that was, but every time we ask y'all all, and all of
Say
these
something
lives
different.
are recorded and put on YouTube.
No, that's fine.
No, I know. Yeah, because it's
Fine.
no, I know. Yeah, because it's
I'm
his
not. I'm
lives
not.
that I
I'm
told
not.
it. So
I'm
of
not
course it
afraid
is.
of
But
that at
I'm just
all.
saying,
So I mean,
like,
what it boils
you
down
were
to is somebody.
unsure about the common ancestor, so I guess the common ancestry is not so common.
Yeah, I guess it's not so
What? No,
common.
I'm not
Nobody
unsure
knows
about.
who
I'm
this
not unsure
nigga
about
is.
a common ancestor. I'm unsure about the name of it because there may be another fossil that we discover. Certainly.
So why are you discovering it on a planet that you don't share biological identification with, though? That's called stealing. Isn't that what your people did when y'all went from land to land for in search of riches, gold, and glory,
Yep.
and spreading venereal disease? Now you're
And you tried it in
saying, and
Antarctica, and y'all got your asses whooped.
yeah,
So that's what y'all been pillaging and raping everybody on the planet, bro.
yeah, including your own people.
Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that shit crazy.
Like, this is what y'all were doing in caves, and I'm tired of my people being lied to. That's the thing. We're not exploring genetics. We are exhausting history, which is his narrative where he's lying. So I'm saying genetics doesn't lie. We don't have the same origin. We don't have the same ancestor. And the top scientists are saying that we are the same. You see what I'm saying? They're still putting that in McGraw-Hill textbooks and teaching children, even though the top scientists in the world, the number one question in the world every single day is how we went from haploids to diploids, or prokaryotic to now having eukaryotic organisms, or how we went from being autotroph to now heterotroph organisms. If the genetics is not programmed to have inorganic material, if the genetics doesn't have inorganic material, how can it produce inorganic species? That's what we don't get, and that's what scientists, it doesn't make sense. The only explanation is electrical fusion.
Yep. Y'all don't come from biogenesis. Y'all come
Yeah,
from spontaneous
generation.
generation. Y'all come from non-living matter.
Bro, he's saying that's not how we went from, I didn't say how we went from haploids to diploids. I said the number one question in the world is, how did we go from haploids to diploids? And this is, Joaquin is a person that keeps coming back, but, you know what I'm saying? Nobody ever wants to request up. Gratitude for Beansy requesting up, though. You know what I'm saying? This is somebody that actually can hold the discussion.
Exactly.
It's no hard feelings or anything towards Beansy, because Beansy can hold his own. It's just not working with us. Like, you're not really answering our questions.
Well, you've
But I
asked. I mean,
respect
I've
you being able
repeatedly
to hold the
answered.
discussion that we're having.
No, I
And
mean, I've
somebody said
repeatedly
it in the
answered
comments.
endosymbiosis is the answer to the questions that you're trying to derive. I mean,
But we don't
it's
we don't see
simple.
endosymbiosis happen to any prokaryotic cells today. We don't see no
Sure, you do.
prokaryotic cells. No, we don't. We don't see no prokaryotic cells engulfing another prokaryotic. We don't
We
see
see
that.
lateral
And
gene
then,
transfer happening all the time in
hold on. No, no, no,
viruses.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
we
no, no.
Absolutely.
just see the prokaryotic cell splitting itself. Go ahead.
Yeah, we see the prokaryotic cell splitting itself. We see the prokaryotic cell making two copies of DNA within that cell, and then those two copies of DNA goes at the end of the cells and split and become single cell organisms again, and that's how they keep splitting through binary fission. Right now, we don't see prokaryotic cells engulfing another prokaryotic cell and then it becoming a eukaryotic cell. This is why it's still a theory. This is why they still guessing that it happened. It never happened. Prokaryotic cells will never change into to now splitting into meiosis and mitosis. That never happened. And somebody said in the comments, eukaryotics engulf each and eat each other. Prokaryotics don't do that. There's autotroph organism. They don't need genetic information from another organism to sustain life. They don't need that. They've
Oh
been
wait,
doing it for
so
millions. They've been
no,
doing it for billions of years, and then
yeah,
they're like, "Oh, now they're giving up. Now they're giving up and giving the power to the UK." No,
yeah. So you
that's
guys,
not
you
what
guys are
happened.
haploids, right? That's what you state.
You said what?
You're haploids.
Yeah, so-called black people are haploids.
Yeah. So you use sexual reproduction or asexual reproduction?
Go ahead and say smexual, F1 in the chat. We can produce through parthenogenesis. This is what the Bible is talking about. It's explaining Genesis, is explaining parthenogenesis. And our women are the only women historically and scientifically and genetically that can actually produce asexually through parthenogenesis, through the Bartholin gland, which is a part of our junk deoxyetheric acid.
And that's how the
So
first so-called black woman was
was
ever
able,
made.
exactly.
That's how the so-called first ever black man was ever made. You see what I'm saying? The only reason why we're reproducing differently now is because of what y'all did to us. Our women were performing parthenogenesis before even 4,000 to 7,000 years ago. It wasn't even that long ago, and they were doing this. Y'all are the ones who added antigens and started adding complications to our women. That's what happened. Parthenon, facts.
Parthenon. Read about it, look it up, and research it, because that's what they don't want people to know. And this is the reason why you see things like somatic parthenogenesis. Any word that is in front of parthenogenesis is artificial, because we can see through the totipotum stem. So I heard somebody say something about the mitochondria, which through the mother effect, the mother's genetics rule. So when we're talking about the only woman that evolved with the earth and the only woman whose genetics is connected to an entire species outside of this planet, this is what your scientists are saying and are showing proof of. 5, 6, 7 hour documentaries on this shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Y'all need to, you know what I'm saying, do a little bit of deeper research too, because a lot of this shit is taught in school and then people don't go back and revisit it. I'm not saying that's the case for you, Beansy, but I'm just speaking to the room. Like, so-called black women can procreate on their own.
Yep.
It's just dormant DEA or DNA, whatever you want to say. That Bartholin gland just needs to be stimulated. We need to be eating according to our genetic makeup. And we need to be aware of our vibration and the vibration of the planet. This is the reason why we're seeing the Schumann resonance rise. It's the rise of the divine feminine. So we're seeing our species actually baby boom. Why are a lot of our women 70, 67, 72, 87 years old giving birth, not only just to children, but to twins, quadruplets, with children already in tow? But we see the Asian, who actually predates you, right? That's the reason why you're called the Caucasian, literally on a 10-year, a whole decade worth of birth decline. They barely have children. It's just teenagers over there.
Yep.
So we're seeing Russians under martial law. Also, they're struggling with reproducing with each other. Singapore, several different,
France.
Italy, France, all of these people are struggling with having children with each other. And this is because, again, problems under the sun. This is a different type of radiation that was on the planet 10 years ago. This radiation has only been ground level for 10 years. So it was cool when it was UVA and UVB. They kept putting on the sunglasses when niggas was children, talking about UVA. What about UVC? What about UVC?
And your species are the only species that have never been on this planet without the ozone layer.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what's getting removed. That's why they're saying, oh, it's going to be back in track in 2020 and 2066. No, it's not. Y'all don't have till then.
And
They're
how are
just
y'all
trying to
gonna
say that to give y'all time?
y'all are gonna unalive by then, nigga? That's a long time. If
Mm-hmm.
y'all are already if y'all were naturally already undergoing issues with the sun naturally, y'all are in for a treat now.
And how you know
Talking about
how you
2066.
know the ozone layer is getting removed? You see all that UVC radiation all over the planet. You see the sky in rainbow colors. Like they tell you in your UV index that if you go outside in purple for more than 15 minutes, you will start to have neurological, cardiovascular,
That's
and
true.
reproductive issues. And we see purple, we see orange, we see green every time that sun is about to set. That's UVC radiation. And that was only able to be seen in one place, the Northern Lights.
Yep. Now we're
Now you will see articles. They say, "Oh, watch out tonight. You'll see the Northern Lights in 15 states, in 20 states, in different." They tell you this different is because that's radiation pouring in. There's holes that is being created inside of the ozone or on the ozone layer that is breaking more and more and it's thinning out.
Yeah,
And now the ozone layer the ozone layer is about to break. And once that breaks, all that radiation that was sitting on top of it is going. What do you think it's gonna do? It's gonna envelop your cells. This right now. Y'all are unaliving at millions when the ozone layer is there.
Oh yeah.
Y'all are unaliving at millions when the ozone layer is right there.
I forgot to bring
When that ozone layer is removed, imagine that. And
Yeah,
that's
but you're
what we
talking
say.
about two different
This is
things.
why
The
we say
ozone
that.
layer and the northern lights are
And this
entirely
is
different. The ozone layer is
No, if you
O3 and it's
listen to what he's
recovering.
saying,
And the
he's saying,
magnetic field that
okay,
generates.
Beansy, you're not listening anymore, okay?
Yeah.
Because what
I've been
he
listening for
explained,
5 minutes, but
Beansy, hold on.
Listen
Because
again.
what
white
he's,
people.
okay, so F1 in the chat, okay? What he's explaining is that radiation was only able to be seen in the northern lights, Aurora Borealis.
Yep.
We are now seeing radiation as far down as Texas.
Tennessee, my
Every
brother just
single
said.
day I take pictures. Why do you think my name is Sky Watcher? You can go check all different type. Let me actually post that picture of that red dust. Let me, cause that's on my page, but you have to scroll for that. Let me find that for you. Cause that's important. In the way that shit was looking, there's no way y'all were biosynthesizing this. You don't even emit this color, this type of radiation back to the planet.
10 years ago, 15 years ago, you didn't see UV. You didn't see the sky multicolored like that. You didn't see that like that. Now you are, because what? More interstellar gases from solar prominences from these planets and other celestial beings are coming and deteriorating yourselves because you're not natural to the planet. And if these interstellar gases are deteriorating your cells, what does that say that about you being on another planet? You're not natural over there either. So you're getting removed. This is what's happening. And
Yeah, this is a picture that I took just a few months ago, but I can show you pictures of yesterday too, because we're traveling. So I can actually show you through different
I'm about to come up
states
too.
how it's literally being affected as far down as Texas, going all the way up north. So here's what we're saying. This right here, this type of radiation that you can literally see is ground level. It's almost touching those trees. I was out one rising about 7 or 8 a.m. and seen this. Your people cannot synthesize this type of radiation. This is the reason why we're seeing declines in birth rate.
Looks like water vapor.
But it's not though.
But
Does
it
that
was.
look like water
That
vapor
look
to
like
you?
UVC radiation. That look like the sky is
That
not one
looks like
color.
the sun setting to me.
That looks like the sun is setting and letting off what? Y'all want to keep talking about, oh, it looks like the sunset reflecting, or it looks like the sun setting, but you're not talking about what the sun is doing. That's what you're not. That's the thing. You want to say what it's doing, but it's not. You don't want to say what it's doing it to you though.
I guess
It's
he's
because
saying
it's
that.
scattering. No, it's
I guess
because
he's
it's
saying that
scattering.
that's water vapor. That right there, that's
It's
high and low in the sky. Look at the trees. You're thinking that that's water vapor.
that's the atmosphere. That's the sun scattering on the
Atmosphere.
atmosphere.
What's in the atmosphere?
Come on,
What's
bro.
in the
Stop playing with
atmosphere
me.
Literally
though?
water molecules and ozone. Yeah, that's
Right.
exactly
And
what that
water
is.
is
It's called
another form of
diffraction.
what? Water is another
It's
form of what?
Rayleigh scattering is what it
Radiation.
is.
Water
Water
is
is
radiation.
another form of radiation.
Nice
What?
try though.
Solar, terrestrial, radiation are just different forms of each other. They're the
Water
same
is not a
thing.
form of
When we're
radiation
talking
at all.
about, so what is water composed of? Oh, come on, man.
What
What is
water?
water composed
Can you
of,
tell us? Can you
Beansy?
tell us the chemical compounds that make up water?
Water is not a form of radiation at all.
Can
Yeah.
you
Can
tell
you
us
tell
what
us the
it's
chemical
No,
composed of
compounds?
since
yeah,
it's
Yeah.
not?
2 hydrogen and an oxygen. I'm well aware.
And
You
what it are?
So hydrogen and oxygen, right? Is that what you
two
said?
hydrogen and an oxygen.
Two
Yeah,
hydrogen and an oxygen. And the sun is composed of oxygen, hydrogen, helium,
Nitrogen.
nitrogen, and carbon. So what's in water is in the sun. How is that possible? Can you explain that to us?
Wait, what? Just because we have hydrogen in us, are we the sun as well? We have nitrogen in us. Are we the sun?
Well,
No. Y'all
y'all
don't.
don't even
I have iron
biosynthesize
in
the
me, which
sun.
is also in the sun, thankfully.
Y'all don't biosynthesize the sun though. That's the point that we're
Vitamin D,
making.
we do biosynthesize it,
So
obviously.
okay, he just named you everything that the sun is composed of. Are you positing that the only thing after what it's composed of chemically, that it's only giving off vitamin D, or is that the only thing that your species can absorb?
That's one of the primary molecules that we biosynthesize from the sun, vitamin D.
So does vitamin D also make you sweat?
I have no idea. We reflect. If you're talking about if you're talking about how the wavelengths hit and it turns into heat as we're disposing of the sun, yeah. What can't
Disposing
be
of the
reflected?
sun.
What can't
The
be
thing
reflected is
is,
turned into heat. It's that
the
simple.
thing is, the reason why I brought up the sun and the water is because they're made up of the same chemical compounds. You see what I'm saying?
I
And
don't
and,
see
and,
what you're
and the,
saying at all.
hold on. And the reason why there's rain, there's earthquakes, or anything that's happening on Earth is because of the sun. The sun is because of the sun. The water is controlled by the sun. It's not controlled by the moon. That's a fake moon that moves around all the time and is always out when the sun is out, and it's at wherever it wants to be on the planet. It has no ties magnetically to this planet. So again, y'all are not possessed of that same sun. Y'all, we have that exact chemical compound that the sun is composed of in our genetics, which is what makes up neuromelanin. That's what neuromelanin is. That's the chemical compound for neuromelanin is the sun, same chemical compound, and y'all don't have that, so y'all can't absorb that, and you have to study the four phases of matter, and the other and there's other phases of matter that you need to understand. That water is just all of them. Water is all of the phases of matter. That's what it is. You don't get. You see what I'm saying? It is the liquid, it is the gas, and it is the sun, and it's in all interstellar gases. This is why they say that we're in water, or we're covered in water. The so-called firmament, because of the science of it.
I just want to be clear. So the sun is made of dopamine. Is that what we're getting at?
The sun is made up of hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, which
Well,
is
you
the
said
same,
you said neuromelanin.
which is the same chemical compounds that make up neuromelanin. And the dopamine that you're talking about is produced by neuromelanin. So the reason why I'm able to feel that dopamine, or I'm able to feel any
No,
type of hormone in my body, is because the neuromelanin is what produces and regulates it.
no,
That's not the same case for y'all. That's why you don't understand it.
He just
no,
saying
He's
no.
just saying no,
no.
no,
That's
no.
so
I'm telling you,
incorrect.
he's just saying
That's
no, no,
so
no. I'm literally telling
incorrect.
you, bro.
It's so incorrect.
All right, explain it. Explain it then.
The
I'm explaining
biosynthesis
it.
pathway of neuromelanin.
Explain it. What'd you say?
The
This nigga said the
biosynthesis
biosynthesis pathway of neuromelanin.
neuromelanin.
Yes, I do know that.
We've explained it.
You've been
Why are you trying to
explaining.
explain it to us when we've already explained it to
Because
you?
he said that dopamine is made up of neuromelanin. That's not the case. Dopamine is one of the literally first molecules used to generate neuromelanin. So it's not explained correctly.
It doesn't. No, 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 no,
Yeah. All
no, no,
day,
no.
every day, bro.
They're
All day, every
found
day.
in
I
dopamine.
can't wait for this to be posted on YouTube.
Post it.
Yeah,
Post it.
screen.
Blow
Yeah,
one
no,
up.
you
Right.
screen record it
You
since
screen
you can't
record.
wait.
You can't
Yeah,
wait. Screen record
what?
it and post it.
Yeah,
My
the
nigga.
fuck.
I want you
You
to.
threatened me and
Yeah,
said it was already going to be posted. Post it.
we're gonna do what we're gonna do. That doesn't mean that you're gonna see
Go
it though.
ahead. Oh, I'll see
Right.
it.
So go ahead and
I'll
record what
see
you
it.
can't wait. Okay, Beansy, record it. The
Bro,
fuck, since
you
you
said
can't wait.
everybody had
The fuck.
neuromelanin. That's recorded. You
Everyone
said
does
you
have
said so-called
neuromelanin.
black
It's
people have animal
one of the
DNA.
markers of
That's recorded.
Parkinson's.
Right.
So can you explain to us?
We literally heard you say that we're not all the same species. So don't forget
I
that.
literally said we are all the same
Don't
species.
forget that we have it recorded that you saying that each species, which is positing that we're not the same
'Cause I
species.
was
And
talking
let's not
about
forget that
animals.
you also said something else that you admitted to be wrong about as well.
All right, I
Twice
gotta
on the
go
same
anyway.
live. Right, of course you do. Couldn't wait
Yeah.
for the live to be posted, but then had to leave. Oh.
Come on, bro. We want the live to be posted, bro. Like I don't understand why you saying that. Do you though? Like you're not really saying nothing.
We want the truth to get out because the star seeds listen to us. They be right next to their parents that be in this live hearing the truth. The star seeds, they be like, I want to ask Jay. What is Jay saying? Can I ask Jay a question? Because they've already thought for themselves first. A star seed asked me a few weeks ago, she said, how is it that a cat is eukaryotic, but a lion is prokaryotic? That's a great question for a 9-year-old to be asking. You have a 9-year-old saying, oh, when we go to the library today, Mom, I want to get the book about matter. A 9-year-old is already hungry for truth and knowledge of thyself. She's at school, not no more because she's not in school anymore, but she was telling her friends, you got to know thyself. A 9-year-old. So this is the reason why we go hard is for our children. We're not going to allow our children to be indoctrinated or lied to. They're being taught in school that they're the same. But if this starseed goes to her 9th grade biologist, if she had the chance and said what we said in here today, don't you know that the starseed would probably be on the news and the school would be under investigation because why are y'all teaching lies? If we never went from haploids to diploids, why are you teaching Darwinism? If you know that we're not the same species, expose the real reason behind who's getting experimented on, what part of the experiment, and for why. But y'all not gonna do that because y'all move off of emotions, even in here. You'll never go back to your own community and tell the psychologists that are there, or the historians or the scientists that are there and actually discuss and have the discussion that we're having in here with them. You only want to have the discussion with us because you think we're incompetent until we lock in on your genetics. Who's the incompetent one now?
Right. I see. Matter of fact, go ahead, Sinister.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good. Do
Oh yeah.
you think we're all one species?
Of course not.
All right. Can you explain that?
Well, we was all made up of different we was made from different gods. So like we got different genetic. That's why it's different races.
Right. So race is theoretical, though.
What you mean?
Meaning it's not real. So
Well,
what was?
yeah, because it's created. Yeah, I get you.
So like, what do you mean by we have different gods?
Well, and let's not say gods, but I'm saying that because that's what they call themselves. But that's not the they the ones. They basically the ones that genetically spliced us, and so in a sense they are kind of right because they created us, right? So and God create and they created. So it's like that's like how we got. It's how we got that spark that they got. We got this, but we know different from them. That's the thing. But that's why, like how she was saying, like about the schools and how they
Wait,
do
so
all.
are you saying that we're genetically spliced?
Yeah.
So how are we genetically spliced, but we're the exact same as the gods that you're saying that we stem from?
So you spliced with their DNA.
So what else are we spliced with then? I mean, I'm confused.
Animals. Animals, the stars.
So-called black people don't have any animal DNA.
We don't.
And a star doesn't have DNA for you to extract. So how are we spliced with stars?
How are we spliced with stars? Because that's the essence. Stars, that's the essence.
Can you clarify on that's the essence?
It's right. Why you think that they say like? Why you think people like want to be? They want to be a star, and a star. What? A star is how can I explain it? It's energy. That's the only way I can explain it. It's energy. It's the energy.
Right. So can you explain what animals so-called black people are spliced with?
Some with lions. A lot with lions.
We share a lot of our DNA with lions?
Yeah.
Why don't we phenotypically present as lions?
I mean, what do you mean?
You said we're spliced with lions. Why don't we phenotypically present as lions?
Everybody haven't been tested.
Wait.
Have you been tested?
I'm
just asking.
No, I'm asking why don't we phenotypically present as lions, bro?
You saying why is it not in our DNA, basically, right?
No, I'm saying I'm just going off of what you're saying, brother. You said that we spliced with lions, so
Right.
why
And
don't
you
why does it?
I didn't say everybody. Not everybody. I didn't say that. You said that.
Yeah, I'm saying so-called black people, bro.
So all right. So you know about the Lyrans, right? You laughing like it was funny.
Bro, you talking about that feline extraterrestrial species? Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I'm talking about, but you laughing though. Like that's like a mockery. You feel me?
No, I'm not trying to.
Hey, we gonna be funny then. Let's be funny. I can be funny.
No, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I can be funny. Hey, Will. Hey.
No, you were just saying so-called black people have lions.
Nah, I didn't say all black people. You said that.
No, because I asked you. No, don't try
I
to
didn't say that. I didn't say all black people.
I promise you did. I literally
didn't say that.
I said no. This is what I asked you. I said so. I said what type of animals are so-called black people spliced with?
And I said
you
some.
lions.
I said some of them with lions, right? I said some.
No, you said a lot with lions.
Well,
So
regardless. All right, a lot. That don't mean all, right? That don't mean all. However you want to put it. I didn't say every black. Because first of all, we come from different genetics and stuff. Like African is not the same as a indigenous American and stuff like vice versa. Like
that's complete cap.
What you mean is complete cap? No, it's
complete
not.
Cap. They got
No,
a different set. Hey, they got a different set of antigens than you, but we're genetically the same. It don't matter. It don't matter if we in China, Europe, Indonesia. It don't matter where the hell so-called black people at. We all genetically the same because we stem from the so-called black woman.
How many ethers do they got?
Huh?
How many ethers do they got?
How many ethers do they have?
Yeah.
What is ether? Define ether.
Your name ether. You know, hey, come on, bro. Let's not do that.
I know what ether is. So go ahead. Hey,
you can't have the name. You can't have the name ether and ask me what is ether.
Right, define ether just for the room.
Well, I gotta define it when your name is
not for me, for the room. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Hey, bro. Bro. You know what ether is. Yeah, your name is.
I do, but maybe there's 76.
Why did you
hold on, brother. Hold on.
Okay.
There's 76 people in here. They might not know what ether is. So go ahead and define it for us.
Ether is energy. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Ether. Ether, am I wrong? Ether.
What's up?
Mr. Ether.
I hear you, bro. You say ether is energy.
Ether is energy, yes. Am I wrong?
So if ether is energy, right? So, hold on. So if ether is energy, what is neuromelanin?
Neuromelanin is a form of absorbing the sun.
Neuromelanin is a form of absorbing the sun.
Yes.
That's all neuromelanin is?
But you want me to go deep into detail? See, now it's like you try to find like where you can make me wrong. I see what you're doing.
Nah, I'm not saying you're wrong, brother.
I know.
I need you to clarify.
You're not saying I'm wrong, but you want to make me wrong. You want to see if I'm educated enough. Like, see, it's like you want to catch me in a web to see if I get one thing wrong, now it's like, if I get one thing wrong, now it's like, aha. like,
I mean, shit, you was already wrong in the beginning when you said so-called black people is spliced with lions.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was, because you can't splice into a neuromelanated cell. So how the hell are we spliced with lions?
So what you made of? Then tell me.
I'm made up of the same thing that the cosmos and the sun is made up of.
So how you walking then?
Because of the so-called black woman.
so who is the so-called black woman?
A fragment of the universe.
A fragment of the, and what was her name?
We don't go by titles or names.
Everything go by titles and names. That just means you
That's
don't know. Everything go by titles and names.
Hold on. We ain't even speak. We ain't even speak languages, bro.
It was
That
yeah.
whole
You
language
still
shit,
have,
that's
you
new.
ain't, all right. So you look. You say you ain't speak languages, but you did though. It
Yeah,
was,
telepathy. That's all we spoke. Telepathy.
it's still a language.
Mm, right. We spoke through telepathy.
It's a language. You have to speak a language, right?
Okay. What? All right. I'm a little confused
Why you confused?
because you're saying we communicated through telepathy, right?
Mm-hmm. Hold up, Lukazi
So
holla
that
about
means
you
we
gave
didn't
a
have
joke.
to. That
Nigga,
means
I'm
we
not
didn't have to
lying.
speak.
All right, but it still was words though, right?
What words if language didn't
Listen,
exist?
you have a misinterpretation of how things were done.
All right,
It was
all
listen,
right,
it was telepathy.
hold on. Through
What?
telepathy, what words was you hearing if language didn't exist?
So what is telepathy? I'm gonna ask you that.
You speaking through energy, like frequencies and energy. So,
Have you ever done telepathy?
of course,
You have?
you probably have too.
I know I have, but I'm asking you.
Yeah.
All right, so turn into my frequency. What am I thinking right now?
I don't know. You're not in front of me, brother.
I don't have to be in front of you. It's frequency. I told you what you was trying to do to me, right? I told you how you was trying to make me wrong when I wasn't. I know what I'm talking
I
about.
wasn't trying to make you wrong. You was
You was.
just wrong
All right,
off
so
the bat.
listen. All right, I'm gonna explain to you, right? If the gods is in humanoid forms, right? Humanoid. You never looked at people. See, I looked at people like I can see the animal shit into it. And all right, so white people, they reptilian, right?
Hell no.
They not. What are they?
Shit, fruit fly, chimpanzee,
Oh, hold on. So hold on.
dog, pig, cow. They a lot of things.
Hold up. So they fruit flies and all this and that and the third. They made all of this, but you not.
Hell no.
So
I don't phenotypically present as any animal.
you can prove that. You got your blood work.
Right, through phenotype.
You got your blood.
Because what determines phenotype?
Bro, I'm gonna tell you like this, right? When I got
No, I'm asking you a serious question. What determines phenotype?
I don't get into all that. Like all that shit.
You only get into mysticism because nigga, you was talking about the Lyrians and
Ain't
shit.
no
What is
talking about
Lyrian?
mysticism.
Hold
That's
on.
not mysticism.
I
That's
kind of want to
facts.
double back to that. What does Lyrians got to do with so-called black people?
Because that's the telepathy that you talking about. You want to be too. You want to talk about.
Lyrians is
Hold on.
telepathy.
Hold up. You want to talk about telepathy when they was the first ones doing it. See, you don't know nothing about what
So
you talking about, and you try to make me look wrong. Feel me? Like
So the Lyrians was first.
they was the first ones that had telepathy. Yes. Like, bro, it's like
Who is all
listen.
right? So who is
I don't listen.
who is the first throughout the cosmos?
Who is you? Tell me, bro. You know everything.
I'm asking you, brother, because
Nah, you know everything.
who is the first throughout the cosmos? This is a serious question, brother.
You tell me. What is the cosmos? I don't know. What is the cosmos?
The universe, bro. You just playing around.
Oh, so who created the universe?
Nah, I never asked who created the universe. I said who was the first throughout the
You
universe.
said the cosmos. The cosmos is the universe, right? That's what you're saying.
Right.
All right. I'm just trying to get clarity.
So who was the first throughout there?
For the physical?
Right.
Yadaba.
Who?
Yadaba.
Who?
Yadabo. Hold on, Kimmy.
Barbelo, Yadaba, whatever one you want to choose.
And who is that? Like, what do they look like?
What do they look like? Like a lion with a dragon body. With a
You said a lion with a dragon body.
yeah. With a humanoid body. You laughing, but you laughing.
Niggas, you teaching this to children?
I'm not. Listen, see, you a left-brained. I can tell you that for a fact.
Nigga, you just said it was
you left-brained.
You were just saying it was a lion with a
asking you-
dragon body, and they was the first throughout the cosmos.
No, the physical.
Right, throughout the cosmos, you said that was the first species.
So what? So that's how Anu was.
Yeah, how did you get this information?
So that's how Anu was mixed with. Anu, like that's how he was mixed with Draconian and Lauren, right? That's
Who is
how.
Anu?
See, I can't even go no. I guess I'm in the wrong thing. I guess I'll be quiet. Listen, I tuned into what you were talking about. My bad.
Nah, I'm
No,
just
no, no.
asking serious
I'm
questions.
talking about
Nah,
the wrong
chill.
things in here. I'm
I'm
talking about the
asking
wrong things.
serious questions.
I'm talking the wrong things in here.
Than a so-called Lyrian or lion or whatever we're talking about in here, right?
I never said it
Um,
wasn't. I never said it wasn't.
right. So I'm getting there, brother.
But they
So
they
how
they
can
in the but they
hold on one
interbred
second,
though.
brother. 1 second. I just getting back to the phone. So
Uh-huh.
how can two species procreate even on a cosmic level if we're talking about the physical?
The same way that the fallen angels manifested with uh humans, right? It's no difference.
Those are two
Like
different species. So I'm
it's
asking you,
not
how do
you
two
don't
different
it's not
species
different.
procreate? How do two different species procreate with each other if they're two different species?
The same way which do I really gotta answer that? Do I really gotta answer that? Like, do you really want me to answer that?
That's a serious question. Can you answer it?
Bruh. Like, all right, so do y'all know about draconians? Like,
Enlighten me.
like they can breed with anything.
So draconians can breed with any species.
Yeah.
And
Can't.
All right.
right.
No, they
All right. So
cannot.
you all right, so tell me
That's a
differently.
prokaryote because they're prokaryotic organisms.
How you
They
know
need
that?
to procreate within their species. What do you
That's a
mean? How do
lie.
I know that? Because
If that's the
all
case, they
right, bro.
wouldn't be. If that's
What?
the case, they
Like,
wouldn't have
what's up
bred
with
with
this
Lyran.
nigga?
If that's the case, they wouldn't have been
What's
able to
up with
breed with
this nigga,
Lyrans.
man? All right,
If that's the case, they wouldn't have bred with Lyrans. How did they?
Bro,
Lyrans
How
are
did they
their
breed with
own
you
Lyrans?
mean a
species,
lyran?
bro.
How did they? Like, you tell me. How
Yo,
did they breed with Lyrans? How did they breed with all these other things? If they,
Okay,
how
okay.
did they?
All right,
How did
all
they
right, hold
breed
on,
with
hold on.
where do you see
reptilians?
the
All right,
result
brother.
of that?
Hmm.
Right, brother, I got a serious question. Okay, the Lyrans are related to like big cats, like lions, right?
Yeah.
Right, and reptilians are connected to the reptiles down here, right?
Yeah.
Why the hell we don't see them procreating?
They not in the spiritual.
Because they not what?
Like, cause they not in the spiritual, bruh. Like, all right, so
Oh, this nigga playing with mysticism.
you don't understand. You can't do one without the other.
But you're saying, oh my gosh, I don't even know,
Bruh, all right,
bro.
so I'm gonna ask you this, right? It's a simple question. Do they or do they not genetically splice things? It's simple.
What cell can be spliced? I
It's
mean, yeah,
simple,
what cell
bro.
can be spliced?
It's a simple question. Do they genetically splice things? Do they create new things? Have they not done this? Like, let's not don't play
Which one?
dumb,
The reptilians or
bruh.
which one?
Huh?
Which one? The reptilians or
They
the?
didn't create the reptilians. The reptilians was here before them. Like, they couldn't create. How they create them? They was here before them.
Where
They
does
been here.
splicing come into play? If these people can naturally procreate with each other, where does splicing come into
Who are
play?
these people?
How did the draconian get here if they're a prokaryotic cell or a prokaryotic organism?
How do you know that?
Based off of how it evolved with the cosmos?
But they're intergalactic, they're interdimensional, so how can you say that?
All realms and all dimensions are here on this planet as well.
Can you see?
Earth is
But
just one of our.
can you?
Hold on, I'm not gonna play
What is
semantics with you.
intergalactic? Can you explain that to us?
Yeah,
What
bro.
do you think that is? What do you think that is?
No, let her finish. She wanted to say something. She was saying what she was saying. I hear what you're saying, though.
Because
I hear. I'm gonna
intergalactic.
answer what she's saying, but
If
she
you
wanted.
understood,
No,
because if
she
you
wanted to get.
understood
She
what
was getting
no
upset
no
because
no
she
no no
ain't
no
get
no
her
no
point. She ain't
no
finished
no
what
no
she
hold
was
on.
saying.
If you understood what intergalactic meant, you will understand that these people are prokaryotic species because intergalactic means the inner world of the cosmos. Your molecular gastronomy. That's what it is. The fact that your brain has over 100 billion neurons, which is the same amount of stars in the cosmos. That's what it is. And once you study genetics, you will understand that they're prokaryotic species, bro. They don't have these species they don't phenotypically look like any other species but their own. A Lyran looks like a Lyran. It don't look like a Draconian, bro. You're just saying intergalactic under these different words, but it's just talking about your anatomy. It's just talking about cells. It's just talking about atoms. That's what the intergalactic is. But you don't know that though. That's the problem. That's what we're confused at. How do so-called black people have animal DNA? How can our cells be spliced?
Do you know how the splicing process works, Sinister?
Bro, then you be trying to mute a nigga to what's the name to
So it's just
bring
because
more
we were
power to
over,
yourself.
we can't really
Like,
do, yeah, we can't really do over talking. But we was asking a question like, do you know the process of splicing? Like, what goes into it? How things are spliced? What are the types of the type of cell that can be spliced? Like, are you able to explain the process to us?
bro,
Because you said splicing, so people in the room don't know what splicing is. Can you elaborate for them?
splicing is genetically modifying DNA, mixing two DNAs that wouldn't normally be able to go together. That's how they can create them.
And how is that process done?
It's done by taking a sperm from one and the fucking egg from the other, and then they fucking create a fucking what's the name? What's the word for it? A substitute for it. So they need it.
Can you use do you know the term for splicing?
They put it in the artificial assimilation so they can modify it.
How do they take the genetic information in and out of a cell? So how do they splice into a cell to take to genetic in and out of the cell to put it into another one?
Bruh, you want to get in a class and shit. I'm like, this is not.
Yeah, you said we were spliced, bro.
You want to ask
That's a big
me? You want to ask me?
You said we were spliced by lions and draconians. I want to know how it happened.
All right, look, they extract the sperm from one with a needle. They extract the egg from another, the female with the fucking the needle epidermis shit, whatever the fuck, how they do that shit. They put them together in they little shit that they, bro. Why is you playing with me like you don't know what the fuck going on?
No, we do. We want you to explain it for people who don't know, though, so we can enlighten our brothers and sisters. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and that's
so you just want me to elaborate.
How do you take? My question was, I hear you're very fascinated with the sperm and the egg. But my question was, how do you splice a cell and take genetic information in and out of that cell to put it in another cell? How do you do that?
Well, I can't tell you that. I would have to be in the lab to know that.
Oh, you can, yeah. So let's not go around saying black people are spliced.
No. You see how you just did that? See, I just did that on purpose. You see how you just did that? You was waiting.
You did it too.
I just did it on purpose. I just did that on purpose.
You wouldn't have made the comment that you made, brother.
I just tricked you. I just did that on purpose. I just did that.
You didn't trick shit, nigga. You having trouble answering the question, bro.
No, because I did that just to see what you was going to say. Because I knew you just wanted to.
So tell us.
Playing around. You just want me to
playing games.
Because the thing is, you know I'm right about what I'm talking about, but you just want me to be wrong.
You not right though, because you can't splice into the cell of a so-called black person, bro, because all of our cells are coated in neuromelanin.
Bro, listen,
and if you actually hold on, if you actually knew how splicing took place, and you actually understood what neuromelanin was, then you would understand how they can't splice into our cells.
And why can't they?
I feel like that's something that you need to like go figure out yourself.
I gotta figure. So now, when it comes to a point when you can't answer the question, I gotta.
No, I can definitely answer the question. I've said it before.
No. When it comes to a point where you can't answer the question now, I need to figure it out, but you can't. Like, bro, no, we're not doing that.
Okay, what is neuromelanin? Like, I'm gonna let you answer. What is neuromelanin?
It's a form of absorbing the sun.
Right, and what are we absorbing from the sun?
Wait, hold on. He said it's a form of sun absorption.
Yes, because it's different forms of melanin. Yeah. Am I wrong about that?
Neuromelanin is a biochemical substance, and it's condensed sunlight in its form, and it also can condense sunlight, and it's the only molecule known to do that. So we're not trying to argue or nothing.
It's a form of melanin, right?
You said it's a form. You said it's a form of the sun.
Of the sun absorption.
Yeah, we're talking about absorbing the sun. It
So
has
what is
nothing
all
to
right? So
do with
now what is
that.
you just so all right? So what it now? Let's listen to what you just said. So
So it is
what
the
is
sun, brother.
neuromelanin? Then you just say
Neuromelanin is
neuromelanin
the sun
absorbs the
for the
sun.
fourth
Ain't that
time. For the fifth time, neuromelanin is the sun. And it's the only molecule that is that.
so if that's the case? Then why do we need the
know,
sun? We wouldn't need the sun if that's the case. Then it's a
The
receptor.
sun is neuromelanin. The
It's a
sun is
receptor.
neuromelanin. So the only thing that I'm saying to you, brother, is that neuromelanin is the sun, but it has nothing to do with absorption.
yeah, that sun needs us as much as we need it. I hope you know that. That sun is connected to us through quantum entanglement. We were created through the same event. We were
Hence goes
sparked
the
through the
saying,
same.
as above as below. I know
So again,
Explain that. Explain that
I
though.
want you to explain how a neuromelanated cell can be spliced.
you just said it. How it can be spliced.
Oh, okay. No,
Like
no,
we
no,
off
no,
that.
no,
We off
brother.
that. I like her. I like what she said about it because you just want to make me wrong. Like I like.
We're not off
No.
that.
What you mean? Nah, hey
You
Scott,
said
come
our
on. I was on your side, and then you just going nah. We ain't doing that. We not. Don't do that.
It's not about a
Don't
side,
do that.
brother, because we're not arguing.
I like what
We're
you were
actually
saying about the sun. Let's
hold on, brother,
bro,
because it's not about liking and shit.
this
Like they
nigga.
snatching our women and children for neuromelanin,
you right.
right? For cell potency. So this is not a game where it's
You
semantics.
right. It's not. You're
It's
not playing.
unfortunate that we have to come on here and to tell our brothers and sisters about their own genetics and the opposite species. Clear that we're not undergoing the same processes under the sun. We have to start knowing this because when we ask you, can you explain splicing? That explanation, we're saying like we can't explain that to children that way. And I'm being dead ass. If our children are being snatched for their totipotent stem cells, which is explaining how potent
Uh-huh.
they are to this planet, we can't explain to them. If we want to protect, especially as a divine masculine, if you're going to protect women and children, you need to know why they are missing, brother.
I do.
It's not a
I know about
semantic or
it.
nothing to play with. So what the host said,
Uh-huh.
go sit with yourself, brother. He got books on his Instagram, fire ass books. I'm not talking about no like basic shit, like fire ass books. Like me and Zell was like, damn, we need that lineup. You see what I'm saying? I got books on my Instagram and here. We tried to tell another brother earlier today, go get some books, brother, because if you're looking for a deeper explanation on this, the only thing you can do is sit down with yourself and unpack the information. But we don't like doing that. We want somebody to tell us what to do, and we can't save children that way.
So do you know
We
why
can't
they
even think for ourselves. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna just say this last thing. We can't even think for ourselves if we're not sitting down and thinking with ourselves first. You're not gonna be able to do it for children or your species if you're not doing it with yourself first. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're right. I was going to ask you, do you know why they taking the neuromelanin? Or should I say, who's taking the neuromelanin?
So I didn't mean to say for the neuromelanin.
No, but that's
What I
what
meant to say is for their stem cells, which is being used for a particular. This is being used to spark all of the experiments that they're doing, because you need things like, excuse me, organ energy accumulators. You need black body radiator accumulators. You need all of this stuff that's ran off of us naturally. You see what I'm saying? They've already kept the planet, but then who's a direct reflection of the planet? It's the people. That's how they are physically able to access some things and how they're not physically able to access some things because of neuromelanin. You just got to understand what it is and what's taking place, what they're trying to do and what they can't do. They can't splice into a cell that's coated in neuromelanin because you need light to splice. So how do you cut into a cell that's coated in light? You can't do that. It's just going to absorb itself. So when we understand and sit down with the information,
What a crusty.
rather than what is being told, you see what I'm saying? We can actually see the truth. Then that's how we have terrain. You see what I'm saying? That's how we're able to switch the dynamic for our species. Because now cat's out of the bag. We not sleep on that no more. We understand introgression and the different types of hybridization that they're using. They just kept it from us. So I'm saying this has been going on for 300,000 plus years. Where do you think fairies and shit come from? That's a spliced being.
Yeah, I know about fairies.
You know what I'm saying? Homo floresiensis.
Why you trying to make me look stupid then?
We not trying to make you look stupid, brother. We
Bro,
asked you questions because you requested up saying you knew the information.
I didn't say I knew the information. I just was saying what I was talking about. I didn't say I knew anything. I just was talking about what I was talking about.
But when I was asking you questions, you were saying you knew how, like you could answer my questions, basically.
And
But
I was, and then we kept
information.
going until you like felt as though I got one wrong. Until I
I
got it wrong.
mean,
But I
it
did
was
that on
wrong because,
I
like I
got it. I
said,
did that
you
on.
can't.
I did that on purpose because we really kept on doing the same thing over and over again. You would have kept on asking me questions,
Not
saying if
like.
I know
Let's go back to the first thing you said. You said that first. You stated that Africans and
Indigenous
Native
Americans.
Americans or whatever
Yeah.
or Black Native Americans are different.
Yeah,
I told you so-called Black people, no matter where they're at through the diaspora, they're all the same genetically.
but
And
they're
then
not.
you were saying that um what did you say? You said so-called Black people were spliced by who'd you say we were spliced? You said we were spliced by some type of being. You was calling them gods, and you said we was genetically. You
So
said we was the exact same as these people that we were spliced with. But I asked you what else was we spliced with if we're the exact same as them. Then you said we were spliced with lions. So I wanted you to explain why we didn't
lions.
phenotypically present as lions. Because if you know anything about genetics, you know that your genes they express themselves, right?
Hmm.
So if our phenotype doesn't match that of a lion, and we actually have neuromelanin, lions have pheomelanin. So how is it possible for us to have neuromelanin, but the animal that we're spliced with has pheomelanin?
I can't get no of that, bro. Like, listen, like you, like I said, that's not what I was talking about.
That's not what you said though.
No. Listen, all right. So look, it's not one person that's pure one race, and if you are that pure one
Like I
race,
was saying, race is theoretical. It's not about race. It's about
it's not
genetics.
theoretical. It's a real thing.
No, it's
You don't
not.
have a
Race is
theory.
false. That was created by a white man. So no, it's not real.
How was it created by a white man? Didn't create anything.
He created the terminology race. Like race is not a real thing.
Okay,
Now,
species. Okay, let's use that word. Species. Same difference.
right. So even if we get in, how are you saying that so-called Black people are spliced with two different, completely different species, and we don't even phenotypically present as animals? We don't have any type of animal
How, right?
genetics.
Because it was 200 fallen angels, right? Right? I'm asking. It was 200 fallen angels, right?
I mean, you tell me.
Yeah. All right. Okay, all right. So it was 200. I'm saying it like saying if we follow each other. Yeah, it was 200 fallen angels. Azazel was the fucking. Wasn't that Azazel was the leader, right? I believe. But anyway, so they was the Igigis, and they was mixed with animals and all that shit, right?
Are you
So
referring to the? You said the GGs. So are we talking about the lion dragon people?
no, the Igigi different, like they were different.
All right.
So
So
that
what do they look like?
different. They was the giants and stuff that you talk
Right.
about.
What do they phenotypically look like though?
Can't give you an exact definition. They different.
So they didn't look like us.
Nobody looked the same. What you mean? Like was they black?
Did they look like us?
I don't get. What do you mean look like us? Was they?
Did they
Was
look
they?
like so-called Black people?
Egyptians was black, right?
Did they look like? I'm going off of what you're saying, brother. I'm just asking questions. Did they look
I
like
know you
so-called
asking,
Black
but I'm
people?
saying like you asking it, and I'm answering it in a sense too. Like, but I'm
Like,
saying
nah, just give me straight up answers. Like, we ain't got to play the games. Like, did they look
all
like
right, so
so-called Black people?
so I said I answered your first question. I said black people at first, but then now you see how it's not me, it's you.
No, you asked me. You said, "Are you talking about Black people?" That's your like,
I
no,
said
bro.
black people, so that means I'm talking about black people. Like
Nah,
if
that means
I ask
that
you,
you're asking me a question. So I need
but
to
I already if
like
I'm
if I
asking you, I
hold on, brother,
already know
hold on,
the
hold
answer.
on. So if I ask you that same question, are you talking about so-called black people? All I need is a yes or a no. You just said, are you talking?
You ain't say neither.
Yeah, at first I said, do they look like us? Referring to me and you because you're so-called black, right?
I'm mixed.
What's your mother?
My mother, she mixed.
Your mother's mixed.
What's her mother? What is your mother's mother's mother?
My mother's mother's mother. She mixed.
Hell no. Too many questions on your genetics, brother.
No, it's not.
Mixed
No.
with what though? Mixed with what?
Listen, you
Mixed
asked me
with what though?
that. You saying too many questions. I didn't say I ain't know I was mixed with. And then
So that's
if
why
we
I'm
gonna
asking with what
see, y'all
though?
never let me finish, so we can't get the way. All right, listen, the genetics. I'm Indian, Filipino, black, and white. Whatever you want to call black. All right.
And your mother, and what is the biracial mixture so called of your mother?
Everything I just said.
Okay. And what was her mother? All of that? Or was that spread out
She
between?
wasn't all of that.
So what was her mother?
What was her mother? Her mother is Native American and African American.
Eskimo?
Native American and African American. Well, that's what you call it then. Yeah.
Native American as far as like $5 Indian, or Native American as far as neuromelanin? See, this is why we don't do race, because it's Elon Musk.
Not the $5. Not the $5.
So she's a neuromelanated, so then it sounds black to me.
Yeah, she black.
So your grandmother, so your
She darker than me.
others, so your grandmother on your maternal side is black, and then so goddamn. Okay, so eukaryotic hybrid. Wait, no. Prokaryotic hybrid. He's a prokaryotic hybrid.
His father is the one
That's African American, but he said that his grandmother was Native American, aka neuromelanated Native American. So
I never said what my father was.
Yeah. So the grandmother is neuromelanated. So it was the grandfather that was eukaryotic.
and
so that's
then
fine.
made the mixed child.
Right.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's a prokaryotic hybrid.
Yeah, you're a prokaryotic hybrid, bro.
Yeah, I know I'm a hybrid. I know that. All right, so when I went, I was trying to tell y'all, in 2011, I got shot, right? And entertainment purposes. I ain't mean to say that. I know we ain't supposed to say it. I just thought about it. But yeah, 2011, I got hit, and when I was at the doctor's, they was talking about me outside the door, and he had the clipboard. He flipped the paper, flipped it back. Flipped the paper, flipped it back. Flipped the paper, then flipped it back, and just sat there with this little confused look on his face, like it's like he's got his own blood type. Like, now that's what he said. So I couldn't. I don't know what my blood type. I couldn't tell you. All I know is whenever I did used to go, they used to steal a whole lot of it. I'm like, I'll tell you that. I stopped going.
So the thing is, y'all are when we're talking about hybrids, that is a completely new species. Like
I know
you got prokaryotic, yeah. So there's more so-called genetic diversity that's there, and with that, but I don't know though, because that's an interesting story though, because what did he mean by it's like you have your own blood type? Like did you ask, because that sounds like some sort of antigen that is dominant within your blood. That's what it sounded like to me. Like, did he give you an explanation on that?
No, I wasn't even supposed to hear that. They was outside. They were supposed to have the door closed, but it was cracked, and he was standing right where I could see him doing it. Like he was aligned.
CBC? They took just a normal CBC?
What do you mean?
Like they took a test tube of blood from you, or they just drew blood?
Yeah, they drew blood.
It sounds like a presence of antigens to me. I don't know.
What I can tell you is,
you are still so-called black. So your organic blood type is sun blood. So
yeah.
your grandmother is the one who created your mother, and your mother is basically a so-called black woman, and she created you. So that's a so-called black woman. All the father did was spark her pattern of that is also, but that is also going to have effects that we don't know about because this shit never happened.
Yeah.
This is new to us.
That's why I said.
You see what I'm saying? The fact that all this prokaryotic life on this planet is even seeing the eukaryotic cell, that's an illusion. Y'all were never supposed to be here. Never supposed to see cars. We were never supposed to see that. It was never supposed to be downloaded into our bodies, into our brains.
When you mean y'all, you mean like everybody, right?
He's talking about the eukaryotic.
I'm talking about the eukaryotic of themselves.
You talking about me?
Oh, bro. No, bro. No. I'm talking about the eukaryotic cell organism. Remember, you're the prokaryotic hybrid. Remember that.
I'm pro.
I'm just saying the eukaryotic organisms, like we were never supposed to see them or experience them on this planet. But here, that's sending schizophrenia back to our cells. You see what I'm saying? That's the sensory input that we're sending back to ourselves is basically like, what the fuck is this? That's why they can't operate, function, because the environment that we're in is not supposed. We were never supposed to experience this. This body is not for this. So, but I feel what you're saying though. Like you are a prokaryotic cell organism, even though that all he did was spark the pattern. That's all he did. You know what I'm saying? So, but
it's your mother's genetics that rule. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do look more like my mother. I look more like my mother.
Right. And even if you look more like, and even if you had looked like your father, it's still her chromosomes that rule.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's her womb.
I can't even. The only thing that look like me or my father is his ears and his eyes. That's it. His ears and his eyes. Right. That's it. Everything else I look like my mother.
I mean, wherever y'all gonna head to the down this path where we are headed on this planet is only based on how you move with your choices, man. That's all it is. Especially like y'all prokaryotic hybrids, because you don't know what the sun and the universe has in store for y'all. That's y'all. What y'all gonna get dealt with after the eukaryotic cell organism is off the planet. The eukaryotic hybrids are off the planet. Once they're done, y'all are next to get dealt with, and then so-called black people, we're gonna get dealt with by our own people because we're living under an embarrassment right now. So that's all it is. So based on how you live, you see what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say to you.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
That's a new thing. A prokaryotic hybrid, that's a new thing as well, just like a eukaryotic hybrid. So,
but one thing that I do know is that I do see stuff.
Hold on, the host wanted to say something.
Right. So Sinister, do you kind of understand what we like going back to neuromelanin and how it can be spliced? Do you kind of understand how so-called black people can be spliced?
Yeah.
All right, but just
let me rephrase that. Spliced is clone.
Huh?
The splice is the clone. You're right. That's not the word I meant to use.
You saying so-called black people can be cloned?
No, that's what splicing is. Splicing is cloning.
Right. So
I was wrong. That's not the word I meant to use.
Nah, you good, but yeah, just make sure you definitely do more research on your genetics and your neuromelanin though.
Yeah, I will.
Right, we gotta be able to, break this down to children. You feel me? And if we going off of regurgitated information that we can't prove, we can't, pass down mysticism and false information to children anymore. You feel me? Because that's why we're in the predicament that we're in today. So just make sure you definitely learn genetics.
Actually, honestly, if you think about it, the mysticism is the only thing that remained true. It was the literacy that changed, right? Like, it was always the literacy that changed. The mysticism never changed. The mysticism was hidden. So it couldn't never change. See, that's the thing. The thing is, y'all became too left brain and ain't using your right brain. You're supposed to be using both of them. You're supposed to be hemi-synced. That's the whole thing. You're supposed to be using both sides of your brain at the same time. Like, and about the race thing, family, like I said, like if they made from fruit flies and this, that, and the third, how can't they walking around and doing the same thing we doing, and you can breed with them? So make that
Right.
make sense.
So that's why I'm saying learn genetics so you can understand how that took place, though.
No, I'm asking you. So how did it take place?
Like,
Introgression,
which
which
part?
is
Oh, go
different
ahead.
types of.
Oh, I think she wants you to tell me.
Huh?
I think she wants you to tell me.
Just said that it was introgression, which is how they are able, like how they are here. And introgression is done through different types of hybridization, which is then done through repeated back crossing to build an entire DNA sequence. So when you're talking about cloning and splicing, that's still the same type of tech because in order to clone,
No, I
you have to
already
be
said I
able
was
to.
wrong about that. I know I was wrong about the splicing. That's not the word I meant to use. I'm
I
asking
said
now.
cloning as well. So
Let
cloning
her
as
finish.
well. When
How you?
you're going to grab information to clone, you have to first go into the DNA, go into the
Mm-hmm.
cell to grab what part of the genetics that you want to be able to copy. It's not like a copy machine where you can just put it on there.
I get that.
You know, like
It's
so that's what
branches
I'm
of
saying.
DNA.
It's done through electrical fusion.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the answer to that.
Right. No, that's not what I was saying. I wasn't asking like how was they created. I was asking how. All right, since they was created, right? I know how are they able to breed with us?
Right. She just explained that, though.
But she explained the process of create how they was created.
Now, when she was saying, introgression and hybridization, that's what she meant when how we can actually procreate with these people today.
Mm-hmm.
We
But
can
like,
procreate with them today, but it's not natural. The reason why we can is because of introgression. Their genes had to be introgressed to the point to where they could even reproduce, period, because they couldn't even reproduce with each other.
Right.
right, this is why I'm saying like you got to go study genetics and actually get a good understanding of this because like we can give you the words or we can tell you how it happened, but you're not going to understand unless you go, do your own
I can
research of
comprehend.
what we're talking about.
I'm definitely comprehending what you're saying. Right. I get exactly what you mean. But with that being said, though, so how is that any different from draconians breeding with anything that they want?
They can't though.
How can't they?
Can two species naturally procreate?
Do you know about the draconian?
I do, and I know that their cellular function is prokaryotic. So how do they again naturally procreate within or excuse me beings outside of the species?
Only right is the same way that they bred with the lion. They breed with everything. They breed
So introgression.
they bred with the reptilians. They breed with everything. That's
Right,
how.
so introgression, because the splicing and cloning that we're talking about has been taking place on the excuse me on the planet for 300,000 plus years.
Right. And that's
So,
them that been doing it.
so that's what I'm saying. So they're not naturally procreating with these other beings and these entities.
Well, I mean, however
This is
you
a
want to
type
put
of,
it, they putting their DNA into them.
but they're not having sex with them, and then the other being is getting pregnant from that. It's not natural procreation.
I get that, but like I just said, however they still putting their DNA, they still creating something else. Like they still put their DNA into something else and created something else. Like when you pull that whatever they made the genetics of their DNA gonna be in there. Like it's the same difference. And then once that thing start breeding, then it's gonna be able to breed with other stuff. Like it's the same way you just said about YT people. They get the like It's the process. Once you get, but they was they was here first, so it's the other way around. They was here before humans was here. So yeah, they gonna be able to breed with you. They made you.
Nah, are you saying Draconians made so-called black people?
All right. So if the
Nah.
draconians,
This is just a yes or no question.
listen. All right. So we gonna go, and I answer that by going back to the origins, right?
I just want a yes or no question. Please.
Listen, the archons. So the archons
But
are the draconians, right?
nah, I'm not finna answer your questions. I just want you to
You
give
don't
me a yes or
know.
no.
You don't. So you don't know.
I just want a yes or no.
That's crazy. You don't want to be wrong, but you want me to be wrong.
How you
Asking
doing?
you a question because there's someone else that wants.
I'm finna help you. My fault. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Yeah, it's someone else that wants to speak that is now on the panel. So he's trying to get to the next guest. Furthermore, he just wants you to answer a yes or no question so that the conversation can advance. It's not about being
You
right or
like,
wrong. We can't find out who's right or who's wrong until the question is answered.
it's not a see, and it shouldn't. That's the thing. Who's right and who's wrong? It shouldn't. Listen to what you're saying. It shouldn't be a debate. Why? How did this become a debate? I'm not like I ain't debating with you at all. You trying to debate with me?
Talking about right and wrong.
You're trying
But
to make me right
hold
and
on,
you wrong.
Sinister. Let's get to Corey and then we'll come back.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Corey.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, we hear it.
I just joined. What?
We can't hear you, Corey. You might have to leave and come back because we can't hear you.
Oh my God, no way Tokyo's back. Go ahead, Tokyo. I hope you brought that proof too. Yeah, it's been a couple hours, Tokyo. Did you bring that proof?
So your claim is that
Did you
everybody
bring that proof?
who isn't
Yes or no?
African is born with a tail.
African is just a title, bro. So did you bring that proof?
Is that your claim?
Did you bring the proof? Yes or no?
I sent you a study. Was that your claim?
Wait, what did you say? Go ahead. You said, what's my claim?
Yeah, what I assume your claim is that you're saying that everybody who isn't African
Nah, like
as a
I said,
baby is
African
born
is
with a
just a
tail.
title. I never said that. I said everybody outside of so-called black people can grow tails. But you can't find me any pictures nor studies saying that a so-called black person has grown a tail.
I sent you a link.
Yeah, and I said, can you like send me a picture or clarify? Because that link that you sent me literally wasn't even explaining anything. It just said child with tail. That's literally all I seen.
Accept my invite on Instagram then.
I did. I clicked on that link, or I had to copy and paste it within my my search engine. But yeah, I'm saying like all it said was child born with tail.
You never accepted the invite. You didn't even look at the link.
Nah, I did.
Okay, do you want me to send you a picture of it? You have to accept my invite.
Bro, hold.
Is why can't you turn on your camera and show us instead of the host who's already hosting a live and has been doing it for hours? Why does he have to switch apps for you to just when you can just put something on the screen? Why can't we
Because I
use
don't have
TikTok
to.
since we're having the discussion on there?
I don't have to.
Oh, then he doesn't. Ether, I would just come back since we're playing semantics here. He's saying he doesn't have to. So why are you switching your app? The fuck, you're a grown man. You can put sources on the board just like we did.
No, he don't got enough followers.
Okay, then you shouldn't even be worrying about putting up sources. Get your followers up so you can
Damn.
properly debunk us.
Hey, Sky.
No, this is somebody that was already in here that was low key saying some disgusting things. We asked you about vestigial tales and you went immediately to so-called black people, which is really weird considering that we only see this in your species.
That's not what I said.
You did.
I said most people that are born with vestigial tails come from all ethnic groups. And you don't even know what a vestigial tail
When we're
is. You don't have a
when we're
PhD.
looking at ethnicities, right? We're talking about superficial shit that was made up through race theory. And here we're discussing species. So we need you to show us actual proof of a neuromelanated being born with a vestigial tail.
A
We're not discussing race in here
neuromelanin.
because
Explain
race
to me
is
how
not
neurology has to do with the
biological.
melanin in your skin. So what I think this is you guys are pseudoscientists and you're just retarded niggers.
There it is. You just wanted to call us that. You see? Sinister, do you have anything to say to that? You see what
Oh,
we
there you go. There you
exactly.
go.
So this right here, what we're seeing here is gene expression. We don't
Yeah,
care
I
about
see.
trigger words. We
I see.
asked we want proof. And this nigga couldn't give it to us and he said, you go do it or I don't want to or whatever. Gene expression.
No, I see.
Phenotype is about what you show as well because pheno means to show. So everything that can be seen with the so-called naked eye, right, is considered phenotype, which is gene expression. He's been waiting to say that shit because this is what happens when we're talking about the opposite species whose neurology is literally structured for the lower parts of their brain to be bigger than the upper parts. Y'all chronically operate from the amygdala part of your brain because y'all are on a planet that you are not conducive to, so you have to constantly be in survival mode. So again, had you just came up here with the proof and not the trigger words, because we didn't call you out of your name, we just explained your genetics and you couldn't handle it.
Right. You
So
just
again,
lied for
gene
hours.
expression, y'all.
Like he came in within like the first 45 minutes of the live. I've been live for 4 hours. Didn't find any type of proof that so-called black people can grow tails, and then came up here and said that dumb shit. Like,
We don't care because we know the etymology of the word. Y'all don't even know how stupid, how illiterate, and how dumb y'all fucking sound saying that to so-called black people. Y'all are the ones that struggle with perceiving information from the world because you have a narrower field of vision than us. Your integumentary can't biosynthesize the sun. Yet you want to talk about pseudoscience, which your entire medical field is built off of fucking pseudoscience. Everything has to be pseudo first in order for it to be proven a law, a phenomenon. Like, come on, we got to start off with a hypothesis, right? So when we look at nature, like, nigga, what the fuck is wrong with these incompetent ass nigga fucking mortals? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, there the goddess coming out.
I'm not a goddess and my men are not gods.
No, you
That
just
term is rooted in dogma. That's God, dog spelled backwards. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm talking about etymology of words.
whatever
We
Doug.
gotta know hold on, sister, for a second, brother. We gotta start learning what things are rooted in. That's why we're struggling with genetics, because the base word of that is gene, which means origin. You'll get upset when somebody calls you that because you don't understand their genetics. His genetics programmed him to say that shit to us. You see what I'm saying? His genetics are pseudo. How about that? Look into pseudomelanism. That's a real fucking term. So instead of saying pseudoscience, let's talk about pseudomelanin. Pseudomelanism. Abnormal amounts of pheomelanin and eumelanin, which eumelanin turns into pheomelanin. Stop coming in here with feelings and emotions as a grown-ass man.
Well, can I tell you what just happened?
hold on,
So,
before that, let's get to Corey. Because, you know, Corey, he was up here, you feel me? Go ahead, Corey. Sound like a heartbeat, brother.
it's just he around something that's blowing or something. Or
It's
he
like,
around
are
another
you
frequency. He
covering
around
up
another
your
frequency.
hold on, Sinister? Are you covering up your mic, brother?
My phone is in the
You said your phone isn't what?
It isn't in my hand.
Do you like got AirPods in or something?
No. Let me try putting some earbuds in.
Okay. I can literally hear your heartbeat.
I tell you, you need another audio. You need another frequency.
Y'all hear me now?
Talking about unemployment, boss. Why the fuck would we work for animals? Why would I work for you if I know exactly my genetics and what it's capable of doing? You think I'm working for you right now? You think that was a conscious decision that I made, or you think that's just some shit that happened? No, I consciously decided to stop working for animals. As the highest extension of nature, why would I work for a fucking new ass, incompetent, no biological identification ass species, bro?
Man.
You're new as fuck to this planet with pseudo genes. Not real, right? Not real genetics. No biological identification. Why the fuck would I work for you? Why would I fuel my own G side? Y'all are talking about broke, but y'all created money because you're non-conducive to the planet. The real currency was us because we're the current. Nigga, we was bartering. There was no need for fucking currency. Y'all created that because y'all are non-conducive. So of course you have to create things like money, not real currency. Like, of course, this shit comes from you. Every host needs a virus. You're not even really here. You are thriving, and there is something that is connecting your genetics in order to make them work. We don't see that in prokaryotic organisms. So again, Tokyo, before I block you, Joaquin, it's been a couple weeks. You should have been requested up. You should have been got your following up and should have been up here. You should have been able to show us some sources today. But again, all y'all do is spew trigger words in the comments. We don't care. We want to know why you don't biosynthesize the sun. That's the question. How do we go from haploids to diploids? Can Joaquin or Till Kokio, whatever the fuck, can y'all come up here and scientifically explain why y'all can't biosynthesize the sun? Because we did.
Can I be heard?
Right, like Joaquin. My fault. Go ahead, brother.
Uh,
Go ahead.
are y'all saying that melanated beings or melanin dominant beings are the only beings with neuromelanin?
I don't even know how to answer that. Because there's three different types of melanin when it comes to so-called humans. So, are you talking to? What do you mean by melanated dominant beings having only or having neuromelanin?
Uh, the ones that we call black people, the melanin
Oh
dominant,
yeah,
they have the melanin dominant gene. And like y'all said, gene
right.
expression.
Right. So only so-called black people possess or produce neuromelanin.
Are you? I've read that in my research that all beings produce neuromelanin, even animals. Neuromelanin isn't like a different type of melanin. Neuro just means brain, so it's talking about melanin inside the brain. And all beings have it. We might have
Neuromelanin is composed of something completely
more
different from.
production of neuromelanin,
Right.
but
So
all beings have it.
hold on. Neuromelanin is composed of something completely different than eumelanin and pheomelanin.
I'm saying, what is the neuromelanin? Just means melanin in the brain.
No. Neuromelanin is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight.
And
So
it's
plants
found
It's a
have
liquid
neuromelanin.
computer.
and it's found in all your neurons.
So if you understood what the host just explained, there are different types of melanin. You're talking about a completely different organism, so its melanin would be called allomelanin, respectfully.
So the
So
only
there's 5 different types of melanin, and there's 3 that pertain to so-called humans.
Okay, explain to me what is the different type of melanin that we have that white people don't have.
Know the 3 types?
I'm asking you to explain it to me.
Why make a statement if you don't understand that there are multiple types and each of their function and who they correspond to?
I didn't say what I understand. I'm asking you because you promoted these three different types. I'm asking you, okay, can you explain them to me?
You promoted that neuromelanin is just brain melanin, which I didn't know that the brain was only producing its own type of melanin. I thought that the pineal gland produced neuromelanin, and this is how we are able to see that neuromelanated people produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of their brain.
So
We
you need
don't
to
see
study.
that happening in other species. You see what I'm saying? Because there are different types of melanin that are produced by different species, or else we would phenotypically look the same if we all had the same melanin.
So I'm hearing
Okay.
that we the only ones that's able to use our third eye and activate all the chakras. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. So you said that neuromelanin does what? What is a function of neuromelanin?
Should be able to tell us, since you brought up neuromelanin, brother, and I'm just keeping it respectful because this is a conversation. Like it's like if you disagree, you request up. If you agree, you should be able to state your piece. Either way it goes.
Well, I don't know what neuromelanin is. Can you tell me?
No, you should go look it up, brother. So
So you just don't want
say
to tell me.
neuromelanin.
So you just don't want to
No,
tell me.
brother, I've already told you
You ain't tell me.
at least 5 to 7 different times what neuromelanin is because you didn't know.
You ain't
Okay,
told
so let's
Corey.
not forget you didn't know, and I told you.
You ain't told
But
Corey.
again, if you want me to tell you again, then you need to go do some research because I already told you. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. So to Corey, you said that neuromelanin was brain melanin. Can you explain that further?
I didn't say brain melanin. I said neuro is talking about the brain. So neuromelanin just means melanin inside of the brain, which is what you explained. It coming out the pineal gland. I didn't disagree with what you said. We just said it two different ways.
Nah, that's not how you said it, bro. You said
I'm gonna argue.
you said neuromelanin is just in the brain. That's what you said. You didn't say neuro, and you didn't break it down like that. You didn't talk for that long. You said neuromelanin is in the brain. That's all you said.
I did say neuro
So,
just
but
means brain.
neuromelanin is not just in the brain. It's interstellar. You see what I'm saying? And the neuromelanin is just another form of the sunlight.
What
So
does
I
what
would
does
suggest you need to
sunlight?
study.
I have a question, if I may ask.
How are you asking
You
him a
cutting me
question
off.
if like he's literally you at
You asked
bro
me a
y'all
question. You cutting me off,
I
bro.
don't
at
Like,
the
get
what's up?
same
ya.
time? How are you
It's
trying
like
to
y'all don't
ask a
want y'all don't
okay,
want y'all want
sinister?
X on.
How do you not get to wait until someone else is done speaking to let the other person speak?
You
Because the
always
same
talking.
question,
Y'all always mute me and
sinister.
always
Have a
talking.
good day, bro. Because it's not fair. If someone asks someone a question, let them finish answering your question, and then you go. That's how you have a conversation.
I have a question about the interstellar comment. When you said that neuromelanin is also interstellar, what does that mean? I don't know.
Like you,
I'm not
I'm
gonna
not.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
bro.
break
Because that's
down.
not cool.
That's not cool, bro. You just usurping energy when you can be using that energy that you're asking me. How you're generating the thoughts to ask me, you can generate thoughts to research, so you can give it
No,
to
I'm
the next
saying,
generation. You see what I'm saying?
are
But you're
you
over here
are you
asking me as a
agreeing with
divine
your
masculine of the universe, as a master builder of the universe. You're over here asking me, what do I do with my vessel? How do
I
I
didn't
think? How
ask
do
you
I
to build
spark my
the
own thought?
universe.
How do I fire my own synapses?
I didn't
Research,
ask you
bro.
to build the
This is the
universe.
problem with our people. No, you asking us a lot of questions.
I'm
So
saying,
I'm
are
gonna
you
have to
up here
focus
to
on the
teach? Are you up here to build the
bro.
Bro,
universe?
you're talking over
Bro,
him as a grown man, though, while asking him questions. So you're asking him questions and showing us no respect. You're cutting us off. But you requested up, basically saying that we were low key wrong. You were trying to debunk and say your own opinion that was separate from what was being said. Why would we help you debunk us better? You have to come with your own knowledge. Why are we telling you when you requested up saying that we were not saying the same thing and that you disagreed?
and the host stepped away for a minute, so we taking over. He
Yeah.
said, yo,
He
can we take?
says no over talking. That's the
And
rule.
he,
And we're his moderators. So what do you think we're going to do?
hey,
We're
what's
going to
up?
enforce what the host wants in his live. Y'all are over talking the host and his moderators, but then trying to debunk us and debate us.
So
Like,
Corey,
what the fuck?
all we need, you came to the platform, so can you answer the question?
do you think that we're all species, all the same species? Because on the board, the host says we are not all the same, one species. So, can you give us your thoughts on that?
When you say we're not all the same species, what do you mean by species?
Life forms. The same thing that makes up my body is not the same thing that makes up everybody outside the so-called black species body.
So it's not about so a female wouldn't be a different species.
bro. So
I'm saying you said based off of the different like parts we have.
no, he said what makes up the body, bro. Like, quit putting words in people's mouth, bro.
I'm not. So you're saying
Like,
the way my
if you
body is
don't,
created,
if you actually want to have a conversation, you need to listen.
I am listening. That's why I'm asking questions.
Not really, bro. Cause nigga, as soon as you came in here, like I know I stepped away, but I heard why you came in here. You said everybody has neuromelanin because it's just brain melanin. No, nigga, it's produced in the brain,
I
bro.
said
That's
melanin
why they
in the
call it
brain.
neuromelanin.
Neuromelanin is the melanin
Huh?
inside of the brain, which is the same thing you
It's
said.
produced.
Your gland
It's
is inside
produced
of
in
the
the
brain.
brain, bro. Okay,
That's what
you
I
can
said
find it in the
neuromelanin
brain,
is.
but it's produced in the brain.
Okay.
Like,
Our
I'm just
entire
confused.
integumentary
Oh, go ahead.
system and throughout our entire body.
Say again, I didn't
But
hear you.
what's can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
What was the reason why you requested up though, brother? Like I want you to say the reason why you came up here. Like what made you want to come up here and express your frequency?
It's a public platform, and y'all are. I thought y'all were like teaching, like y'all gonna be teaching and like putting people on to what this is. So I'm asking questions because y'all are the teachers. So I came with questions.
Nah, I mean, if you look at my profile, it says I am not a teacher. I don't teach grown ass people. Neither do they. So I don't know where you got that from. You're a grown ass man coming up here, first of all, trying to disagree. Then after disagreeing, you want to ask questions. Like, what type of shit is that?
As a grown man, what does that mean?
You're, bruh. Right.
You even asked me how old I am.
Right.
Go ahead, Origin, Seminole, Wild. Go ahead.
No, I'm just enjoying the conversation, man. I heard the conversation about the dude that was just up here saying that we was all the same and all that stuff, man, that we not. You feel me? It's like, they can't accept that. You know what I'm saying? But, it's just like, these people that be doing that, it's like they entwined with, other species or something, because how can you be us, but then, you know what I'm saying, advocating for a whole nother, species of people. You understand what I'm saying? But, I like the conversation and all, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just vibing, and no, we're not all the same species, man. You feel me? We different sequences, you know what I'm saying? We different people from these people. You know what I'm saying? From, all other races. Y'all know what it is, man. But yeah, peace to the panel, man.
Did was that Origin or whatever who just
Comments. Because if you're gonna bully from the comments, then we can get you for the
right? Y'all niggas been in the live since the beginning, and
It's
y'all
not
don't want
that
to come.
it's y'all play semantics and y'all think like we dumb. And y'all like to use reverse psychology, and that's not cool. Because Corey literally came up here and was disagreeing and literally said what he was saying And then later on in the conversation, it's like, oh, it sounded like y'all were teaching. If we're teaching, how are you disagreeing with teachers and then asking us, oh, well, what is it? Oh, well, what, like, you it up saying other, would be able it to us, what are you telling children? That's what I want
And
to know.
there's literally no differences between you and these so-called scientists. They literally, all they did was read. All they did was comprehend. Why do we have to tell that to you? Children understand this in 3 days. We
Literally.
gotta we gotta come back and tell you that shit every time. Like, you supposed to know this and study that from neuromelanin all the way to the anatomical level. That's what you're supposed to do, and then you're supposed to pass that to your children and influence your environment. And the sun makes the environment.
We didn't say the same thing because you didn't say what we said, Corey. It's okay. If you want to request up and have the discussion, if you can hold the discussion, cool. But you said that you disagreed with us first. You requested up to his panel saying that you were well versed to have this discussion. Everybody that's in here is in the comments for a reason and on the panel for a reason. The people that can, we held a what? 3 hour discussion with Beansy because he could, even though he was wrong and openly admitted, a YT man openly admitted to be wrong 3 times. That's okay. But he knew what he was talking about, though. He understood the discussion about speciation. He understood archaeology a little bit, prehistory, and genetic data. So he was actually able to hold the discussion. The people who are able to hold those types of say, come learn about, it's not, no, it says we're not all the same species.
Yep.
That's a statement. Anybody who disagrees will request up.
And I always say, like, when people say, what is your source? My source is literally the sun. That's why your governments barely talk about it. They only talk about blocking it because it's affecting this. Is affecting them. It's removing them out of here. That we can clearly see that your people are unaliving under that sun. We can clearly see that your people are becoming sterile under that sun.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that
That's
happening?
fine.
Y'all not questioning that? You questioning so-called black people are you need to question that. Stop focusing about our neuromelanated
Man,
codes. It's not for you. You need to learn about your pheomelanated one. And why you have so much, an abnormal amount. Why do you have pheomelanin from a fruit fly and then pheomelanin from a chimpanzee? How? And you questioning me? What the fuck is you, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Literally, scientists do not know what you are. They call you complex cell organisms. They do not know. I don't think y'all really grasp what that is.
Nope. Y'all not even really listening to what scientists are saying about y'all. Think about it. Think about it though. Because why are we not seeing this in prokaryotic organisms? They say we're the only there's only cellular organisms on the planet. There's multiple different prokaryotic organisms. A lion is also prokaryotic as well. But we're talking about prokaryotic organisms whose cells are coated in neuromelanin.
And your scientists already say that our cells are older than the planet.
Yeah, you can check my page right now for two
Ghost
scientists
DNA.
that are saying that our cells cannot be spliced. And in the
Like,
and in that particular field, they do say melanin, but they are able to differentiate the different types of melanin and how they are found and where throughout anatomy and physiology. But I think after all the research, like 10 years plus between me and Zell, I think that's just like the scientific term. They just say melanin, even though, because how can you say their melanin versus your melanin when we know that there's 5 different types of melanin and 3 that pertain to humans? So I think that's like a what is it called? I don't know, a stigma. I can't think of a word, but you can check my page right now too, and they're not the only ones. I've got
exactly.
books on my page written by doctors. So I'm not just going best, and then that's not the only list. You can go to my Instagram and you can see more, and I still gotta post more because I haven't even posted everything that's on my iBooks list that I've had since I was 14.
So exactly. You see what I'm saying? Our cells are older than the planet. Your cells began on the planet.
Man,
How are we the
literally.
same species?
Uh-huh.
Scientists already said this. So y'all can't come up and have a discussion. Then I don't want to hear, this is misinformation. No, just sit back and just let the host do what he got to do.
If we're saying every single time that there are scientists out there and showing you the books, how the fuck are you coming back each live saying it's pseudoscience? When these are scientists that look like you. I don't have any scientists talking on my page that are neuromelanated, although, or besides Dr. Delbert Blair, right? 2 out of the 3 are your people, and you're saying it's pseudoscience. So are you positing that your scientists are spreading misinformation? Because all we're doing is reading their books and seeing the information literally line up.
Yeah.
These are the top scientists in the world.
Yeah, your scientists are saying we're different. Science, the study of energy, how it travels from the micro to the macro of a cosm. That they already said we're different. We are not the same. So we're not the ones making this shit up. This is already, we're seeing that we're not the same. We see the diseases. We see the diseases happen. Where did that come from?
You know what else is pseudoscience, Joaquin? Like, are you able to actually list right now in the comments all the different branches of science that are rooted and go back to and are considered globally pseudoscience? I'm talking about to present date. Because I keep trying to tell you that your Western medicine, I actually, you know what, Joaquin, come back to the next live, whether it's me, Denzel, or Ether. I actually have the screenshot. I just have 10 of the same article screenshot. I need to pinpoint which one. I will show you where your own fucking scientist back from 1950 was literally labeling this shit as pseudoscience, and it has not changed. You're telling me that the science that literally is responsible for the Orgone energy accumulator is pseudoscience, but they're using it today. Pseudo, but they're using it today. Black body radiators are pseudoscience, but they're using it today. You mean to tell me that cell potency is pseudo fucking science? Shut your bitch ass up. Yeah, shit. Who is that? Origin, go ahead.
Man, I'm agreeing with y'all, man. I'm
Get him
agreeing,
typing
man.
loud
You feel
and
me?
we can't.
Because
Yes,
they,
brother. Why is this not taught? Oh, go ahead. My fault. Go ahead.
well, you know what I'm saying. I'm agreeing. You feel me? But it's just people. You know, they got to do a lot of research, man. You know what I'm saying? But then you know, it's gonna be a lot of people that's not gonna take this information and they up here just to start confusion, so that you can't spread this type of, you know what I'm saying, 411 to throughout the community. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a mass awakening going on. You know what I'm saying? And with that mass awakening, it's a lot of history and power being taken from a lot of communities, and they realizing that, you know, their history is not the real history. You know what I'm saying? And where they come from is not really where they come from. You feel me? So, you know, if you're not under this sun or you know, taking on the earth like we do, you feel me, like nature like we do, you feel me, without hiding and, you know, running and trying to find some shade, you feel me, if you catching rashes in the sun, or it's just something that makes you not want to be in it, or just it hurts you or something, you feel me, you can't say you natural to this planet, you feel me, because nothing natural to this planet is going to be harmed by anything that's of this planet. You feel me? Because things were put here for us to, you know, heal ourselves with, you know, the herbs and the plants. Everything is given to us. You feel me? It's here. You feel me? And everything that they learn, even doctors and medicine, they learn from plants and things of the universe. You know what I'm saying? Things of the earth. You feel me? So we are people of the universe. Everything that's in us is in the universe, and everything that's in us is not in everybody in every race. You feel me? And just keep it simple. You talk about things like neuromelanin, and we have to go to neuromelanin because when we said melanin, everybody adapted themselves to melanin. You feel me? Everybody adapted themselves to that and said, well, everybody got that. They did the same thing with carbon. You feel me? So we neurocarbonated. You know what I'm saying? It's certain things that you put on top of that they can't touch. You feel me? You can't touch that because that's not in you. You feel me? So, I'm just chilling. You feel me? But I'll let y'all have it, man. Y'all doing y'all thing up here. I'm learning.
Abundance and gratitude. Brother,
Abundance. I feel you.
where are you so called from? Like where's the state? We're just trying to figure out the accent.
Oh yeah, I'm from Florida. You feel me?
Oh, I'm in Florida.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, brother. I was hearing that. You feel me? I was like, oh yeah, this brother from for
Yeah,
real.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what's up, bro.
Corey,
Abundance.
gratitude, origin. Corey, go ahead.
Originally.
You feel me?
Origin.
Originally.
Hey, that's
Yeah,
tough.
that's a hard name. Abundance, brother.
That's tough. He knows something. Go ahead, Corey.
Oh yeah, Corey, what were you saying in the comments? You were saying something about neuromelanin. You want to clarify?
Oh yeah, I was specifying because it seems like y'all are saying that neuromelanin beings means like that's another way to classify black people, which is true, but it's saying as in saying that we are the only neuromelanated beings. That would be wrong because neuromelanin does not uh, affect your skin pigmentation. It affects metabolism and motor control.
Neuromelanin is the DNA that makes the the cells, the proteins to make the cells, and then the whole body.
Not
Neuromelanin is the programmer of all of our cells. You see what I'm saying?
Neuromelanin does
So
produce
again,
black
hold on,
pigment,
hold
but it
on,
does not
hold on. I'm not gonna talk over
produce
you,
black
right? You see
skin.
what I'm saying? Go ahead, go ahead.
I was saying that neuromelanin, if you look it up, it does produce a dark pigment, but it does not produce black skin as far as your skin pigmentation.
Okay, so again, neuromelanin is found in all neurons, and all your neurons are not in your brain. They're all in your brain, down to all your spinal cord, all in your organs, everywhere, and even and your largest organ, your skin, your integumentary system has abundant amounts of it. That's why you're able to, when you're outside, you're able to feel the sun, you're able to feel the wind, you're able to feel the heat, the pressure, you're able to undergo black body radiation. That's because you have sensory neurons, mechanoreceptors all over your body, computing that and then sending it all the way up to your brain, storing it in the limbic system. This is a fact. So again, no, so-called black people are neuromelanated beings, and that dark pigment in the brain is what expands out to make the body. The brain is what makes the body. That's why your physical reality all depends on your brain, because
That's
your brain is what made the body to experience that. The reason why you have eyes is because your brain wanted to see. The reason why you have hair is because your brain wanted it to absorb the sun through your mercurial disc. You don't
Hmm.
understand your anatomy, so you're just saying, "Oh, I just researched up this for 2 seconds and came back up," but you haven't done the extensive research for yourself. So you're never gonna find out the truth that way, my brother. I'm telling you that right now. I tried it like that. I'm telling you because I did it like that. But you got to go deeper than that, my brother. You got to sit with yourself because it's deeper than just you. It's about we. It's about the species. And if you don't know this shit, then we staying in this vibration of where our women and children are getting snatched.
He's saying that ether is pseudo. So
I have
do
a
you
I
even
have a
know what
question.
ether is? Ether is all around you.
Oh, what is
We're
ether?
talking about plasma energy. That's the same thing. That other state of matter, solids, liquids, gas, and what's the other one? It's plasma energy. So when we're talking about ether, you are a si- so when we're talking about ether, You are a six ether being. There is a scientific and a genetic explanation for that, which is what we're explaining in here.
I have a
Your
question. What
physical
did y'all
body
get?
is connected to your etheric body. So it's no, y'all don't have no connection to the planet. So then how do y'all have spiritual connection, or how can y'all travel the cosmos when your suit is not even built for that? Y'all are not producing neuromelanin, which is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. So if, which is the soul, SOL. It's condensed sunlight, sunlight, soul, solar being.
And I'm
So
tired of y'all saying it's in the brain, it's in the brain, bro. That's where my light, that's where it started. That's
yeah,
where my body started growing, expanding.
yeah. From there,
So the neuromelanin constructed this
study
suit.
anatomy,
So it is the skin. What do you mean it
physiology.
doesn't affect the skin? It doesn't affect the skin because it is the skin. That's why they're saying
Literally,
that, because it is the fucking skin,
like
brother.
your skin
You're
is
not you're
literally
not you're not understanding what they're saying. You see, this is comprehension. They tell you the truth, but
Hold
can you
on, he's trying
comprehend
to
it?
speak. Go ahead, Ether.
Oh my bad. I was just gonna say that your skin is literally an extension of your nervous system. Like if y'all didn't know that. So for y'all who's saying that it's only uh found within the brain, that's complete false. Like what my brother Denzel saying is complete facts.
Nah, facts, brother. Facts. Abundance for that, for real. I don't get how like people want to act like, and people laugh. People really laugh at that. Like that's like, how do you guys think the body was made? Like, what do you think this shit is? But you know what I'm saying?
And they don't
Abundance.
understand that 40 to 60% of your IQ is received by the mother, and it's her genetics that rule
Yes.
throughout your entire anatomy, even when it comes to skin. And I can put that on the board for you right now. Disagree if you want to, because that source is in my latest recent. I can just pull that up. I don't have to dig for that. I can actually show you all the different things that the mother is responsible for. So when it comes to the brain itself, that I don't know how y'all are disagreeing with this information. Have y'all picked up a book? Like, are we arguing with bots? Are y'all humans? Are y'all real so-called humans?
I have a question.
Y'all real people? Go ahead, my bad.
What did y'all get non-ether from? Because I read it in Dr. York's Holy Tablets.
Don't dismiss
Yeah, we
everything we
were
just said. Respond to that before asking us a new
yeah,
questions.
we were talking to
Questioner.
somebody in the
Nigga like to ask questions, but he can't process what was, he can compute what the fuck was just said, but he ready to ask a new question. The fuck is going on, bro? Compute what we just said and think about what we just said and respond to that. You want to respond to that because we said a lot, and you off of what you said about neuromelanin. We not finna just move past that.
we were talking to
Okay,
the
what is your
comments for
question
you.
to me?
What are you up here for
Now this
again?
nigga,
What are you up here for again? What was your reason for requesting up again?
Y'all asked me to state my case, but y'all have been talking. I haven't been able to talk.
Yeah, go ahead and tell us the reason why you came up here.
I came up here because y'all are asking questions. Y'all say y'all want people to disprove y'all. Okay, so I'm asking you about neuromelanin because you said neuromelanated beings means that's another way for classifying black people. And neuromelanin does not mean black. It does not even it does not even affect your skin pigmentation.
Like we just stated that um your skin is just an extension of your nervous system, bro. And you have sensory neurons around your body.
Okay,
Man,
but if I do research, right? Because you said I need to go
Nah,
do my
nigga, you a
research.
Google
I'm
warrior.
gonna
That's
go
the
do my
thing. You're not
research.
really. Hold
that,
on, because
that's why I say you
you're
got to
not
go
really.
to Carbon, man, because they
Right,
connect
hold
these
up, hold up,
species.
brother. Hold up, brother, because this nigga, he's playing around. Like y'all niggas be trying to debunk us with one Google
I'm
search.
not playing.
Like, nah, you're actually playing around, my nigga. Like, I'ma just keep it 100.
I'm playing. You can interpret it how
Like,
you want
we
to,
just
but for
broke
now,
it down to you, and you're just playing around, literally.
I'm not playing with you. I don't know
You-
why you think this is a game.
So, are you saying that the information that we're saying is wrong?
I'm saying that the information that y'all are producing can be proven wrong,
So,
so
are you saying that the information that we're saying is wrong?
and that the information that y'all are producing can be proven wrong.
So, are you saying the information that we're saying to you is wrong? It's just a yes or no, brother.
The information that y'all are producing can be researched and can be
Producing
proven
the
wrong.
information that we're producing. So, baby, the information that we're producing, we produced it. We producers.
mm.
So y'all came up with the science of non-ether.
So we came up with the science of nine ether, baby. We producers of the
York
science.
came
Why
up.
you keep trying to? Why you keep
York
trying to run away from neuro?
came
Let's
up
talk
with the
about
science of nine.
neuromelanin, bro. Let's
So
talk.
Talk
explain to
about
us
neuromelanin.
so to explain to us how we're the same. Like fuck it, since we're all the same species, scientifically, biologically, and genetically, explain how we're the same species.
Exactly. Explain it.
Okay. I never said we were all the same, but one way
So
I can
again,
find a
why did
comparison
you come
is
up here,
we
brother?
all
Was
breathe
it to
in
debunk
air.
us?
We breathe in oxygen and exhale, or not exhale. We breathe out carbon dioxide. All beings
So
do
do
that, no matter
trees, so
what
do
skin color they are.
microorganisms, so do animals. They all do that.
I know
Animals,
that's what I'm saying.
trees, and microorganisms all do. So are
Trees do
you
not
in
breathe.
totality, Corey? In totality, are you a microorganism?
In order to breathe, you have to have lungs.
In totality,
Trees
are
do
you
not
a
have lungs.
microorganism?
In totality,
Mm-hmm.
what is a microorganism?
Bruh.
Yeah.
I ain't even
That's
nah.
that.
Y'all
Yeah.
want me to answer
Hey,
questions, and I'm asking,
nah,
what do you mean?
Corey. Corey, go get into some books, bro, because I'm not finna go.
I don't want
Nah.
to assume that I know what you mean. That's why I'm asking, what do you mean?
What do
I'm
you
not
think
trying
it
to be
is?
petty.
Don't ask. What do you think it is?
I don't like to deal with assumptions when I can just
What
ask
do
you
you
what you
think it
mean, and you
is?
can just tell me, what do
So
you
you're
mean?
gonna assume that I'm telling you the right answer while trying to debunk me. So what is it? Are you asking to gain knowledge, or are you asking to put something in Google so you can come in here with?
I'm asking because I thought I was dealing with people who like to deal with facts, but it
And what
seems
did
like
we
y'all
tell
don't
you?
have any.
What's your
So then
facts?
what we're asking you to state your piece, brother. We've
State your
asked you that
facts.
for the last hour now.
Okay, y'all asked me, okay, how are we all the same species? I never said we were all the same species.
What was the reason why you came up? That's what we're getting, because the question, the what we're talking about is speciation in here. So we're asking you, if it's not that, why was the reason that you came up?
Okay,
What was the reason?
when the question is composed, your body's composition, I said, okay, if I have a phallus, right, and a female has a vagina, we have our bodies are composed two different ways. So that makes us two different species
Have you
based
studied
off
the
of your
phallus, and have you
definition.
studied? My bad. Go ahead.
Based off of the way the body is composed, I know the penis is a inside out, outside in vagina. I know the science of the body.
Hmm.
I'm not negating that. I'm saying that he said the way the
So
body is
in order
composed. So if
to,
my phallus sticks out and yours is inside of your body, right? That means our body are composed two different ways. So based off of y'all's definition, a man and a female will be two different species.
he was explaining a particular point of the definition in the part of his explanation to you. He wasn't saying that that was the
I
full
was
and
talking.
complete definition of speciation or species. So when it comes to species, according to their eukaryotic animalia, it's the same. Being of the same species means that you can procreate. So again, though,
Perfect.
but
So off of that, we know about people mixing. We know about mulattoes. We know about
And
absolutely, let him.
African.
My bad. I'm trying to.
So if if
I'm
Because
just
they
trying to
if
just
we're not
clarify
the
be,
something.
same
because it's like if
species,
they
based off what
understood
you
the
just said,
conversation, they wouldn't say that shit.
how are we able to procreate with white people if we're not the same species?
Do you know about introgression and hybridization?
Teach me.
No.
So why
What the
did you
fuck?
ask me if I
If
know?
you know, because you don't know. If you knew, you wouldn't have asked that.
So
When we had the
so if somebody
discussion, hold
tells you
on,
they don't
Corey.
know,
Hold on, Corey. When we had this same, hold on, I'm just trying to
why are you
speak.
up
I'm
here
just
trying
trying to
to
respond.
speak
I'm
on
just trying to
information that you
respond
don't
to
know how to
you.
teach?
I'm just trying to
You
respond to
wanna
you. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. 1 second. We had a 2.5, almost 3 hour discussion with a YT man. You want to know how we were able to have that? Because he understood speciation, how they so called evolved. He understood prehistory. So we were able to, when we asked him, do you know about introgression? He partially knew. So then that's when you can say, okay, but if you have no basis of it, when I say introgression, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Which means that you can't have the discussion at all. So we're in here having the discussion with people who know. We have a sister in the comments who can actually explain a genetic difference that she's doing research on herself. Nobody told her to do it. And so she's actually able to come in here and add and say, yes, we can see this
different mutation in this, you see what I'm saying? In this particular species because of this, that, or the third. So the people that can have the discussion can have it. Those are not the people that are saying, teach me, teach me. How do we teach you about something that nobody taught us about? We just sat down with ourselves. Now we're having the discussion with other brothers and sisters. This is how we get to understand the topic itself, through the dialogue. So the people that don't understand are the ones that are in the comments listening to the keywords. We have several starseeds, 17 years old, in between classes taking notes. How hard is that? We have adults in here, 60, 62, 63, that take notes. We have adults, 52, 47, that take notes every time we go live, because they understand that they cannot add to the conversation, but if they study, they can eventually. So the difference between us as neuromelanated people, right? There are no genetic differences. The only difference is frequency. Those people who are willing to sit with themselves and do the work and teach themselves and remember on those on their own are the ones that we're going to see build the so-called new earth. The ones that are saying, tell me, feed me, tell me, where do I go? What do I do? I need help. Da-da-da. Those are the people who aren't going to last. You know how many people in so-called South America that are right now without power and have been for months? You know how many people around the world has no power right now because the grid is wearing down? These people are already in the dark ages. You think they trying to ask somebody else? Like, no, they making moves. That's just what hasn't hit America yet, but that shit is coming and they know that. So this is why they're trying to stir up shit and trying to, you know, cause a fake ass war, because they know that these people are going to get out anyways. They're going to try to say that it's because of a fake war. No, it was the sun, just like we seen with World War One, the rising after World War One. 60% of them people was unalived by venereal disease. Fuck the war. I don't even know why y'all teaching that shit in schools. So you got to be able to have the discussion so other brothers can learn and build with y'all. You can't just usurp from other brothers who actually sat with themselves. Energy usurping is not cool.
Complete facts. I doing. I'm gonna go ahead. I gotta go grocery shop real quick. But Denzel, do you want to say something to anybody?
Nah, not right now. I'm good. I was just gonna say, if I'm talking to my people, just know thyself, because that's the main thing that we got to do right now, and that's the number one rule in the cosmos, is to know yourself. So if you don't know yourself, you're not going nowhere. You're going where the eukaryotic cell is going.
And Corey is saying that we got 9 ether from a man who touched a child. No, we got 9 ether from Delbert Blair in the 80s. Dr. Layla Africa in the 80s. You can look, they discuss ether in regular fucking science. They sometimes spell it with an E and they sometimes put an A in front of it. It's a scientific term. We didn't get it from a man who touched a child, though. Stop assuming.
You said he touched a child. Let's talk about it, because I read that
Nah,
transcript.
nah,
Talk about, oh, we're done, bro. It's just fucking
Man,
disgusting,
this
How y'all
is
gonna
man.
call him? This is another
Nasty,
black
bro.
man. How y'all, like, y'all fight for black people, but y'all dissing a black man? I'm asking y'all, because I actually did
We're
my
not
research. I was saying the
dissing
same
him.
thing. I was like, who is this? Who is this child molester? Then I went to go do the research, and I found out,
so
oh shit,
so
these
so
niggas
him.
lied. These niggas lied. The same like government we always talking about, bro. These niggas lied on him. The same
He
government
lied,
y'all be
saying
like,
that,
don't
that the
trust.
black
They
woman came
lied
from
on him.
apes. He lied about the black woman coming from apes. And YT men debunk him every single
Dr.
day.
Malachi York never said the black woman came from no monkey. He
Wanna
never said
bet?
that.
Wanna bet?
Okay, I've read at least
No, 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 no,
250
no, no,
books
no,
so
no, no,
far,
no, no,
kid.
no. Do you
Let's
want
bet.
to bet on a book that I can show you right now where he's saying it in the first 50 pages?
Okay, what's the title of it? Because I can tell you if he wrote it or not. Because there are
Bro,
books
it's
coming
written
out.
by him. It's written by him. Or else
There
we
are
wouldn't be.
there are books coming out that people are putting his name on
It
that he
didn't
did
just
not
come
write.
out, brother. It didn't
Okay,
just come out.
Didn't just
show
come
me the
out.
Regardless,
book.
if you have to ask yourself, why are you wanting to defend a
Show me the
chemically
book.
imbalanced brother? We're not dissing him. We understand that he was chemically imbalanced, just like Rashad fucking Jamal.
Okay,
Everybody wants to talk about Malachi York and Rashad
My bad, brother. I know you got to go grocery shopping.
No, you good.
But y'all want to talk about these people, but what about the children that are involved in the allegations?
Have you looked into the? Okay, name
So
the
hold
children that
on,
were involved.
we actually done with you because you just basically tried to okay Ellis Station, and then you could get his live flag for saying it. So we got to get you out of here, take a lap, and then you might, if you can request back up to not flag it, but that's up to the host if you want to let you back up. Why are we not discussing the children? If the so let's say if the mother in Rashad Jamal's case, let's say that she did frame the so-called brother. At whose expense was that all done at? The child is in the middle of that whole entire thing and has to grow up with the allegations or the fact that it happened. Stop acting like that shit is not a problem in our fucking community. Stop acting like we're not struggling with parasites and antigens that make, quote unquote, us do these things. If you understand genetics, you'll understand the psyche because it's your psyche that's connected to your genes.
Exactly.
So you'll understand that when a white man does it, it's stemming from a different embryological origin than it would in a man, in a neuromelanated man. They're not the same species. They're not thinking and perceiving the world the same. So I don't know why everybody is so free Rashad Jamal, free the child. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Trying to, they framed him. Were you there?
And you
Were you there?
Like every time we talk about these situations, y'all always worried about the adults. Y'all like
what about the child? And niggas is in the
never,
comments, nasty motherfuckers talking about some what ifs. Nigga, we know for a fact that the child is gonna have to live with this regardless. So what about that? The fuck is wrong with y'all, bro?
Y'all worried about how a grown man is
Was
gonna come out in and out of a situation when he should be already be doing that.
So he went with
the child cannot mentally or physically protect themselves. Why are we not worried about that? You see what I'm saying? That's how we know you guys are not really for the species, bro. You're not really for the people, bro. Why are we talking about one brother when there's many brothers in jail for doing something they didn't do?
Exactly.
Why are we talking about one brother?
And why we not shedding light on multiple brothers on our entire species? Exactly. Why we not talking about that? That's the problem. Nobody says anything about the child, but a grown man, a divine masculine, who is supposed to be the protector and the enforcer of universal law and the protector of the out of every situation, mentally and fucking physically. That's what the suit and the vessel is for. So how can this man go within his chakras when they trying to collect his soul in a fucking record deal, but he in jail? So how is this nigga telling us about the animal species eating hot Cheetos, fruit cut up by Walmart with the same knife that they cut the ham with, while eating tuna fish sandwiches?
Venereal disease.
Venereal disease, where all 95% of diseases come from, is fish. He's sitting here only using Wikipedia, but y'all come in here and ask us for a source and tell us that the shit that we saying can be debunked. This nigga used Wikipedia
the whole time.
The whole time. You can go on Wikipedia and edit it and then decide to go live. The fuck? You niggas not thinking. You niggas still to this day, peace to all the gods and goddesses of Planet Kai with that recycled ass shit. We 9 ether beings. Explain it to us in each ether then. If you can't explain it and articulate it to children, why the fuck you in here telling us? Grow up, bro. Grow up. Do what's in them genetics, bro. Do what's in your genetics instead of go against that. Nigga talking about we capping. You're trying to literally okay a man who touched a child and you weren't even there. That's crazy as fuck. So we done. Ether? My bad, Ether.
Nah, y'all good. Hey, I completely 100% agree. Like I was just saying that earlier, motherfuckers only care about grown people. Like, which is sad, because children are suffering, and all we care about is a fucking grown adult. That's why none of that all that shit to help so-called black people, Martin Luther King, fucking Malcolm X. That's why none of that shit worked. Cause niggas was hyper focused on grown people instead of children. I ain't never heard niggas don't talk about how in the last 40 years 320 million children went missing. In the last 40 years, every 40 seconds a baby is snatched up. But nigga, we give a fuck about niggas like Rashad Jamal. Like I don't understand why y'all niggas give a fuck about grown people so much when children are the ones suffering. I don't see nobody. You feel me? It's a small, very small percentage of people who actually care and talk about the children going missing. You know what I'm saying? I do a live about the children, nigga. Only 20 people up in there. Nobody want to request up. You feel me? But
You went live yesterday?
nah, I did a live like probably like 2 weeks ago about, you know, women, so-called black women and children going missing. 20 motherfuckers in there.
Oh yeah. No, I know about that live, but I was asking separately if you went live yesterday. And then that's how it be. When we do them real topics, nigga, it be 17, 23 niggas in there. But they want to come get the energy about the genetics so they can take it back to the racism lives.
Exactly.
That's why I'm asking about, because I didn't know, like, did you go live yesterday?
Yeah.
Denzel, we was traveling and stuff, so we didn't see. Yeah, it's some people that know this information, you know what I'm saying? We gotta, like, you know what I'm saying, teach it to children and really stand on that. That's just the thing that I want everybody to, like, know, because people personally do not stand on what they speak on. And that's something that we gotta start working on and cracking down on as a community. For real, we gotta stop just playing with it on TikTok and playing with it for the internet and really, you know, step. So I just encourage all my brothers and sisters, if you know the truth, walk in it. Stop coming to TikTok and hopping on other niggas' lives and talking about shit when you can just stand on business in real life too. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Most definitely. Facts. Like the first thing that should be on y'all mind is how we can help children. You feel what I'm saying? How can I be better so that children can be greater? Because the shit that we passing down to children now, it's not working. All this mysticism, God, Yahshua, Allah, uh, the fucking war in the heavens that niggas talking about now, nigga, none of that shit matters. Our children are still getting snatched up down here. Motherfuckers come in here, they can tell you 18 extraterrestrial races up in the motherfucking in space, but they can't even name one child that went missing within they state though. Like, that's insane to me. Like,
So the live
Facts,
is
brother.
in the the information is in the live. Y'all see, you're still one of them people that want to be taught, because we seen you what you were saying earlier. We don't care about, can you come together with us and teach the children, or do you just want us to teach your children? What are you going to be doing while we're teaching your children? Ask yourself that. While we're teaching and actually helping build our species, what are you going to be doing for your own children that you had? Because we don't have children. Me, Ether, Denzel, we don't have children yet. But we talk about how important children is because we understand speciation. We understand our species. So if we were able to sit with ourselves and do the research, what are you willing to do for your children? Can you tell us? Because we seen that. We wanted to teach other children, but the parents didn't want to keep enforcing it. Yeah, that's called energy usurping. And we can't get anywhere with just usurping energy. We have to hold each other accountable. Brother, you're just as divine as me. Sister, me and you are literal fragments of the universe. So why use me when you can use you? You used you. 95% of your genetics is ruling within your children. It's you that rule. Why are we going to other sisters like, help me, teach me? Sister, lock in is the best advice that I can give you. Y'all just don't like hearing it. Y'all just don't like hearing it. Abundance, we are one. I'm just here to be a great reminder of who you are. If we say that we are divine beings, we got to move in our divinity. That's still, if you don't believe in religion, expecting somebody to come and save you is still a religious perception. Let me just throw that out there. You see what I'm saying? When we expect people in our situation to change without changing on the inside first, what's going to change then? You have 150 trillion cells inside of you, and all of your cells listen to your thoughts. That's 150 trillion cells that have civilizations within them. You mean to tell me you can't form your reality with 150 trillion cells backing you up that are all listening and being programmed off of the same neuromelanin? The same thing that's making the sun shine is the same thing that's making your body work. And you mean to tell me you don't know? You can't do it? Recognize and always remember your divinity.
You're never alone. You always got an army right every day. Like you can never say, "Oh, I'm alone," or feel lonely, or feel like you weak. Nah, 100 trillion cells just heard that.
Facts.
How you think affects your thoughts. That's your thoughts is the time. You see what I'm saying? All your thoughts throughout the day. That's the time. That's how you can track your time. It's through your thoughts. That's what gets stored. You see what I'm saying? In your limbic system, in your memory. That's time. It's not this fake ass shit that they got going on. That's the real time, bro. It's your thoughts, the flow of thoughts. And once you control your flow of thoughts, you control the flow of time.
Yeah, facts. That's the real clock. The clock was built off of the circadian rhythm. That's it. When you go to work, they say you on at 9 a.m., off at 5 p.m. That's like they treat you like a light switch, because who's the light? All jobs, 100% of jobs are built off of whose G side? The totipotent stem cell, who carries that? Who's the most abundant care? So you got to realize that even this fake matrix, they are just hosting you. You're the host, and they're usurping the energy based off of what's already here. They're not creating. They're not even really alive. Have you ever seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Y'all remember how what was his name, baby? The parasite.
Grant Ward, the parasite.
He wasn't even alive. There was something in his body. What was it called? A parasite. That's what's in that meat. That's what's in that's why we be talking about molecular gastronomy.
That's how they can.
That's how powerful you are. My bad.
I was just gonna say that's how they can live. That they birth inside of you. They couldn't do that just outside or on the grass. They couldn't do that. They need to be inside of a host. So they need you.
Yeah.
These people are not even considered to be alive, bro.
Facts.
They're a virus stealing your materials and resources, and unalive and trying to unalive you. That's what they're trying to do.
And CRISPR, now this is just how things happen in nature. This is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to be quiet. In nature, how things are, because my phone about to unalive. Because in nature, how things are, they copy, just like what we were saying. So when it comes to CRISPR, the part of that is it's pertaining to the DNA sequence, but then it's talking about how the bacteria goes after the virus. You know what I mean? Just like the bacteria or just like the virus goes after the host. You see what I'm saying? The splicing that their cells do naturally, it's what's being done in Cas9. So if this is what's naturally occurring in their cell, this is how we know that their cell can be spliced. It's undergoing it's spliceosomes. It's what it's called. All right. So I just want to you know what I'm saying? Don't just be in our lives and listening to the information. Make sure you locking in and you passing at least one thing down to a child. You know what I'm saying? You see a starseed, be like, you a starseed, a neuromelanated starseed. What's that? Tell them real quick, and then boom. You see what I'm saying? They gonna want more, so you're gonna have to study. Because children, let me tell you something. I had starseeds calling us as early as 5. I'm still asleep. 5 a.m. What's this? What's that? What's interstellar? How do I spell it? So you better lock in, because once you plant the seed, that seed is gonna long to be watered. You see what I'm saying? You're the sun, right? So make
Yeah.
sure you're doing the work behind off the lives and stuff. But yeah, ether, abundance and gratitude for the live, man, because this one was fire. I don't even get to do them no more. Ether already be ether already be live.
Most definitely,
Abundance.
abundance and gratitude to you both. I really appreciate y'all for coming up here.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, for real, abundance. And I wanted to say when she said, one last thing, when she said about that them needing help, that mRNA, just think of their cells as like a car that need to be at a pit stop every 5 seconds, every 5 minutes, and it needs to tune up. It needs just so it can do a daily function. You see what I'm saying? That's why their cells split slow. So I just wanted to say that, like, y'all really got to understand the two differences.
You can see that on a phenotypical level because like when old white tea people, no disrespect, when they be at the light, they be you know how they be like fidgeting and shit. That's that start stop. I'm dead ass phenotype. Y'all think we playing about that shit? You can see it. These
So,
niggas is out here in 30-degree weather with t-shirt, shorts, sunglasses.
yep.
What the fuck?
Man.
Yeah, that shit wild. The wildest fits. But you know what I'm saying? Abundance Ether, thank you for the live.
Ether.
Thank you for having us. You know what I'm
No
saying?
problem, abundance.
Chat, this is one of the greatest reminders. Y'all should tap into his YouTube. He has a lot of
Information.
You see what I'm saying? Abundance.
Most definitely. Can y'all type y'all Instagram and y'all YouTube down there so they can go tune in?
My IG and my YouTube is in my bio. You can click the link to the YouTube and you can type in manually my Instagram. I gotta load some more videos up, y'all, but it's coming. Be a little patient. Abundance and gratitude, y'all.
Abundance. All right, abundance chat. Yeah, abundance. I'll catch y'all on the next one.